A young man named Lee Hansu reflected on his love for video games, which started during his childhood years. Spending years hospitalized, Lee Hansu found gaming a way to pass the endless, tedious hours. Gaming became his escape, offering solace and a connection to a world outside his room. But even gaming had limits. Frustrations mounted when teammates failed, leaving him sighing in exasperation. Tossing the console aside, Lee Hansu decided it was time to quit and try something new. Reflecting on recent games, Lee Hansu lamented the lack of originality and excitement they once held. Most new releases, despite their high-quality graphics, felt stale and uninspired for Lee Hansu's current taste. Intrigued, Lee Hansu opened his laptop, preparing to dive into something that might rekindle his passion. The game, named Dungeon and Stone, promised a hardcore, unpredictable experience unlike anything he'd seen. The game's interface surprised Lee Hansu with its simple, retro look, contrasting modern hyper-realistic gaming norms. While scrolling through reviews, he stumbled upon an intriguing mention of a challenging, unique game. Skeptical but curious, Lee Hansu decided to try it, selecting a barbarian character from the roster. Choosing without much thought, Lee Hansu doubted he'd stick around long enough for the choice to matter. The game's perspective felt refreshing yet unfamiliar, featuring a portrait-style view rarely used in current titles. Studying the tutorial, Lee Hansu prepared to navigate the dungeon, uncertain of the challenges that awaited him. Lee Hansu admired the detailed artwork in the game, which far exceeded his initial expectations. Immersed in the game, Lee Hansu lost track of time, realizing hours had flown by unnoticed. Dungeon and Stone captivated Lee Hansu quickly, becoming an instant favorite with its unique mechanics and style. The game's challenges were unpredictable, blending engaging design with annoyingly difficult tasks to keep players hooked. To progress, Lee Hansu had to strategize carefully, especially when building a party with supporting characters. Whenever Lee Hansu's character died, he had to restart the entire game, testing his patience and resolve. He initially played casually, but the game's mechanics soon drew him in with endless possibilities. Frustration turned to obsession as Lee Hansu worked to master each stage, refusing to give up. With no guides available, Lee Hansu had to rely on his intuition to navigate complex, unseen traps. Determined to conquer the game, Lee Hansu became fully engrossed, pouring hours into solving its mysteries. Lee Hansu vowed to beat the game entirely by himself, no matter how long it took. He played during hospital stays, while working, studying, and even during commutes to his new job. Dungeon and Stone became a constant presence in Lee Hansu's life, consuming nearly all his free time. Restarting after each defeat only fueled Lee Hansu's determination to push forward and overcome its grueling difficulty. Despite countless deaths, Lee Hansu always returned with renewed focus, prepared to face the game's relentless challenges again. Despite countless retries, Lee Hansu persisted, restarting each time his character died in frustration. 9 years later, Lee Hansu finally reached the final dungeon, ready for the ultimate challenge. Filled with anticipation, Lee Hansu stared at the massive gates marking the endgame's final stage. Ecstatic, Lee Hansu celebrated his incredible achievement, finally reaching a level no other player had. As the option to enter the boss room appeared, Lee Hansu eagerly prepared to proceed. Lee Hansu confidently chose to enter, knowing the journey's end was finally within his grasp. The game issued a final warning, but Lee Hansu was undeterred after years of dedication. Sitting upright, Lee Hansu mentally prepared himself for the final battle, reviewing strategies and possibilities. Excitement and nerves filled Lee Hansu as he wondered about the boss's patterns and deadly skills. With determination, Lee Hansu clicked yes, ready to face whatever awaited in the abyss ahead. After years of preparation, Lee Hansu's sole focus was conquering the boss in his first attempt. The screen faded as Lee Hansu reflected on his journey, anticipating the final confrontation's difficulty. He pondered how many movement patterns, death traps, or unique mechanics the final boss might have. Lee Hansu felt confident, believing his years of persistence had prepared him for this ultimate test. As the screen loaded, Lee Hansu realized he had set foot into the abyss itself. A notification confirmed Lee Hansu had cleared the tutorial, leaving him shocked and confused. Lee Hansu noticed the text suddenly switched to Korean, contradicting the game's English-only design. Frustrated, Lee Hansu regretted the time spent translating the game's English text word by word. Before he could react further, a bright flash engulfed Lee Hansu, consuming everything around him. Pain coursed through Lee Hansu's body as he struggled to comprehend the bizarre situation unfolding. The intense light surrounded Lee Hansu, his body trembling as he tried to endure the agony. With his vision blurring, Lee Hansu felt himself slipping into unconsciousness as the pain overwhelmed him. When Lee Hansu awoke, Unfamiliar voices echoed around him, congratulating warriors ready to face new challenges. Disoriented, Lee Hansu saw himself standing among others, surrounded by a strange, ancient battlefield. Lee Hansu realized he had somehow entered the game's world, trapped in a surreal reality. Warriors gathered as an elder addressed them, explaining the trials awaiting them in the coming days. Lee Hansu listened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality of his new, dangerous surroundings. The elder emphasized the importance of selecting a guardian, a choice that would shape their futures. Lee Hansu reflected on the situation, knowing he needed to adapt quickly to survive the trials. Determined to make the right choice, Lee Hansu resolved to think carefully before proceeding further. Lee Hansu felt overwhelmed, realizing he was suddenly surrounded by a completely foreign and harsh world. He contemplated his next move, knowing quick thinking and survival instincts were crucial to his survival. Observing his unfamiliar muscular frame, Lee Hansu marveled at his new body's strength and capability. Lee Hansu realized he had been chosen to participate in a ceremony to prove his worth. The elder called for warriors to step forward, signaling the start of their dangerous journey ahead. A warrior stepped forward, claiming his weapon of choice, while Lee Hansu observed the ritual closely. The elder praised the warrior's selection, marking the beginning of his transformation into a recognized fighter. Each warrior chose weapons symbolizing their skills, while Lee Hansu analyzed the process with growing anticipation. As others received their weapons, Lee Hansu braced himself for his turn to prove his capabilities. The elder declared blessings upon the warriors, encouraging them to embrace their new roles and responsibilities. Lee Hansu felt a sense of déjà vu, recalling similar scenes from his experience in games. Watching young warriors choose weapons, he noted their excitement as they prepared for their future battles. A spear was presented to a young woman, symbolizing her agility and potential as a warrior. The ceremony concluded with a blessing, promising glory and honor to the warriors embarking on their journeys. Standing before a majestic city, Lee Hansu prepared himself for the challenges awaiting him in this world. A sharp realization struck Lee Hansu as he stared at his surroundings, piecing together the impossible truth. His gaze fixed on the glowing text before him, confirming his suspicions beyond doubt. The title, Dungeon and Stone, burned brightly, reigniting memories of countless hours spent immersed within it. Characters from his past adventures flickered into view, each offering a path filled with challenges. The barbarian stood chosen, a mighty figure, ready to confront the ultimate dungeon's perilous depths. Confusion clouded Lee Hansu's mind as the eerie surroundings starkly contrasted with his expectations of reality. Sweat dripped as another figure, trembling in fear, muttered disbelief at the unfolding situation around. Panic spread as memories of the game's beginning replayed, each detail aligning with current events. The barbarian's shoulders quivered, his bewildered expression mirrored an unspoken question haunting everyone present. Others seemed more composed, hardened warriors, yet Lee Hansu's unease hinted at shared disorientation among them. A booming voice cut through, demanding silence, its authority sending shivers down everyone's spines. The imposing figure appeared without warning, his piercing gaze striking fear into the gathered barbarians. The golden-eyed leader loomed, suspicion evident as his eyes sought the source of defiance. Tension escalated when accusations fell, prompting frantic denials as desperation crept into every trembling voice. The leader smirked, dismissing the chaos with a piercing glare, silencing doubts with sheer presence. A barbarian stood frozen, his mind racing as the situation escalated beyond his control. The warrior in front met his fate swiftly, leaving no chance for negotiation or explanation. Blood splattered as the judgment unfolded, a grim reminder of the stakes Lee Hansu now faced. The barbarian clenched his fists, adrenaline surging, knowing his survival depended on staying unnoticed. The leader's piercing gaze seemed to search souls, leaving no room for mistakes or weakness. Lee Hansu's heartbeat thundered, the words spoken echoing in his mind, intensifying his fear of exposure. He observed carefully, suppressing panic as explanations unfolded, detailing the possession of the fallen warrior. Lee Hansu understood he needed to maintain composure, or his actions might draw dangerous attention. The elder's voice commanded authority, urging the group to dismiss the past and continue forward. Lee Hansu silently vowed to adapt, realizing survival demanded quick thinking and blending seamlessly with the group. As the ceremony resumed, Lee Hansu pieced together key facts, forming a clearer picture of his reality. He deduced that outsiders like himself were mistaken for evil spirits, risking execution upon discovery. Memories of the slain warrior replayed vividly, emphasizing the brutal consequences of even minor missteps. Lee Hansu resolved to navigate the situation carefully, determined to survive through vigilance and calculated decisions. Each step he took forward symbolized a commitment to endure the ceremony without revealing his identity. Lee Hansu noticed the large assembly of warriors, realizing a problem he hadn't anticipated yet. The lineup felt endless as names were called, each step forward accompanied by tense anticipation. A warrior hesitated, his lips trembling before stepping forward, leaving Hansu's own unease unresolved. Hansu's chest tightened as he realized something crucial. He had no idea what his name was. Struggling to stay calm, he thought about his situation and the weight of his next move. The command "next" rang sharply, and Hansu's mind scrambled for answers amid growing apprehension. Clenching his fists, he decided the chances of guessing a name correctly were slim but necessary. Hansu prepared himself, weighing his options, knowing hesitation could reveal his lack of understanding here. A name was called Bjorn, son of Yandel, and Hansu felt a sudden internal tug. With one breath, he stepped forward confidently, determined to embody the name as his own. Lee Hansu realized the critical rule: failure to act within moments would reveal his uncertainty. He took a deliberate step forward, his heart pounding as he tried to exude confidence. His mind raced with hope, clinging to the possibility that the name truly belonged to him. Bjorn, son of Yandel, heard the call echoing through the blazing battlefield around him. He stepped forward confidently, muscles tense, the flames casting shadows across his rugged features. The elder warrior gazed at Bjorn with a piercing intensity, his approval clear but unspoken. Bjorn's expression hardened, determination flaring in his eyes as he accepted the weight of expectation. Before him stood the elder, fiery backdrop glowing as he offered Bjorn a significant challenge. Bjorn, standing tall, embraced the call of his name with pride and unshakable resolve. He reached for the weapon racks, carefully evaluating the tools crafted for battle and honor. The racks shimmered, blades gleaming under the fiery glow, offering endless possibilities for his choice. Bjorn's hand paused on a solid shield, the unassuming weight promising both protection and strength. His gaze met the elder's, who silently acknowledged the choice with a faint approving nod. Bjorn raised the shield, its sturdy form gleaming as he embraced its defensive power. The elder's voice resonated, declaring this choice as a step toward mastery and inner strength. A roaring cheer erupted as Bjorn's synchronization with the item was completed, marking his beginning. Far away, a mysterious room illuminated, the connection between two worlds strengthened with Bjorn's triumph. The monitor displayed data updates, the administrator logging Bjorn's progress as his journey truly began. The notification displayed Bjorn's attributes, marking his survival as both a test and reality. Memories of challenges he once knew returned, the barbarian title embodying pure strength and ferocity. The great sword glowed with power, emphasizing the brutal combat awaiting in this unforgiving world. Bjorn encountered a monstrous foe, its bellowing roar announcing the beginning of their savage fight. His instincts screamed as adrenaline surged, preparing him to dodge and retaliate with fierce determination. The brutal reality of barbarian combat required mastery over strength, resilience, and sheer ferocity to survive. Bjorn faced relentless trials, each clash sharpening his instincts and tempering his survival-focused resolve. A shield stood as a symbol of adaptability, forged through hardship and decisive battles. The roaring inferno and clashing weapons marked his relentless progress through this ruthless barbarian's world. Each step carried Bjorn further, solidifying his presence and carving his legend among countless adversaries. The triumphant roar of completion echoed, clearing the path as Bjorn claimed victory over chaos. His accomplishments cemented his growing reputation, each milestone invigorating his drive toward greater trials ahead. Standing tall, Bjorn as Lee Hansu embraced the weight of responsibility, reflecting his unyielding strength and fierce pride. The gates rumbled open, revealing new opportunities for both glory and survival awaiting his conquest. Bjorn marched forward confidently, prepared to face the unrelenting challenges of this ever-hostile, uncharted world. After the ceremony, barbarians ventured into the fabled labyrinth, a trial awaiting their strength. Bjorn stood amidst the crowd, his focused eyes glinting under the dim ceremonial chamber light. To proceed, they first needed to enter Rafdonia, the city housing the labyrinth's entrance. The grand gates loomed ahead, fiery torches casting shadows on the path to destiny. The elder urged them forward, emphasizing Rafdonia as the place their fates would unfold meaningfully. A loud rallying cry broke out as the warriors surged forward, adrenaline rushing through their veins. Bjorn charged ahead, keeping pace with others, the fire of determination burning brightly in him. Amidst the chaos, exhaustion caught up, causing missteps that separated him from the roaring crowd. Realizing his disorientation, Bjorn halted, admitting frustration as the city seemed farther than he anticipated. The path ahead remained unclear, uncertainty weighing heavily on a barbarian as he stood catching his breath. Bjorn overheard grumbling about misdirection as confusion within the group hinted at leadership discontent brewing. The mistakes sparked discontent, questioning the leader's abilities, tensions rising amidst the band of warriors. A sudden decision transferred leadership to Einar, her composed yet commanding demeanor inspiring newfound confidence. Einar stepped forward boldly, declaring herself leader, her fiery resolve bolstering the group's wavering morale. With new guidance, Bjorn felt the weight lift, his steps aligned with their determined path forward. Anar, frustrated by her own misdirection, admitted being lost, her voice revealing her growing concern. The barbarians grew restless as shouts about urgency and leadership divided the group further in confusion. The second son of Taytarn stepped forward, seeking to challenge Einar's leadership with bold assertions. Doubts lingered about his capability, sparking further debates as time slipped away in the rising chaos. Bjorn, observing the turmoil, reflected silently, understanding they needed unity before continuing toward their ultimate goal. Bjorn stepped forward with calm resolve, offering practical advice on how to navigate the chaotic situation. Einar glanced toward Bjorn, seeking his opinion, her uncertainty showing despite her attempts at confidence. Einar's confidence returned as she rallied the group, Bjorn's insight guiding them toward the labyrinth's entrance. His instructions emphasized observation, directing their attention to a group of armored figures heading toward the labyrinth. The barbarians, still skeptical, noticed the figures' deliberate pace, realizing their direction hinted at hidden knowledge. The group reached the gates, their anticipation swelling as glowing light marked the labyrinth's mysterious threshold. Einar called for action, leading the barbarians boldly into the glowing expanse without hesitation or fear. The labyrinth revealed its chaotic beauty, its swirling energy radiating challenges meant to test every step. As the group stepped inside, the portal sealed behind them, marking the true beginning of their journey. Bjorn felt the weight of destiny, knowing the labyrinth's trials demanded both strength and strategy for survival. Bjorn contemplated his resolve, wondering if fleeing now would erase the weight of his decisions. He reflected on his frail past, recalling a life untouched by the challenges of physical conflict. Questions loomed as doubt crept in. Could he defeat the shadowed monsters within the labyrinth? The system's looming taxes pushed urgency, a harsh reminder of survival's economic demands in this world. Bjorn weighed his options, pondering the financial gains of fighting monsters against the deadly risks ahead. Venturing into the labyrinth promised riches and survival, but uncertainty clouded Bjorn's confidence as a barbarian. Memories of shared meals with others added to his longing for companionship during his perilous journey. Time was against him. The portal leading to the labyrinth would close within moments. The pulsating energy of the gate served as a final reminder of his pending decision. The glow intensified, signaling the last opportunity to step forward into the unknown or retreat. Heart pounding, Bjorn forced his legs to move, but hesitation rooted him in place momentarily. The labyrinth's haunting energy loomed before him, its stakes unlike anything he'd faced in his life. Einar's firm grip snapped him from his paralysis, her confidence igniting a spark within him. She reminded him of his identity and purpose, reigniting his determination to embrace this new reality. Bjorn steadied himself, resolving to step into the labyrinth with courage fueled by Einar's unwavering belief. Einar reminded Bjorn of the urgency, pointing out that only a few warriors remained outside. The portal's shimmering light grew dimmer, signaling time slipping away as their chance narrowed significantly. Bjorn reassured Einar he would follow, stepping forward with renewed confidence and trust in her guidance. Einar paused, expressing gratitude for Bjorn's earlier advice, her sincerity breaking the tension between them briefly. Bjorn acknowledged her thanks with a simple nod, ready to embrace the challenges awaiting inside. Einar's admiration for Bjorn emerged, praising his intelligence and resourcefulness, traits she found rare among barbarians. Bjorn, slightly embarrassed, encouraged her to think strategically and prioritize caution in the labyrinth ahead. Einar promised to repay Bjorn's guidance if they survived, her determination rekindling her inner strength. Bjorn felt a growing camaraderie with Einar, her optimism bolstering his resolve for the trials ahead. She smiled confidently, her words resonating with Bjorn as they prepared to cross the glowing portal. Einar questioned Bjorn, sensing his underlying fear as the portal's glow cast shadows around them. Bjorn admitted his concerns but found solace in Einar's honest acknowledgement of her own fears. Their mutual understanding strengthened their bond as both warriors accepted the risks of their journey. Einar declared her willingness to fight, her words igniting a shared resolve to press forward. Bjorn steadied himself, inspired by her courage, as they stepped into the labyrinth side by side. Bjorn clenched his fists, his thoughts consumed by the harsh reality of survival in the labyrinth. The realization struck that without hunting, survival was impossible, pushing him toward the inevitable challenge. He gripped his shield tightly, a silent promise to himself to face the labyrinth bravely. Time was running out, the portal's energy dimming with every fleeting moment before its closure. Bjorn dashed forward, determination evident as he sprinted toward the labyrinth's entrance with renewed purpose. The portal's energy crackled as Bjorn crossed, its final moments marking the point of no return. Entering the labyrinth, he braced himself, remembering the weight of expectations and his own limitations. Energy surged through him as he stepped into the unknown, determination burning brighter than before. The labyrinth's foreboding darkness stretched endlessly, its silence broken only by faint echoes of danger ahead. Bjorn prepared himself mentally, vowing to adapt, fight, and survive in this treacherous, unforgiving environment. Bjorn stood still, shield in hand, surrounded by an endless expanse of swirling darkness. Bjorn stood confidently, muscles tensed, as he prepared to face the challenges of the labyrinth. His sharp gaze analyzed every detail, drawing on years of survival expertise to assess his surroundings. Focusing on his barbarian physique, he believed his raw strength could overcome even the toughest foes. Combining his vast knowledge with his primal abilities, he felt ready to dominate this unforgiving game. Confidence surged within him, convinced his skills were enough to endure anything this dark world threw. Darkness shrouded everything as Bjorn strained his eyes, realizing how little he could discern around him. His instincts flared uneasily, recalling others who entered the labyrinth, unprepared for its cruel challenges ahead. Flickers of memories surfaced, warriors armed with confidence, now reduced to echoes of their fleeting moments. Bjorn's thoughts wandered toward the labyrinth's legends, labyrinthine traps, and harrowing stories that devoured countless brave souls. Standing before an endless maze, he steeled himself, aware this trial would test his every limit. His heavy boots echoed through the narrow halls, alerting unseen threats to his steady approach. Bjorn paused briefly, assessing his gear, determined to uncover any advantage hidden within his status interface. Scanning options, his frustration grew when the interface offered no additional clarity on his current plight. Sighing, he adjusted his grip on the axe, ready to move forward despite the lack of clarity. Each step carried purpose, his barbarian instincts guiding him deeper, where danger and discovery surely awaited. Bjorn crouched low, his eyes scanning the ground for subtle signs of hidden dangers. A sudden noise broke his focus, the ground beneath him cracking with an ominous sound. A sharp pain shot through his leg as a goblin trap clamped tightly around it. Bjorn gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he assessed the strength of the trap. Breathing heavily, he prepared to act quickly, knowing hesitation could attract predators lurking in the shadows. A faint growl echoed, the goblin watching Bjorn struggle from the safety of a distant shadow. Bjorn's heartbeat quickened, sensing the presence of more goblins lying in wait for the perfect ambush. Steeling himself, he calculated his options, unwilling to fall prey to their cunningly placed traps. With a fierce swing of his axe, he shattered the trap, freeing his injured leg. Bjorn stood tall, his resolve unshaken, ready to face the ambush head-on with determined fury. Bjorn advanced steadily, his shield raised, prepared for an assault that would test his endurance. The goblins' patience wavered, seeing Bjorn unscathed and prepared to counter their carefully laid trap. The first goblin lunged, claws extended, only to be met with Bjorn's swift and brutal strike. Blood splattered across the ground as Bjorn cleared the path, each swing precise and devastating. Bjorn moved forward, adrenaline surging, determined to break through and survive the labyrinth's relentless challenges. Bjorn gritted his teeth, each step echoing as he pushed through the oppressive darkness ahead. His injured leg dragged behind, a reminder of the trap's sharp teeth and his endurance. The faint sound of claws scratching stone hinted at a lurking presence, amplifying his tension. Bjorn paused, scanning the shadows, his instincts screaming that the enemy watched with unsettling patience. He readied his axe, muscles tensed, determined to strike first if the predator dared to attack. A faint growl broke the silence, the goblin stepping forward, brandishing its crude weapon menacingly. Bjorn sized it up, noting its size and stance, his grip tightening around his axe. The goblin's cautious steps mirrored its confidence, but Bjorn's unwavering glare revealed his battle-tested resilience. As the goblin lunged, Bjorn sidestepped, driving his axe downward in a single brutal motion. Blood splattered across the ground, the goblin collapsing, while Bjorn stood ready for the next threat. Limping away from the slain goblin, Bjorn's ears caught faint steps echoing through the corridor. Another goblin shadowed him, maintaining a distance, its glowing red eyes filled with cruel anticipation. Bjorn realized it was waiting for him to falter, savoring his apparent weakness like a predator. His breaths were shallow but steady as he moved, pretending not to notice the goblin's tactics. Bjorn clenched his axe, calculating his next move, ready to prove the predator's patience was futile. Bjorn's focus sharpened as the goblin revealed itself, its confidence growing with each cautious step. A sudden misstep sent Bjorn stumbling, his injured leg finally buckling under the strain. He tumbled to the ground, his axe skittering out of reach as pain surged. Bjorn clenched his teeth, glaring at the goblin as it crept closer, savoring its advantage. The goblin hesitated, unsure if this fall was genuine or another trap from its prey. The goblin grinned, its claws twitching as it approached the seemingly defenseless barbarian with intent. Bjorn adjusted his position, feigning weakness to draw the goblin closer, calculating his next move. Bjorn seized the moment, launching himself upward and driving his hidden dagger into the goblin's chest. The goblin shrieked, clawing at the wound, but Bjorn's strike was swift and precise. With a final gasp, the goblin collapsed, and Bjorn retrieved his axe, breathing heavily from exertion. Bjorn rose shakily, scanning the shadows for movement, knowing more threats were likely to appear. He steadied himself, gripping his axe, the adrenaline dulling the pain of his injuries. A sudden movement caught his eye, another goblin charging, weapon raised, its speed unnervingly fast. Bjorn swung his axe with all his might, but the goblin ducked, dodging the attack. His heart pounded as he faced the creature, realizing this one would be a tougher opponent. Bjorn's attack faltered as the goblin evaded, his muscles tensing with frustration and mounting effort. His movements felt sluggish, his body resisting his will, as if fighting an unseen force. The goblin struck with savage speed, its blow landing squarely, forcing Bjorn to the cold ground. Gritting his teeth, Bjorn predicted the goblin's next move, preparing a counterattack with renewed determination. With a powerful swing, he connected, his strength overwhelming the goblin, ending its deadly persistence. Bjorn's heart pounded fiercely, each breath heavy as he realized the immense power within his form. His barbarian physique surged with adrenaline, his fists delivering devastating blows that echoed through the cavern. The relentless force of his attacks broke through the goblin's defenses, leaving no chance for survival. Blood splattered as Bjorn roared, his strikes fierce, ensuring no goblin dared to challenge him again. Standing amidst the carnage, he exhaled deeply, his mind settling from the chaos of battle. Bjorn stumbled forward, spotting an item gleaming faintly in the darkness, curiosity overriding his fatigue. He knelt to inspect the object, its familiar glow sparking a memory from his past. Picking it up, recognition dawned. It was an item from the game, a critical survival tool. The warmth of the item's light filled him with resolve, signaling a turning point in his journey. Bjorn stood tall, gripping the item tightly, ready to face the labyrinth's challenges with newfound hope. Bjorn examined the glowing object in his hand, recognizing it as valuable currency from the labyrinth. He took a deep breath, realizing the Tier 9 mana stone's worth after the grueling struggle. The image of a loaf of bread surfaced in his mind, humor tinged with exhaustion. Bjorn chuckled softly, acknowledging the irony of risking everything for something so basic yet essential. His thoughts drifted to its limited use, recalling that it could barely buy a simple meal. Bjorn's mind wandered to the world's dangers, recalling towering beasts that ruled with raw power. The vivid memory of monsters and battles etched in his mind kept him ever cautious. He remembered adventurers who braved these trials, their faces a mix of determination and fleeting hope. Bjorn limped through the labyrinth, a trail of blood behind him, knowing survival demanded absolute focus. A sharp grating sound echoed as bloodied footsteps dragged across the lifeless ground. Red streaks painted the path behind Bjorn, a grim testament to his battle's toll. Bjorn staggered, his wounds bleeding profusely, each step drawing him closer to unconsciousness. He dropped to his knees, his breath shallow, exhaustion threatening to overpower his resolve. Gritting his teeth, Bjorn whispered a prayer, willing himself to survive this hellish ordeal. Another enemy corpse lay before him, a brutal reminder of the fight's unrelenting ferocity. Bjorn clenched his side, his body screaming in pain, yet survival demanded further sacrifices. The relentless bleeding weakened him, his stamina draining faster with every desperate movement forward. His trembling hands reached for anything to stabilize himself, his vision blurred with desperation. Determined, Bjorn decided he needed allies, his survival hinging on finding someone to trust. Dragging himself further, Bjorn hoped the unending darkness ahead would reveal a path to salvation. The faces of his comrades haunted him, their losses weighing heavily on his conscience. He wondered if their fates were permanent, or if salvation existed in this grim world. Bjorn's bleeding worsened, divine intervention seemed like his only hope in this brutal reality. With faith dwindling, Bjorn forced himself onward, clinging to sheer willpower against insurmountable odds. A warning blared as Bjorn's health plummeted, signaling his desperate fight for survival. A dire message reinforced the stakes. Bjorn required immediate aid to avoid a grim fate. Blood loss clouded his mind, but he knew others sought hope in their despair. Desperation weighed heavily as Bjorn realized he teetered on the edge of mortality's abyss. Determined, he dragged himself forward, clinging to the faintest hope of salvation through perseverance. Gasping for breath, Bjorn scanned his surroundings, aware his chances of rescue were bleak. His mind played tricks, voices questioning his worth and berating his dwindling chances for survival. Bjorn grimaced, realizing blood loss made hallucinations more vivid, dragging him deeper into despair. Still, he pressed on, choosing to meet his fate with determination rather than surrender. Ahead, a faint glow sparked his hope, urging him to keep moving towards salvation. The hallucinations strengthened, yet Bjorn refused to let taunting visions break his unwavering resolve. Dragging himself, he felt the toll of every wound but steeled himself to keep going. The faint glow became blinding, salvation seemed tangible, spurring Bjorn into a final effort. As the light enveloped him, he pleaded silently for someone, anyone, to save him. Figures emerged through the brilliance, their presence the first sign of hope he had found. The adventurers noticed Bjorn, immediately recognizing him as a newcomer, battered, and struggling to survive. Bjorn's heart surged with hope as he spotted a group of seasoned adventurers nearby. His wounds continued bleeding profusely, health warnings flashing, emphasizing the urgency of his dire situation. Bjorn's weakened state betrayed his inexperience, and his exhaustion made him collapse before the group. The adventurers stared at Bjorn, puzzled by his unexpected arrival and the strange circumstances surrounding him. Bjorn struggled to maintain consciousness, overwhelmed by his wounds and the adventurers' hesitance to assist him. The leader of the group, Draus, smirked, amused by the desperate barbarian's unfortunate predicament. Ursina, the party's cleric, was requested to heal him, but showed no interest in helping. He wondered if divine intervention was a myth, his hope dwindling amidst their indifference. Her refusal left Bjorn shocked and vulnerable, feeling the sting of rejection in his despair. Draus shrugged, accepting Ursina's refusal, but offered Bjorn a basic healing potion instead. Despite its simplicity, the potion was Bjorn's only lifeline, and he braced for its effects. As it poured over his wounds, pain surged, but the healing process slowly began. The group observed Bjorn's resilience, their curiosity piqued by his determination to survive such odds. Bjorn gritted his teeth, vowing to prove his worth despite their initial indifference toward him. Bjorn's body trembled as the potion's regenerative effects kicked in, sending intense pain through him. A sudden throbbing sensation overtook him, his body feeling like it was about to explode. He screamed uncontrollably, every fiber of his being overwhelmed by the excruciating pain of regeneration. Memories of the brutal game flashed through his mind, comparing this agony to its worst moments. Exhausted, he panted heavily, the potion's effect finally stabilizing his condition despite lingering pain. Bjorn staggered to his feet, shaking from the ordeal, yet grateful to still be alive. The adventurer's leader questioned Bjorn's sudden appearance, suspecting him of using a hidden path or shortcut. Bjorn hesitated, unsure how to explain his entry without drawing more suspicion from the group. He downplayed his situation, stating he wandered in aimlessly, much to the leader's amusement. Despite his weak position, Bjorn remained cautious, knowing trust wasn't easily gained in this world. Draus speculated about Bjorn's arrival, recalling stories of dimensional anomalies occurring every 100 years. Bjorn listened, bewildered by his unexpected involvement in something even the seasoned adventurers hadn't experienced before. The group marveled at the rarity of the phenomenon, considering Bjorn an oddity among newcomers. Thanking the group for their aid, Bjorn vowed to repay their kindness once he recovered. As they parted, Draus reassured Bjorn about the potion, leaving him both curious and hopeful. Bjorn's body slowly regained strength, though every breath reminded him of his recent ordeal. The labyrinth's challenges grew apparent as Draus emphasized the importance of time within this unforgiving environment. Grateful for their assistance, Bjorn observed how rare it was for adventurers to share resources. Despite surviving, the sting of reliance on others weighed heavily on his pride as a barbarian. The group marched onward, their steps echoing in the cavern, the next challenge looming ahead. Draus commented on Bjorn's luck, his amused tone hiding genuine respect for the barbarian's endurance. Another party member expressed skepticism, suspecting Bjorn's survival owed more to resilience than pure luck. Ursina scoffed at the praise, her disdain evident, viewing Bjorn as an unnecessary burden. Bjorn remained silent, absorbing their remarks, determined to prove his worth through his actions alone. Conversations turned lighthearted, revealing the group's camaraderie as they debated the unique stubbornness of barbarians. Draus chuckled, remarking on the trail of blood Bjorn left, a testament to his struggle. Another adventurer acknowledged the barbarian's resilience, recognizing it as key to surviving such dire circumstances. The group's guide directed them toward a shortcut, their pace quickening as they adjusted course. Praise for Draus's navigational skills highlighted his expertise, earning respect from both veterans and newcomers alike. Bjorn followed silently, absorbing their tactics, knowing every detail could mean survival in the labyrinth. Draus paused, scanning the horizon, realizing they were the first adventurers to discover this path. He speculated about the labyrinth's secrets, wondering what treasures or dangers awaited at this unknown route. A faint glow caught their attention as a nearby surface shimmered, reacting to their presence. The light intensified, revealing a portal's activation, its energy surging with otherworldly brilliance. Draus declared it as the portal leading to the second floor, urging the group onward. Bjorn hesitated briefly, observing the portal and its surroundings, feeling unease as the group stepped forward. He lagged behind, noting his discarded armor as a marker of his earlier desperation. The adventurers marveled at the portal, discussing its intricacies and the possible implications for the labyrinth's mysteries. One pointed out Bjorn's armor, surprised at how quickly he had adjusted to this challenge. The group braced themselves, stepping through the portal as its energy enveloped them in a blinding flash. Emerging from the portal, they found themselves in a dimly lit chamber with unknown surroundings. A member eyed Draus, questioning how he confidently led them through the labyrinth's uncharted depths. The old man smirked, remarking on the labyrinth's unique design and their reliance on bold risks for success. The group exchanged glances, realizing the importance of their teamwork in navigating these treacherous passages. The man absorbed every detail, knowing each step with the group was critical to his survival. Draus inspected the faint glow ahead, realizing the labyrinth's secrets were more intricate than imagined. Holding the crimson core, Draus explained its significance, hinting at the labyrinth's strange mechanics and trials. The glowing artifact radiated an unsettling warmth, forcing Bjorn to question its purpose and true nature. The man's sharp gaze shifted toward Bjorn, his thoughts lingering on the barbarian's uncanny resilience and survival. Bjorn, driven by sheer will, braced himself for whatever challenge the labyrinth prepared to throw next. Bjorn unleashed a powerful strike, blood and rage driving him forward, refusing to succumb to despair. The message confirmed his victory, but Bjorn's instincts warned him the threat wasn't over. Explosions of fire lit the night sky, Bjorn bracing himself against the fierce heat waves. His surroundings erupted with chaos as a goblin ambush loomed, forcing him to react swiftly. Bjorn stood firm, slamming one goblin to the ground, its skull cracking under immense force. A monstrous shriek pierced the air as goblins charged in unison, their claws gleaming viciously. A low growl announced another foe. The barbarian pivoted, his muscles tense with readiness. A spear soared toward him, its sharp tip glinting as Bjorn dodged with practiced precision. He retaliated with a heavy blow, sending his attacker sprawling, its body crumpling upon impact. Blood streaked his face as the adrenaline pumped. The only option now was to survive. Hunger gnawed at him. He recalled the chief's wisdom, gifting him survival rations before battle. Bjorn devoured the dried meat, savoring its sustenance, his strength slowly returning as he chewed. Each bite felt like a lifeline, reconnecting him to vitality amidst the relentless, brutal fight. With a full stomach, his resolve hardened, knowing hesitation would spell death in this unforgiving world. Bjorn smirked, his axe gleaming in the moonlight, prepared to face whatever came next. As he readied his stance, the distant growls intensified, shadows emerging once again to test him. Bjorn chewed the last of his rations, but an unquenchable thirst gnawed at him. The dim cavern glowed with crystal formations, yet no water source appeared in sight. The cavern's layout mirrored a map he once studied, sparking faint recognition and strategic hope. Each step forward echoed his determination, knowing this challenge transcended mere survival instincts. The air grew heavier, his breaths labored as the cavern's reality weighed heavily upon him. Strange noises surrounded him, as glimmering crystals shimmered, reflecting ominous shadows from deeper caverns. In the distance, a faint light emerged, teasing the promise of safety or danger. The ground trembled slightly, stirring Bjorn's wariness as he approached, muscles tensed for combat. Bjorn couldn't shake the foreboding sensation, knowing rewards often came paired with deadly trials. His path opened into a glowing chamber filled with treasure, shimmering like a dream. Exhaustion tugged at his body, but Bjorn fought through, knowing weakness meant certain death here. Strange voices echoed through the cavern, their words foreign, but their intent unmistakably hostile. Bjorn readied his axe as enemies emerged, their twisted forms evidence of the dungeon's corruption. He charged forward, cutting down foes with precision, his survival instincts guiding every brutal swing. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged, its commanding presence signaling an even greater threat ahead. Bjorn remembered when he approached a group, but their leader dismissed him, unwilling to accept a barbarian. The rejection stung, and their distrust deepened as whispers of bloodshed surrounded his name. Alone again, Bjorn stood silently, frustration bubbling beneath his calm exterior, fueling his inner resolve. He couldn't believe every attempt for temporary alliance had ended in outright rejection. Bjorn clenched his fists, refusing to beg, yet yearning for a chance to rest safely. A stranger stepped forward, his demeanor casual, but his intentions unclear as he approached Bjorn. The man's sly smile hinted at ulterior motives, further raising Bjorn's guarded instincts. Bjorn tensed as the man's words turned cryptic, his true purpose becoming a potential threat. The man's offer perplexed Bjorn, yet he decided to cautiously entertain this unusual interaction. Despite unease, Bjorn sensed no immediate danger but remained vigilant for any sudden hostility. The man introduced himself as Hans, a rogue seeking a temporary partnership for mutual survival. Bjorn hesitated, distrust lingering, but recognized the practical necessity of an ally in this dungeon. They shook hands, a reluctant truce forming between the barbarian and the cunning rogue. Hans's demeanor remained playful, though Bjorn stayed wary, knowing trust was a luxury in this place. Bjorn resolved to keep his guard up, fully aware of the potential risks this alliance carried. Bjorn reluctantly agreed to Hans's suggestion, their uneasy alliance beginning with a wary handshake. Hans exuded confidence, a demeanor that both irritated and amused Bjorn as they started walking. Bjorn watched as Hans examined supplies, clearly less concerned about danger and more about appearances. He accepted a small ration from Hans, knowing it wouldn't fill the void in his strength. As Hans chattered on, Bjorn muttered under his breath, frustration brewing over his companion's antics. The campfire crackled faintly as Bjorn sat on guard, sharpening his axe in tense silence. Hans snored loudly, oblivious to the weight of the responsibility Bjorn carried alone through the night. The compass in Bjorn's hand ticked rhythmically, a subtle reminder of how time slipped away. He stayed alert, eyes scanning the darkness, ensuring no threat could approach unseen. Exhaustion tugged at him, but Bjorn knew this was a moment he couldn't afford to relax. The quiet ticking of the compass accompanied the faint glow of crystals illuminating the cavern. Bjorn nudged Hans awake, signaling the end of his shift and the start of Hans's watch. Hans stretched lazily, his carefree attitude starkly contrasting Bjorn's hardened vigilance throughout the night. Bjorn lay down, eyes barely closing, his instincts still primed despite his exhaustion. Sleep eluded him as the faint echoes of the cavern kept his mind on high alert. Bjorn clenched his teeth, questioning how he could trust someone he barely knew like Hans. A guttural growl echoed through the cavern, alerting Bjorn to an imminent threat while he slept. He stood ready, muscles tensed, his instincts demanding immediate action against whatever approached. The shadows shifted as grotesque creatures emerged, their glowing eyes fixed on Bjorn. With a determined yell, he gripped his weapon tightly, prepared to fight through the night. Bjorn shifted uncomfortably, keeping a close eye on Hans, still doubting his companion's motives. Despite Hans's carefree demeanor, Bjorn remained on edge, watching for any signs of betrayal. The night dragged on as Bjorn fought the exhaustion creeping through his bruised and battered body. He couldn't shake the unease, his instincts warning him not to drop his guard. As Hans slept soundly, Bjorn's resolve hardened. Survival required constant vigilance in this treacherous place. The faint ticking of the compass accompanied Bjorn's racing thoughts, exhaustion battling with his willpower. He scanned the cavern, his mistrust of Hans growing as paranoia crept into his mind. Bjorn's gaze lingered on Hans, knowing one mistake could cost him everything in this dungeon. As tension mounted, a sudden shout startled Bjorn, breaking the fragile quiet around them. The shout of his name echoed, snapping Bjorn into action as he braced for what was to come. The awkward exchange between them hinted at a growing, if uneasy, mutual understanding. Bjorn's eyes fluttered open as Hans tried to excuse his clear moment of inattentiveness. Hans apologized for his slip, but Bjorn remained guarded, acknowledging nothing happened during their rest. Reluctantly, Bjorn accepted Hans's offer to rest further, aware of his own mounting fatigue. He settled back, resolving to let Hans take over, but his instincts stayed sharp as ever. Hans encouraged Bjorn to rest, his smile disarming, though Bjorn hesitated to let down his guard. Bjorn reflected on Hans's earlier gestures, trying to assess if trust could be earned in time. The faint flicker of camaraderie tugged at Bjorn's thoughts, a rare occurrence in his solitary life. He closed his eyes, attempting to rest but keeping Hans's every movement in the periphery. The cavern remained eerily quiet, tension building as the weight of their environment pressed down heavily. The sound of Hans's calm breathing suggested no immediate threat, yet Bjorn remained cautious. Bjorn stirred as faint whispers echoed, his instincts firing as he scanned the dim cavern. He observed Hans with suspicion, noting that even the friendliest exterior could mask darker intentions. As Hans's smile lingered, Bjorn felt the tension of uncertainty creep into his mind once more. The moment shattered as Hans lunged, leaving Bjorn bracing himself against the sudden, unexpected attack. A powerful gust swept through the battlefield, catching Bjorn off guard as he looked upward. Bjorn braced himself as Hans struck fiercely, sending him tumbling across the rough battlefield. Bjorn rolled immediately, clutching his weapon tightly, sliding to regain control in the chaotic terrain. Bjorn's piercing gaze locked onto Hans, analyzing his opponent's next move amid the swirling chaos. Bloodied but determined, Bjorn stood tall, gripping his shield as Hans prepared another brutal attack. Bjorn's glare intensified as Hans approached, his instincts sharpening to counter each of Hans's movements. Hans circled carefully, forcing Bjorn to analyze the opening for a decisive counterstrike in their duel. A sudden dash by Hans triggered Bjorn to react, his muscles surging with raw barbarian power. Bjorn blocked Hans's attack and retaliated with a powerful strike, momentarily staggering his skilled opponent. Bjorn roared triumphantly, his barbarian ferocity clashing against Hans's precision, shaking the battlefield around them. Bjorn's shield collided fiercely with Hans, sending shockwaves that disoriented his skilled yet determined opponent. With precision, Bjorn sidestepped Hans's counterattack, his movements blending instinct with years of honed combat experience. Bjorn retaliated with a brutal strike, showcasing the raw power that matched Hans's calculated fighting style. Hans staggered, trembling as Bjorn advanced, radiating an intimidating presence that commanded the battlefield's chaos. Bjorn's footsteps echoed as he neared Hans, his resolve unyielding, determined to claim victory in battle. Bjorn approached Hans with heavy footsteps, his towering figure casting an intimidating shadow over the trembling man. Hans collapsed in fear, his voice shaking as he desperately pleaded for mercy from the barbarian. Hans, panicked, claimed he only wanted a mana stone, fumbling through weak excuses to save himself. Bjorn's patience wore thin as he scolded Hans for risking lives over a trivial treasure. Hans nervously nodded, agreeing to Bjorn's terms, hoping to escape unscathed despite his earlier actions. With one swift motion, Bjorn's stomp crushed Hans's hopes, forcing him to reveal everything immediately. Bjorn wasn't convinced by Hans's words and demanded the complete truth behind his cowardly attack. Hans gasped in pain, confessing there was something vital Bjorn wouldn't understand without closer inspection. Bjorn's interest sharpened as Hans pointed to his heart, implying a secret tied to survival. Hans revealed his enchanted heart, explaining its powerful origin and the burden it placed upon him. Bjorn finally understood the strange aura around Hans, realizing his heart's energy was unnaturally powerful. This revelation confirmed Bjorn's suspicions. Hans had become something inhuman, almost like a monster in disguise. The barbarian's resolve hardened, knowing he couldn't trust someone overtaken by such a monstrous transformation. Bjorn examined Hans closely, pondering how such power could corrupt a person so completely over time. Bjorn stood silently, towering over Hans, his bloodied presence a testament to the intense confrontation. Hans trembled, trying to justify his actions, knowing Bjorn would not easily let him go. Hans desperately tried to convince Bjorn of his uniqueness, pleading for a chance to live. Bjorn's glare deepened, his mistrust evident, as he anticipated facing more people like Hans. Bjorn's looming figure and unwavering resolve crushed Hans's excuses, emphasizing the barbarian's harsh view of survival. Bjorn raised his fist, signaling the inevitable judgment for Hans's reckless decisions and betrayal. Hans offered everything he had, begging for mercy, his desperation palpable in the deadly silence. Bjorn's grip tightened as he dismissed Hans's pleas, his resolve shaped by survival's brutal rules. Blood splattered as Bjorn's crushing blow silenced Hans, marking the end of their brief conflict. Reflecting on his actions, Bjorn acknowledged the harsh reality. He had killed a man to survive. The next day, Bjorn assessed his spoils, equipping a shoulder guard that increased his item level. He secured a new backpack, expanding his inventory capacity, and prepared for future challenges ahead. Bjorn equipped a warhammer and leather boots, his overall item level significantly increasing. Reflecting on his journey, Bjorn moved forward, adapting to the civilized ways of survival. With water and tools secured, Bjorn ensured he could measure time and stay hydrated efficiently. Bjorn used the compass to navigate, ensuring he stayed oriented while venturing into unfamiliar territories. Healing potions, herbs, and bandages were stored for emergencies, helping Bjorn manage injuries during intense battles. Reflecting on recent events, Bjorn found it ironic that killing made him feel more human. Only by ending another's life did Bjorn discover a glimpse of survival's twisted humanity. Equipped and determined, Bjorn strode forward, his stats reinforcing his readiness for upcoming challenges in this world. Bjorn delivered a crushing blow to the goblin, his warhammer shattering its defenses with precision. Observing his weapon's effectiveness, Bjorn acknowledged how much his combat skills had improved since equipping new gear. A group of goblins lurked nearby, their malicious glances showing they awaited Bjorn's next vulnerable moment. Bjorn's resolve hardened as he prepared to confront them, ensuring his upgraded strength wouldn't be wasted. Despite their numbers, the goblins hesitated, recognizing Bjorn as an unmatched force in this deadly battlefield. Bjorn's warhammer crushed another goblin, his swift and relentless attacks thinning their numbers with each strike. The battlefield trembled as goblins fell one by one, Bjorn emerging victorious in the chaotic fight. Resting briefly, Bjorn acknowledged his exhaustion but stayed vigilant, knowing another ambush could come any time. Determined, Bjorn reflected on how his combat experience sharpened his instincts, vital for survival in this world. Bjorn stepped forward confidently, his calculated approach making him more dangerous than any goblin or wandering enemy. Bjorn clenched his jaw, glancing back at the advancing goblins, their growls growing louder. The goblins formed a small group, charging with intent, ready to overwhelm Bjorn once again. Bjorn tightened his grip on his weapon, recalling the relentless ambushes from the last encounter. With a swift motion, Bjorn struck first, his warhammer crushing one goblin with devastating force. Blood splattered as the remaining goblins paused briefly, their confidence shaken by Bjorn's overwhelming strength. Bjorn's exhaustion crept in as he sought a moment of rest, relying on his instincts. Suddenly he was attacked in his mind, a goblin lunging forward with a sharp weapon. Caught off guard, Bjorn gritted his teeth, anger boiling as he realized the sneaky ambush. Bjorn stood tall, anger fueling him as he vowed to stay alert against future attacks. With sheer force, Bjorn retaliated, his warhammer smashing into the goblin, sending it flying backward. The surviving goblins scattered, their fear evident as they hesitated to face Bjorn directly. Bjorn launched a brutal counterattack, each swing of his warhammer reducing goblin numbers with precision. Bjorn advanced slowly, maintaining pressure, ensuring no goblin could regroup or pose a further threat. Blood dripped from Bjorn's wounds, but he ignored the pain, fully focused on ending the fight. Reflecting briefly, Bjorn realized a stronger goblin could have exploited his momentary weakness, challenging his resolve further. Bjorn carefully inspected the mana stone, its shimmering light a reminder of his recent battles. He began preparing to repair his equipment, ensuring everything remained intact for the journey ahead. Bjorn adjusted his gear with precision, each step reinforcing his determination to keep pushing forward. While walking, he acknowledged the difficulty of finding barbarians like him in a place like this. Bjorn's thoughts shifted toward survival, knowing finding allies of his kind might prove nearly impossible. A group of adventurers approached Bjorn, their suspicious friendliness raising his guard immediately. They invited Bjorn to join their party, emphasizing how useful a barbarian could be. Bjorn refused, stating he sought other barbarians like himself, leaving the group visibly confused. Bjorn's resolve remained firm, aware that working alone aligned better with his survival instincts. The adventurers warned Bjorn about the rarity of barbarians, suggesting cooperation as a better option. Bjorn reflected on the struggles of barbarians, understanding their dwindling numbers and solitary nature. A rare sense of loneliness crept in, but Bjorn buried it beneath his hardened resolve. The adventurers offered advice, but Bjorn's focus stayed sharp on his goal of finding allies. Each step he took echoed determination, his gaze unwavering as he ventured deeper into the unknown. Bjorn's path forward was clear. He was a barbarian first and human second in this world. Bjorn continued through the dark cave, his steps steady as he analyzed every shadow and sound. Thoughts raced through Bjorn's mind, recalling how greed often drove humans to kill without hesitation. After wandering the cave for another hour, Bjorn finally noticed a faint light ahead. Bjorn spotted someone sitting silently, her presence unexpected but strangely calm amid the eerie cavern surroundings. The woman lifted her gaze, meeting Bjorn's eyes with confidence. Bjorn has expecting her presence. Bjorn discovered an injured elf in the cave, her condition hinting at a recent dangerous encounter. Bjorn noticed the lone elf crouching in the shadows, her grip on her weapon unsteady. The elf shifted cautiously, her sharp gaze betraying fear as she analyzed Bjorn's imposing figure. Bjorn observed her chain vest, a sign of recent conflict, and wondered about her survival. His instincts hinted at danger nearby, questioning whether humans had attacked the elf before their meeting. The elf's hesitation deepened as Bjorn's expression hardened, his presence pressing down like a silent challenge. Bjorn watched as she suddenly lowered herself further, her voice shaky, pleading for his mercy. The elf slowly knelt, trembling, gripping her knees as if preparing to beg for her life. She spoke desperately of a younger sibling, her words laden with sorrow and an earnest plea. Bjorn raised an eyebrow, her vulnerability surprising him, contradicting what he knew about the proud elves. He frowned slightly, recalling that elves were known for their pride and cold demeanor toward others. Bjorn thought about the lore of elves, finding her behavior unusual and slightly suspicious in tone. Her expressions shifted, but Bjorn's seasoned instincts told him there was more beneath her story. His calm reassurance carried little weight, though he made it clear he wasn't a threat. A sly grin crossed Bjorn's face, his unreadable intent causing her panic to bubble over. The elf screamed, calling him a liar, her fear exploding into a chaotic and frantic outburst. The elf pleaded again, her voice shaking, hoping for mercy from the intimidating barbarian. Bjorn observed her trembling hands as she questioned his intentions, her fear still lingering. Bjorn sighed, tossing a small herb pouch, signaling her to treat her wounds first. Bjorn's calm demeanor masked his intentions, as he knew her survival could serve mutual purposes. The elf inspected the pouch, realizing it contained healing herbs, her suspicion slightly eased. The elf hesitated, asking why Bjorn was helping her. The elf's confusion mixing with cautious gratitude. Bjorn dismissed her doubts, urging her to focus on recovering instead of questioning his motives. While she treated her wounds, Bjorn decided keeping her alive could improve their survival chances. Her injuries looked severe, but the healing herbs began to work, easing her fatigue slowly. Bjorn's imposing presence remained a constant reminder that their uneasy alliance was forged out of necessity. Bjorn noticed the elf's beauty as she stood, her golden eyes glowing with cautious determination. Her quick recovery impressed Bjorn, though he remained on guard, wary of possible deception. A temporary truce formed between them, the pair preparing for what dangers lay ahead together. Bjorn responded curtly, stating his name, his sharp gaze assessing her sincerity without revealing much. She introduced herself as Erwin, her tone hesitant but steady, offering her name as a gesture. After that, Bjorn sat with Erwin, her cautious gaze questioning his motives while remaining on guard. She hesitated, pointing out barbarians and elves were natural enemies, her voice filled with tension. Memories of brutal conflicts flashed in Bjorn's mind, the ancient rivalry between their races undeniable. Bjorn acknowledged the history, realizing Erwin's suspicion was justified, though he remained calm and calculating. Erwin explained her clan's downfall, describing how barbarian raids 10 years ago left her people scattered. Bjorn dropped his weapon, emphasizing he bore no hatred toward elves, seeking a temporary alliance. Erwin's wary expression softened slightly, unsure whether to trust the barbarian's unexpected gesture of peace. Bjorn proposed they help each other survive the night, his plan practical and straightforward. Erwin's eyes lit up cautiously, her response tentative as she processed his surprising offer. The alliance, though fragile, marked a rare moment of unity between opposing races in danger. Erwin questioned Bjorn's intentions again, referencing barbarian honor as a warrior's highest virtue among their kind. Bjorn agreed reluctantly, swearing on his clan's name that he would not harm her. Erwin, still skeptical, watched Bjorn closely as he clarified his identity and his unique circumstances. Reflecting on his past, Bjorn mentioned his unfamiliarity with the world and challenges he now faced. Bjorn introduced himself as Bjorn, son of Yandel, emphasizing his honor and intent to cooperate. Bjorn swore on his honor as a warrior, promising not to harm Erwin in any situations. Erwin reciprocated, swearing on her clan's name, sealing their truce for the night. They agreed to avoid conflict until sunrise, both cautiously accepting the temporary peace between them. Bjorn offered to let Erwin sleep first, recognizing her exhaustion and need for rest. Erwin hesitated briefly but agreed, appreciating his gesture while still wary of his true motives. Erwin sat down, her gaze softening as she admitted the barbarian's kindness caught her off guard. She quietly settled, watching Bjorn briefly before placing trust in the unusual pact they formed. Bjorn tossed his backpack near her, suggesting she use it for comfort as she slept. Erwin's expression softened, touched by his unexpected consideration. Murmuring gratitude before settling under the cloak, she quickly drifted into sleep, her exhaustion evident from her peaceful expression beneath the makeshift blanket. He noted her battle-worn appearance, acknowledging the resilience required to endure such a harsh environment. The firelight flickered, casting shadows across their temporary refuge, as Bjorn stood watch through the night. Despite her vulnerability, Erwin's presence represented an unexpected alliance, one Bjorn knew he couldn't entirely trust. Bjorn watched her sleep, reflecting on her hardships and the unusual circumstances that brought them together. Bjorn clenched his fists, resolving to ensure both survived, even if it meant continuing this fragile truce. Bjorn reflected on his situation, realizing maintaining a clear mind was crucial for survival here. His thoughts wandered briefly, but he reminded himself to focus entirely on the immediate challenges. Determined to stay vigilant, Bjorn resolved to keep his will strong against the growing dangers. Gripping his weapon tightly, he muttered a silent promise to endure, no matter the cost. Bjorn glanced at Erwin's sleeping form, her peaceful appearance contrasting with the harsh world outside. Bjorn noticed movement in the shadows, a faint sound signaling the approach of unexpected visitors. Bjorn's sharp eyes narrowed as he listened, realizing Erwin's pursuers had finally caught up. Calm yet firm, Bjorn asserted his stance, guarding Erwin and refusing to divulge any information. Two figures emerged, their whispered conversation confirming they sought the elf now resting nearby. The men's armor reflected faint light, their tone suggesting authority as they questioned Bjorn's presence. They questioned the unusual alliance, a barbarian and an elf, suspecting deeper motives behind their truce. Bjorn's imposing presence made the men hesitate, though their suspicion lingered as they examined the scene. Bjorn's steely gaze silenced further probing, his words curt as he dismissed their invasive inquiries. Bjorn stood his ground, ready for confrontation, his resolve unshaken in protecting Erwin from harm. Tension grew as the men exchanged wary glances, unsure whether to challenge Bjorn directly. The man smirked, his confidence unshaken as the situation escalated, preparing himself for the inevitable challenge. The two figures left, their demeanor suggesting they were regrouping to continue their pursuit. Bjorn observed their retreating forms, his instincts telling him they were undoubtedly searching for Erwin. He turned to Erwin, shaking her awake, determined to keep her ready for anything. Half asleep, Erwin mumbled, reluctant to move, her exhaustion evident as she curled back under the cloak. Bjorn glared at Erwin's oblivious slumber, frustrated by her calmness despite looming imminent danger nearby. The dim cavern lit faintly by blue crystals revealed Erwin lying quietly on the ground. With a firm shake, Bjorn attempted to rouse Erwin from her slumber in the dim light. Bjorn noticed Erwin hiding her face, suspecting her of pretending to stay asleep deliberately. Erwin's hand moved suddenly, clutching her weapon tightly, startling Bjorn with a swift, unexpected swing. Startled by her reaction, Bjorn managed to dodge while Erwin finally sat upright, looking flustered. Erwin looked guilty but defensive as Bjorn studied her with a questioning and focused glare. Her hesitation revealed her doubts about Bjorn's actions, fearing abandonment during this treacherous and dangerous journey. Bjorn reassured her firmly, clarifying their agreement had already been fulfilled before this very moment. Denying any association, Erwin's response was defensive yet genuine, unsure of what Bjorn might suspect. Erwin's worried gaze shifted as Bjorn questioned her connection with the group they encountered earlier. Bjorn pressed on, questioning why the attackers seemed to recognize Erwin during the chaotic fight earlier. Erwin explained they bore guild markings, speculating the attackers sought information on Bjorn and companions. Bjorn mulled over her words, noticing her nervous reaction while gripping her bow tightly. Feeling uneasy, Bjorn decided they should leave the area, preparing to continue their journey ahead. Bjorn turned away, leading them further into the cavern, determined to find safer ground quickly. Bjorn stopped and noticed something unusual near Erwin's left side, turning to inspect the area. Erwin lit up. She promised to explain everything later, after having the chance to fully regain her strength. Bjorn reminded her they had wasted enough time, urging her to explain everything without delay. Erwin hesitated before beginning her explanation, recalling how it all started inside the mysterious labyrinth. She remembered becoming entangled in an incident on the first floor, narrowly escaping unexpected danger. Erwin explained how she was discovered by someone powerful and barely managed to escape unharmed. She recalled hiding nearby, only to overhear guild members discussing something unsettling about their plans. Erwin speculated they used a magical artifact, the message stone, to pinpoint her exact location. Bjorn listened intently as Erwin revealed how the guild had tracked her within the labyrinth. Bjorn furrowed his brow, realizing the guild's persistence likely involved something deeper than a mere coincidence. Erwin described the message stone's function, allowing communication across distances and tracking individuals with precision. Bjorn considered the implications, questioning why the guild had shown such determination to hunt Erwin. Bjorn decided it was time to move forward, determined to uncover the truth behind this. Erwin admitted she didn't believe silencing her was the only reason behind their pursuit. She recalled defending herself desperately during their first encounter, narrowly escaping further harm with her wits. Bjorn continued running, addressing the wound left by the blade, explaining its potentially permanent damage. He turned towards Erwin, frustrated but seeking an explanation for the injury and her involvement. Erwin hesitated before revealing the injury's severity, hinting it might be beyond healing with potions. Bjorn was taken aback by her lighthearted tone, realizing her situation was more serious than expected. Shaking his head, Bjorn pressed forward, resolving to handle the complications that Erwin had caused. Bjorn glanced behind, realizing someone might be tracking them, prompting him to remain on guard. Erwin confirmed someone was following, describing their chaser's precise distance and uncanny ability to stay hidden. Bjorn analyzed the situation, theorizing how their pursuer might be using magic to track their movements. Erwin's heightened senses suggested an unusual skill set from their pursuer, making it imperative to move quickly. With urgency, Bjorn and Erwin dashed forward, determined to outmaneuver whoever was closing in. Bjorn urged Erwin to pick up the pace, needing to maintain distance from their determined tracker. Erwin matched his speed, pushing through exhaustion, as her resilience began to prove invaluable under pressure. Bjorn kept assessing their distance, calculating their odds against an enemy they had yet to see. Their pursuer likely communicated through magical means, making their location vulnerable despite Bjorn's effort to stay elusive. Bjorn clenched his fists, knowing the guild's relentless pursuit wouldn't stop unless they found a solution. The surroundings grew tense as Bjorn realized the guild was specifically targeting him, not Erwin. Bjorn contemplated the severity of his situation, knowing he had become a wanted individual. They decided to push forward, with Bjorn acknowledging the need to incapacitate their tracker immediately. Erwin dashed ahead, showing an unexpected burst of speed and determination as she followed Bjorn's lead. Bjorn turned to address Erwin, sensing her resolve might prove useful in their current predicament. Bjorn asked Erwin about her expertise, seeking to understand her skills beyond her archer abilities. Erwin nervously confessed her strengths, trying to prove her value despite the dire circumstances. Realizing Erwin could summon fire spirits, Bjorn considered her abilities valuable for their survival. Bjorn analyzed her talents, understanding the rarity of her skills and their potential in combat. With newfound appreciation, Bjorn prepared to utilize her abilities strategically while escaping their persistent pursuers. Bjorn questioned Erwin's experience with combat, asking if she had ever taken someone's life before. Erwin's expression shifted. She admitted she had not killed before but was willing to fight if necessary. Her resolve impressed Bjorn, who recognized her bravery despite her inexperience in life-threatening situations. Bjorn invited her to form a temporary alliance, ensuring safety until they exited the labyrinth. Together they dashed forward, determined to outlast their pursuers and emerge victorious despite overwhelming odds. Erwin declared her acceptance of Bjorn's proposal, confidently agreeing to join forces and face the danger. Despite running at full speed, the tracker continued closing in, proving their incredible persistence and skills. Bjorn realized running was futile in their situation, deciding a new plan was urgently needed. Sliding into a safer position, Bjorn called out to Erwin, ordering her to summon her spirit elemental. Erwin immediately complied, summoning a fiery elemental that lit up their surroundings, preparing for a counterattack. Bjorn braced himself, knowing they had ventured into a dangerous area he had hoped to avoid. The tracker emerged closer, undeterred by the fiery elemental, showing unrelenting determination in their pursuit. Bjorn shouted for Erwin to unleash the elemental's fire, trusting it to weaken their approaching enemy. With the fire spirit blazing fiercely, they turned to face their tracker with newfound confidence. Bjorn observed the tracker's position carefully, noticing their momentary hesitation, signaling the chance to strike decisively. Bjorn watched as the tracker stumbled in pain, giving them a momentary advantage to plan further. With the immediate danger subdued, Bjorn signaled Erwin to stay alert and prepare for the next move. Erwin drew her bowstring tightly, focusing her energy on delivering an accurate and powerful shot. The fiery arrow flew through the air, striking the tracker with precision and halting their advance. Bjorn and Erwin entered cautiously, the dim red glow intensifying the ominous atmosphere around them. Erwin trembled slightly but steadied herself, keeping her bow ready as tension filled the space. Bjorn acknowledged her swift reaction, noting her decisiveness had spared them from an immediate confrontation. Bjorn crouched beside a fallen enemy, examining the surroundings for clues that could explain their pursuit. Bjorn discovered a glowing communication stone, its faint energy hinting at a message left by their enemy. Bjorn held the glowing communication stone, listening to urgent voices discussing their missing tracker, Sir Din. The message ordered everyone to converge at the Goblin District immediately, hinting at escalating danger. Bjorn pondered their next move, assessing the situation carefully, knowing time wasn't on their side. He explained to Erwin the importance of quick decisions, emphasizing survival in the labyrinth's harsh environment. Bjorn checked a peculiar item left by the enemies, examining its potential value or importance. Erwin glanced at Bjorn, clutching her bow, ready to assist despite her visible nervousness. Erwin studied Bjorn's movements, realizing the gravity of their situation as tension thickened in the air. Bjorn activated the communication stone, his expression darkening as the enemy's voice demanded immediate attention. The voice revealed a bounty for capturing Erwin, fueling Bjorn's determination to protect her. Erwin trembled slightly, realizing the extent of danger they now faced from the relentless pursuit. Bjorn reassured Erwin they would adapt their strategy, focusing on advancing to the second floor. Together, they moved with urgency, intent on outmaneuvering the trackers and reaching a safer position. Erwin questioned Bjorn's decision to continue with just the two of them into the second floor. Bjorn reassured her confidently, focusing on their teamwork and proximity to the entrance for safety. Sliding through the narrow pathway, they moved cautiously, remaining vigilant of potential threats lurking nearby. Bjorn acknowledged the higher risks of the second floor, but trusted their combined strengths to survive. Erwin hesitated but nodded, understanding their dynamic chemistry was their best chance at survival here. Bjorn reflected on Erwin's nervous stance, realizing her survival instincts were slowly sharpening under pressure. Erwin steadied her bow, her fingers trembling as she processed the gravity of the announcement. The communication stone hummed ominously, broadcasting a warning that only heightened the tension in the air. Bjorn maintained composure, determined to turn the enemy's relentless pursuit into an advantage for their survival. Together, they prepared to move forward, Bjorn's strategic mind guiding Erwin's resolve through the chaotic situation. Erwin struggled to contain her nerves, but she nodded firmly, ready to proceed with Bjorn. Bjorn led the way cautiously, his thoughts calculating risks while keeping their goal clearly in mind. Reflecting on his actions, Bjorn justified aiding others as long as it served his own interests. Bjorn smirked internally, knowing their progress would disrupt their enemy's plans in unexpected ways. Advancing together, Bjorn saw Erwin's determination growing, her trembling steps becoming more confident with each movement. Bjorn examined the map closely, calculating the safest route through the treacherous labyrinth's intricate pathways. Holding the torch high, Bjorn and Erwin pressed forward, navigating carefully to avoid unseen dangers ahead. The labyrinth's map revealed a trap-filled corridor that would test their ability to think strategically. Bjorn adjusted their route, keeping Erwin close, mindful of the looming threats hiding in the shadows. Erwin spotted a goblin trap nearby, her sharp eyes proving invaluable as they avoided unnecessary conflict. Bjorn noted the dimly lit area, realizing goblins likely avoided places with insufficient light. Erwin offered to handle the situation, her enthusiasm shining through as she prepared herself. Bjorn instructed her to use her bow, emphasizing the importance of conserving energy and resources. Erwin confidently stepped forward, her posture determined, ready to prove her abilities in action. Bjorn watched her movements carefully, noticing something peculiar about her stiff and cautious demeanor. A sudden shriek echoed, startling Erwin, as goblins rushed toward her with alarming speed. Erwin reacted quickly, leaping away from the attackers, narrowly evading their sharp claws and relentless assault. Bjorn observed as Erwin faced the goblins, her agility and instincts being put to the test. She drew her bow with precision, unleashing arrows in rapid succession to keep them at bay. Bjorn prepared to intervene, impressed by her resolve but ready to support if necessary. A goblin lunged at Erwin, forcing her to draw her weapon in a split second. With a flash of light, Erwin's blade struck true, piercing the goblin's chest effortlessly. Blood splattered as the goblin collapsed, leaving Erwin standing victorious but visibly shaken from the fight. Bjorn approached, nodding in approval, silently acknowledging her growing strength and adaptability in the labyrinth. Erwin smiled brightly, proud of her performance, eagerly seeking Bjorn's reaction to her success. Bjorn observed the magical beam, impressed by Erwin's combat skills and sharp reflexes. Erwin swiftly retrieved the mana stones, demonstrating her dexterity while managing to stay composed. Her smile hinted at confidence as she clarified the distribution of the loot's value. Mentioning her siblings' cravings, Erwin emphasized the significance of the item in their hands. Bjorn encouraged her efforts, implying they would both benefit if she kept performing well. An announcement echoed, urging Bjorn and Erwin to focus on collecting the remaining scattered mana stones. The poster demanded their capture, dead or alive, intensifying their urgency and unease during the hunt. Bjorn and Erwin realized their teamwork's importance as survival became more challenging with dangerous threats looming closer. Advancing cautiously, Bjorn noted their progress and assessed whether nearby areas contained unexplored secrets or treasures. A sudden growl alerted them to the presence of ghouls, forcing immediate combat readiness. Bjorn questioned the ghouls' unexpected appearance, piecing together their connection to the southern border's boundaries. Realizing their location was off course, Bjorn calculated the risks of confronting the ghouls head-on. Erwin hesitated, doubting her ability to face them, feeling overwhelmed by the growing challenges ahead. With weapons ready, Bjorn noted the benefit of fighting the ghouls for valuable tactical insights. Bjorn reassured Erwin, emphasizing the unique mechanics of dungeon exploration and shared battle experience systems. Bjorn positioned himself to attack the ghouls head-on, drawing attention away from Erwin's vulnerable position. The pair coordinated their steps carefully, ensuring the ghouls remained unaware of their next move. A ghoul screeched loudly, alerting its companions as the horde began charging toward Bjorn aggressively. Bjorn's powerful swing smashed through the closest ghoul, his strength proving unmatched against the chaotic attackers. Erwin prepared her next spell carefully, keeping her focus sharp while supporting Bjorn from a distance. Erwin's magic activated quickly, illuminating the area as bright projectiles shot toward the charging ghouls. Bjorn's fierce strikes combined with Erwin's magic caused the ghouls to collapse, one after another. Despite the duo's efforts, the remaining ghouls charged forward, determined to overpower them with numbers. Bjorn adjusted his stance, prepared to intercept the oncoming monsters with precise, calculated movements. Erwin steadied herself, showing signs of growth as a reliable combat partner beside Bjorn's relentless might. The battle ended with the last ghoul defeated, leaving the pair momentarily catching their breath. Bjorn reassured Erwin about her progress, recognizing her improved coordination and determination during the intense fight. With the area clear, Bjorn and Erwin planned their next move cautiously, avoiding unnecessary risks ahead. Shadows moved silently in the distance, hinting at potential threats, quietly creeping closer to their path. Both prepared to advance, their steps echoing faintly as they pushed onward through the desolate terrain. Bjorn and Erwin stood before the portal, its ominous glow signaling a new challenge ahead. Bjorn's expression hardened, his instincts sharpening as he scanned for any potential hidden threats nearby. The portal shimmered, its energy surging as both prepared to step into the unknown realm. Memories of Bjorn's past struggles resurfaced briefly, reminding him of the dangers lurking in every step. The portal transported them with a flash, pulling them into another perilous, uncharted territory. Bjorn's frustration peaked as he struggled to navigate, realizing the labyrinth's layout kept shifting unpredictably. Erwin tried calming the situation, acknowledging the challenges and apologizing for any unintended mistakes made earlier. Bjorn's irritation softened slightly, recognizing Erwin's sincerity while staying cautious of their precarious surroundings. The pair regrouped, deciding to proceed carefully, balancing urgency with precision to avoid unnecessary risks. Bjorn's focus sharpened, silently resolving to keep Erwin safe despite the endless trials they faced. Erwin looked determined, declaring her readiness to accompany Bjorn even through the most treacherous dungeons. Bjorn hesitated briefly, admitting his concerns but appreciating her unwavering support during every encounter so far. The portal ahead sparked brilliantly, indicating their entry into a deeper and more dangerous floor. Both stepped forward together, bracing themselves for the unknown challenges the dungeon's second floor would bring. They entered the forest of goblins, their resolve firm despite the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. A swirling portal opened, and Bjorn felt himself being dragged into the unknown realm. Gravity betrayed him as he and Erwin tumbled uncontrollably toward the dense forest below. They crashed to the ground with a thud, leaves cushioning their sudden and rough landing. Bjorn groaned, rubbing his bruised arm, already regretting entering this perilous labyrinth filled with danger. Exhaustion hit, but he forced himself to rise, while Erwin assessed their surroundings silently. Erwin surveyed the landscape, her sharp gaze catching movement in the distance, signaling trouble ahead. A thick fog obscured their view, yet familiar cries of goblins echoed through the air. Bjorn tightened his grip on his axe, every sound a reminder of lurking enemies nearby. Erwin's calm presence steadied Bjorn as they moved cautiously to avoid falling into a goblin ambush. In the distance, glowing eyes emerged, revealing the twisted figures of goblins ready for blood. East, feral beasts prowled. West, the undead stirred. South, a desert stretched endlessly beyond sight. West, a place where many undead are obsessed with human blood. South, a place where the plains are covered in rocks which are also decorated with living creatures such as golems. Erwin reminded him their goal was clear: to survive and find the labyrinth's next portal. Bjorn weighed the options, each path promising its own unique dangers and equally slim chances of survival. Erwin analyzed the portal's glow, her voice calm as she explained its purpose to Bjorn. Time was their enemy. They had narrowly escaped the labyrinth's closure and the lurking threats. Bjorn sighed, knowing the first floor's relative ease was now far behind them. The labyrinth system pushed adventurers forward, separating them into zones based on their progress and survival. Together, they moved, their steps in sync as they prepared for the trials ahead. Each step through the forest heightened Bjorn's wariness, his senses attuned to every slight movement. Erwin gestured, her keen eyesight spotting traps and dangers hidden beneath the cover of leaves. A faint glow betrayed another trap, and Erwin swiftly neutralized it with practiced ease. Her smirk was confident, her precision unyielding, as Bjorn grudgingly admitted her skill in navigation. Bjorn crouched, realizing how the forest's serenity hid its lethality, forcing him to trust Erwin's expertise. A soft click echoed as Erwin activated another trap, revealing its deadly design to Bjorn. Her accuracy was unmatched, every throw hit its mark, neutralizing threats before they escalated. Bjorn watched, unimpressed but silently grateful, his gruff demeanor masking his growing respect for her precision. Erwin teased lightly, her pride shining as she claimed victory over the hidden dangers surrounding them. Bjorn shrugged, silently deciding it was better to focus than to engage in unnecessary banter. Bjorn's gruff tone masked his pride, chastising Erwin for merely doing what was expected of her. Erwin's cheeks flushed as Bjorn's words lingered, but her determination remained unwavering amidst their journey. She giggled softly, her confidence in herself reaffirmed as the forest's traps presented no challenge. Bjorn noticed something amiss. The traps were frequent, yet the goblins seemed strangely absent in this area. Erwin's sharp eyes hinted at a larger plan, the forest itself preparing for their next trial. Shadows danced under the moonlight as Bjorn felt the eerie stillness of the surrounding forest. Goblin eyes glowed in the distance, their formation suggesting an ambush laid meticulously for intruders. Erwin's steps faltered, her instincts screamed of danger hidden beneath the quiet exterior of the woods. Bjorn clenched his axe, his instincts sharpening as they both prepared for an imminent confrontation. The silence broke, and Erwin's words confirmed their worst fears. Goblins outnumbered them but hadn't struck yet. Erwin's calm precision was their guide. She sensed the goblins before their presence became a threat. Bjorn crouched low, his breath steady, as he awaited Erwin's strategy for handling their overwhelming odds. Her whispers carried urgency as she outlined their advantage. The goblins were unaware of their position. Bjorn nodded, trusting Erwin's plan. Their teamwork honed amidst countless trials in the unforgiving labyrinth. They moved as one, each step calculated, ready to turn the ambush into their own victory. Erwin crouched, calculating her approach, gauging how close she could get without being noticed. Bjorn's confident nod signaled their usual strategy, a blend of stealth and decisive aggression. Moving soundlessly, Erwin displayed her expertise, blending into the shadows and remaining undetectable among the foliage. Her sharp eyes scanned the goblin group, memorizing their positions to ensure an efficient strike. Erwin's presence was a silent promise of precision, her movements deliberate and aimed at success. Bjorn watched as Erwin's arrow flew, the shot precise, landing in the heart of her target. Her success fueled their momentum, and Bjorn prepared to charge, using her cover to advance. The goblins began to stir, chaos erupting as their formation faltered under the unexpected assault. Erwin's retreat was swift, her footsteps silent as she joined Bjorn in their tactical fallback. Bjorn gritted his teeth, muscles coiled, ready to face the incoming horde with unyielding determination. The goblins surged forward, their numbers overwhelming, yet Bjorn stood firm, his warhammer ready to strike. A goblin warrior emerged, its aura intimidating, signaling a tougher challenge in this already fierce battle. Bjorn's instincts screamed of danger, yet a strange calm filled him, sharpening his focus even more. The thrill of combat surged in Bjorn, not fear but excitement, as the goblin leader approached. His blood burned with determination, his mind clear as he prepared to claim victory against all odds. Bjorn's heart pounded with exhilaration, the thrill of battle coursing through his veins like fire. Roaring like a berserker, he charged forward, his axe cleaving through the goblins' chaotic ranks. His strength was unmatched, each swing of his axe sent goblins flying in every direction. Yet, attacks from all sides forced Bjorn to stay alert, moving with calculated yet aggressive strikes. The battlefield echoed with Bjorn's grunts, the clash of steel, and the goblins' frenzied screams of fury. Bjorn deflected another blow, his arm tensing as the sheer number of enemies pressed closer. His fierce gaze locked on the goblin leader, whose movements were far more calculated and deadly. A powerful strike from Bjorn's axe left a trail of destruction among the advancing goblins. Despite the relentless onslaught, Bjorn's focus never wavered, each step and swing backed by fierce resolve. The tide seemed unending, but Bjorn fought like a storm, unyielding against the relentless waves of enemies. Sliding to regain balance, Bjorn spotted Erwin's glowing arrows flying with deadly precision into the chaos. Her support proved invaluable, her sharp aim taking down goblins Bjorn couldn't reach in time. Bjorn's thoughts briefly wandered. Alone, this fight could have ended him, but their teamwork balanced the odds. With a shared glance, Bjorn and Erwin knew their synergy was what would ensure survival tonight. A well-placed arrow from Erwin disrupted the goblin leader's advance, turning the tide in their favor. Bjorn positioned himself strategically, his plans ready. He prepared to draw the goblins' attention. Bjorn's roar echoed fiercely, his shield raised high as he charged into the chaotic fray. Defeating the goblin swordsman rewarded Bjorn with valuable experience and solidified his survival strategy today. The mana stone glowed faintly, a treasure Bjorn needed to enhance his arsenal of skills. Bjorn knelt, evaluating the situation. Yesterday's grind for materials seemed worth the effort after all. His gear was battered, but he handed the mana stones to Erwin, who smiled appreciatively. As Bjorn rose, he considered their next move. Gathering loot kept their survival odds improving steadily. Erwin watched Bjorn scan the area cautiously, ensuring no lurking danger jeopardized their steady progress forward. The goblins emerged, their glowing eyes signaling an ambush, prompting Bjorn to grip his shield tightly. Bjorn stepped forward, shielding Erwin while assessing their enemy's movements. Their group had to stay agile. Erwin activated stealth magic, synchronizing with Bjorn's movements to avoid unnecessary clashes and maintain their advantage. Goblins chased recklessly, unaware their quarry prepared a counterattack. Challenges only sharpened Bjorn's resolve to survive. Bjorn charged into the fray, his powerful swings breaking goblin ranks and scattering their chaotic formation. The goblin horde surged forward, but Bjorn's strikes held firm, each movement calculated for maximum efficiency. Erwin's arrows cut through the air, assisting Bjorn's effort and thinning the goblins' numbers with precision. Bjorn dodged projectiles effortlessly, his body adapting to every threat, showcasing his honed survival instincts effectively. His speed and strength allowed Bjorn to evade attacks, proving he could overcome overwhelming odds alone. Bjorn dashed forward, closing the distance swiftly as the goblin archer prepared its next attack. Swinging his weapon with practiced strength, Bjorn intercepted the goblin, leaving it defenseless against his momentum. The goblin's wide eyes showed fear as Bjorn's blade cut cleanly through its meager defenses. The goblin fell with a heavy thud, its archer's bow useless against Bjorn's overwhelming might. Defeating the goblin archer earned Bjorn another experience point, gradually increasing his survival chances in this world. They sighed in relief as Bjorn suggested a break, Erwin's tired legs grateful for the pause. Erwin prepared to rest, using Bjorn's blanket and gear while observing their surroundings for hidden threats. Bjorn settled nearby, recounting their journey's relentless pace, ensuring both stayed vigilant despite their exhaustion. Bjorn watched Erwin fall asleep, her breathing steady as he guarded their position in silence. Despite fatigue, Bjorn's focus remained sharp, knowing rest was a luxury earned in dangerous conditions. Bjorn's gaze shifted to Erwin, her elf features peaceful, embodying hope in their shared dangerous path. Bjorn contemplated their progress, the quiet night a rare chance to recover mentally and physically. He recalled their encounters, from goblin ambushes to surviving relentless traps, proving their resilience time after time. The night carried distant echoes, a reminder of lurking threats, but Bjorn remained steadfast in vigilance. Every moment strengthened his resolve, knowing survival required more than brute strength, it demanded focus and adaptability. Bjorn observed Erwin sleeping peacefully, her delicate features highlighting their shared struggle in this dangerous world. Mumbling in her sleep, Erwin stirred slightly, her calm demeanor reminding Bjorn of her youthful innocence. Bjorn reflected on her beauty, almost out of place amidst their harsh survival and endless battles. Erwin suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze meeting Bjorn's, catching him in an awkward moment. She laughed softly, rolling over to rest, trusting Bjorn's watchful presence to keep her safe. Bjorn crouched as distant goblin growls reached his ears, signaling the need for immediate vigilance. Bjorn motioned for silence, his strategy forming as he analyzed the goblin's strength and numbers. The labyrinth's maze-like layout demanded precision and patience, forcing them to rely on Bjorn's tactical knowledge. Erwin stirred awake, sensing the tension, her sharp instincts aligning with Bjorn's cautious observations nearby. Determined, Bjorn led the way, ensuring their survival depended on calculated risks and unyielding focus. Bjorn scanned the area, spotting another trap laid ahead, a reminder of goblin cunning and persistence. Erwin readied her bow silently, synchronizing her movements with Bjorn's unspoken signal to launch their attack. The goblins' group approached, their weapons clutched tightly, unaware of Bjorn and Erwin's hidden vantage point. The goblins reacted too late, Bjorn's overwhelming strength paired with Erwin's precision proving devastating against them. Flames erupted as Bjorn unleashed his full power, scattering the remaining goblins with sheer force. Flames roared around Bjorn as he charged forward, intimidating the goblins frozen in fear. His battle cry echoed, breaking the goblins' morale as they attempted a futile retreat. Bjorn spotted the archers, their arrows poised. He decided to eliminate the swordsmen first. Each swing of his weapon crushed his enemies, asserting dominance over the overwhelmed goblin horde. The ground trembled under Bjorn's fury, leaving no chance for his enemies to regroup. Bjorn unleashed a devastating skill, his powerful strikes embodying the legend of his unparalleled strength. The goblins scattered, unable to withstand the unrelenting force of Bjorn's calculated and brutal onslaught. Erwin provided cover, her precise shots ensuring no archer could escape Bjorn's wrathful attacks. Together, their seamless coordination turned the battle into a one-sided slaughter of the goblin forces. Bjorn praised Erwin's good job, they stood victorious. Their teamwork a testament to their unyielding resolve to survive. A faint essence emerged, signifying the goblin's demise. Bjorn recognized it as a vital resource. Bjorn glanced at Erwin, appreciating her efforts in neutralizing the goblin archers effectively. Erwin smiled faintly, her confidence growing with every successful shot supporting Bjorn's relentless charge forward. The glowing essence swirled, merging into Bjorn's hands, fueling his determination to press onward. With their foes defeated, Bjorn and Erwin prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead in the labyrinth. Bjorn stared at the glowing essence, pondering its importance in unlocking his true potential. Information flooded his mind, detailing the essence's uses and its rarity in enhancing survival abilities. Bjorn realized this essence could shift the balance of power in their favor if used wisely. Erwin observed Bjorn's contemplative expression, trusting his judgment in deciding the best course of action. He hesitated, deciding whether to utilize it immediately or save it for a critical moment. Erwin joked about taking the essence, lightening the tense atmosphere as Bjorn offered a faint smile. Bjorn handed her the essence, knowing its value for her accuracy and elven precision. With gratitude, Erwin absorbed the essence, feeling its energy bolstering her focus and agility further. Bjorn reflected on their journey, acknowledging their resilience despite overwhelming odds in the labyrinth's treacherous depths. Together they continued forward, their strengthened bond proving invaluable in overcoming the challenges ahead. Bjorn reassured Erwin of their progress, expressing confidence in their ability to survive against all odds. Erwin teased him, lightening the mood as they moved through the labyrinth's unending dark corridors. Suddenly, voices echoed nearby, startling them as a new threat emerged, demanding immediate attention. Bjorn's eyes narrowed at the group of hostile adventurers, their intentions clearly less than friendly. With tension rising, Bjorn prepared himself, protecting Erwin as the situation demanded unwavering resolve and strength. Erwin stumbled as the chaotic flash of light enveloped her, a burst of energy erupting suddenly. Bjorn swiftly intervened, the man shielding his eye and redirecting the blinding essence away from the advancing enemies. A furious enemy lunged forward, demanding the essence, but Bjorn stood firm against their threats. Energy surged as Bjorn retaliated, his imposing presence and strength forcing the enemies to retreat quickly. Erwin steadied herself, nodding in gratitude to Bjorn, who remained alert for further incoming danger. Bjorn anticipated trouble, knowing the glowing essence had drawn the scoundrels from nearby hiding spots. These rogue adventurers, eager to steal the essence, approached with menacing intent and feigned confidence. The odds were against Bjorn and Erwin, but retreating was never an option for survival. Bjorn took a defensive stance, his resolve clear, knowing weakness would only escalate the situation. The enemy tightened their grip, prepared for confrontation, as their leader demanded submission without hesitation. Bjorn stood tall, gripping his weapon tightly, daring his enemies with an unyielding glare of defiance. Bjorn dashed forward, his boots crunching the frozen ground as icy winds howled around him. The team sprinted, the portal faintly glowing in the distance, signaling their only escape route. Erwin glanced back nervously, gripping her bow tightly, as shadowy figures seemed to emerge from darkness. Bjorn focused, recognizing the patterns of movement. Their enemies were drawing closer with calculated precision. Bjorn remembered when the enemy adjusted course, their coordinated steps carrying them closer to the safety of the portal. Bjorn's sharp instincts flared as he spotted goblins closing in, their guttural growls echoing eerily nearby. Erwin's heart raced. She tugged Bjorn's arm, sensing a more imminent danger hidden within the shadows. Bjorn clenched his axe, leading the charge. Goblins swarmed aggressively, seeking to corner their fleeing group. The party moved swiftly, each step a calculated maneuver, dodging attacks and aiming for survival. Bjorn barked orders, eyes narrowing. The goblin leader's sinister laugh carried a chilling weight through the air. The ground quaked as the goblin horde regrouped. Bjorn pivoted, muscles tensed for their final stand. Erwin's arrows flew true, buying moments of reprieve. Bjorn's axe swung in brutal arcs of power, a sudden trap activated, ensnaring them briefly. Bjorn grunted, breaking free, shoving his team forward. The portal glimmered ahead, beckoning salvation. Bjorn braced himself, clearing a path for Erwin and others. Exhausted but determined, they lunged through the portal. The world shifted, leaving chaos behind as safety emerged. Bjorn scanned the dense forest. Goblins had forced them into a trap, lurking unseen nearby. Bjorn's voice boomed, urging Erwin to activate her ability. Time was running out for survival. Erwin recalled the essence she absorbed earlier, her mind racing to unlock its potential. The party hesitated, realizing the goblin's strategy involved ambush tactics from the other side. A surge of light erupted as Erwin accessed the goblin leader's essence, unlocking newfound power. The essence granted more than strength, revealing stealthy skills critical for navigating ambushes unnoticed. Bjorn assessed the abilities. Poisonous attacks and stealth movement could turn the tide decisively. Erwin hesitated, unsure of her control over the new powers, glancing nervously at Bjorn. Her uncertainty melted as Bjorn encouraged her, pushing the team toward their strategic advantage. With newfound confidence, Erwin activated her stealth skill, blending seamlessly into the shadows ahead. Bjorn handed Erwin a bolt. Her target was the crossbowman orchestrating the goblin forces. He charged into battle, trusting Erwin to use stealth to neutralize their critical threat. The team coordinated carefully, Bjorn drawing attention while Erwin positioned herself for a clean strike. Shadows enveloped her as she prepared, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver her shot. Bjorn roared, signaling the attack. Erwin unleashed the bolt, turning the tide with precise accuracy. Bjorn halted abruptly, noticing goblin tracks scattered across the area, indicating an imminent ambush nearby. A low growl echoed, revealing a group of goblins poised for attack from the shadows. Bjorn braced himself, recognizing their strategy of overwhelming numbers and relentless assaults to weaken him. He charged headfirst, his warhammer cleaving through the first wave of goblins with precise brutality. Blood spattered as Bjorn's counterattack gained momentum, thinning the goblin numbers and buying valuable time. Arrows flew suddenly, breaking Bjorn's focus. He cursed himself for misjudging their remaining ranged capabilities. Goblins pressed their advantage, surrounding him while arrows continued to disrupt his already demanding defense. Bjorn analyzed their movements, noting 2 goblin swordsmen coordinating with archers, exploiting every opening he left. Pain flared as an arrow grazed his arm. He gritted his teeth, refusing to falter. Bjorn adjusted his strategy, deflecting attacks while searching for a weakness in their relentless formation. A larger goblin emerged behind his back, its commanding presence driving the remaining group into a frenzied assault. Bjorn sidestepped, cleaving through a goblin while maintaining focus on the leader's calculated movements. Fatigue crept in as Bjorn fought, enduring countless hits while dispatching enemies with raw determination. Weakened but resolute, Bjorn shifted his stance, preparing for a decisive clash with the goblin leader. A roar erupted as Bjorn launched forward, channeling every ounce of strength into his final strike. Bjorn steadied his breath, glancing at the goblin archer and crossbowman preparing their simultaneous attack. His muscles tensed as he tracked the trajectory of both arrows approaching from opposite directions. Bjorn leaped forward, spinning his shield to block the crossbow bolt and dodge the arrow. Sweat dripped as he realized the crossbowman's precision had nearly outmatched his reactive movements completely. Determined, he charged toward the crossbowman, bracing for the next relentless onslaught from their group. Bjorn deflected another bolt, growling as fatigue wore him down in the prolonged, grueling skirmish. He scanned the battlefield, identifying the crossbowman's location and prioritizing his next crucial move carefully. Bjorn's eyes narrowed as he raised his shield, knowing he needed to end this quickly. With a fierce battle cry, he shifted tactics, closing the gap between him and enemies. Bjorn lunged with a powerful swing, striking down the goblin leader's closest ally with crushing force. Bjorn's warhammer cleaved through another foe, but his focus remained locked on the crossbowman's position. He grabbed the shield, choosing defense over raw power as bolts relentlessly targeted his movements. His instincts screamed, warning of impending danger. Bjorn's grit pushed him to endure each precise assault. Bloodied yet unbroken, Bjorn counterattacked, using the shield strategically to create an opening against the crossbowman. With a final roar, Bjorn slammed his shield forward, shattering the crossbowman's weapon in a decisive strike. Bjorn held his shield firmly, deflecting a goblin's strike, while his sharp eyes scanned ahead. The enemy numbers seemed endless, but Bjorn charged, using brute strength to push through their ranks. He grunted, recognizing exhaustion creeping in, but steeled himself for the next inevitable wave. Blood splattered as Bjorn swung his warhammer fiercely, relentless in his pursuit of victory. As silence fell momentarily, Bjorn noticed distant rustling. Reinforcements or another ambush seemed increasingly likely. Bjorn spotted some figures emerging from the shadows, armored and well-equipped, likely enemies assessing his exhaustion. He glared, realizing the crossbowman's allies had finally revealed themselves, their intentions clear and hostile. The stranger's leader sneered, underestimating him, their confidence radiating as they mocked his battered state openly. Bjorn's grip tightened on his weapon. He mentally prepared for yet another challenging, unavoidable confrontation. Bjorn exhaled deeply, lowering his stance. The battle-ready posture indicated he wouldn't go down easily. The leader taunted Bjorn, offering false mercy in exchange for surrendering information about the hidden ally. Bjorn smirked, unmoved by their manipulative words, clearly ready to counter their mockery with action. The group advanced cautiously, treating Bjorn like a feral beast, wary of underestimating his resilience. Bjorn's muscles tensed as he visualized his next moves, prepared to fight intelligently despite his injuries. He raised his weapon high, knowing the forthcoming clash would test his limits to survive. Bjorn charged forward, his muscles straining as he clashed with relentless enemies blocking his path. He paused, observing the battlefield chaos. Letting them roam freely would endanger everyone's survival here. Bjorn steadied his grip, preparing a powerful counterattack. The weight of his determination grew immense. With a fierce grin, he raised his weapon high, ready to unleash his decisive strike. Bjorn raised his warhammer highly, facing a group of enemies who seemed eager to attack. His enemies hesitated briefly, startled by his sheer presence and imposing barbarian strength. With a thunderous crash, Bjorn charged, his axe cleaving through defenses like paper. Bodies were sent flying as Bjorn unleashed a devastating swing, scattering his foes effortlessly. A remaining opponent struck desperately, only for Bjorn to block and counter with brutal precision. Bjorn planted his feet firmly, bracing himself as more attackers began to surround him. He spun with unmatched precision, dodging an incoming strike and retaliating in one fluid motion. Assessing the chaotic battle, he realized he needed a tactical opening to dominate further. His movements calculated, Bjorn adjusted his stance, predicting his enemy's next desperate attempts. Suddenly, a sharp projectile grazed him, forcing Bjorn to reconsider his positioning against the crossbowman. Bjorn's senses sharpened instantly, realizing the projectile came from Erwin, who was still alive. The arrow pierced an enemy's armor, granting Bjorn a brief yet crucial moment of relief. A powerful blow shattered the ground, and Bjorn capitalized on the chaos to regain control. Enemies began retreating, fearful of the combination of Bjorn's brute strength and Erwin's sharp precision. With their ranks broken, Bjorn advanced steadily, his confidence renewed by Erwin's unexpected survival. The leader directed his men to focus on Bjorn, hoping to overwhelm the barbarian. With arrows flying overhead, Bjorn prepared for another attack, his instincts keeping him alert. A heavy blow narrowly missed Bjorn, who retaliated with a precise and crushing strike. Bjorn observed the attackers, realizing their movements were coordinated, yet his instincts helped him counter. Dashing forward, Bjorn closed the gap between himself and the leader, disrupting their formation. Bjorn's warhammer clashed with multiple weapons, each swing deflecting blows and creating openings for counterattacks. With each strike, Bjorn exploited their hesitations, his experience as a warrior evident in every motion. A quick sidestep saved Bjorn from a dangerous slash, leaving his opponent vulnerable to his strike. Bjorn's warhammer landed cleanly, forcing the opponent down as he maintained control over the chaotic battle. He traded blows skillfully, accepting minor injuries while ensuring his enemies could not retaliate effectively. Bjorn's opponents were visibly shaken, disbelief evident as their efforts failed to subdue the barbarian. His relentless movements kept them off balance, as Bjorn focused on eliminating key threats strategically. With another dash, Bjorn targeted their weakened formation, disrupting their confidence and coordination. Sliding to evade another strike, Bjorn's powerful counter forced his foe to stagger backward. A sudden burst of speed from Bjorn surprised his remaining opponents, shifting the battle's momentum. Bjorn deflected the incoming strike, his axe creating sparks as it clashed against enemy blades. A sudden explosion from Erwin's elemental arrow disrupted the enemy's focus, giving Bjorn a brief advantage. Bjorn acknowledged Erwin's sharp aim, realizing her magical arrows were critical to turning the battle. Dashing swiftly, Bjorn closed the distance between himself and an opponent who was temporarily distracted. Another fiery projectile from Erwin's sword, her elemental mastery proving indispensable in the chaotic battlefield. Panting heavily, the enemy braced himself, feeling the weight of the relentless battle pressing upon him. Observing enemies' precision from afar, Bjorn realized he needed to rely on the support now. With enemies closing in, Bjorn trusted Erwin's timing, positioning himself to counter any incoming strikes. Bjorn's warhammer cleaved through another attacker, his movements calculated to create openings for Erwin's ranged attacks. Sliding and dodging, Bjorn evaded incoming blows, capitalizing on Erwin's arrows to keep the enemies guessing. A fierce blow staggered an enemy, Bjorn's strength sending them reeling while chaos unfolded around him. Bjorn's movements were relentless, his instincts guiding him to exploit every opportunity against the disoriented foes. The support ensured Bjorn remained untouchable, the elemental arrows disrupting and eliminating key threats swiftly. Facing a lone opponent, Bjorn's confidence surged, his experience shining as the battlefield grew quieter. With precision, Bjorn brute force, the tides of battle finally turned decisively in his favor. Bjorn countered multiple strikes with swift footwork, each step calculated to maintain balance under pressure. With his instincts sharp, Bjorn sensed an opening and delivered a devastating blow to an attacker. His grip tightened on the axe as he noticed another enemy lunging from his blind spot. Bjorn turned, deflecting the attack with brute strength, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground. With the skirmish winding down, Bjorn's relentless focus ensured no remaining threats could surprise him. Breathing heavily, Bjorn steadied himself, bloodied but victorious, as the battlefield grew eerily silent around him. His adrenaline surged, pushing his body beyond its limits to finish the fight with sheer determination. Bjorn's fierce expression intimidated the last opponent, who hesitated momentarily before attempting a reckless final attack. With a powerful swing, Bjorn shattered the enemy's defenses, leaving them incapacitated and ending the encounter. Standing amidst the aftermath, Bjorn assessed the situation, realizing he needed to regroup and recover quickly. Bjorn staggered forward, exhaustion and pain weighing heavily on him as he surveyed the empty battlefield. Erwin rushed over, her worried expression softening as she checked Bjorn for any severe injuries. She handed Bjorn a potion, insisting he drink it to recover from the poison affecting him. Bjorn hesitated, then complied, trusting Erwin's judgment as the potion's effects started soothing his battered body. Feeling revitalized, Bjorn exchanged a brief nod with Erwin, appreciating her crucial support during the fight. Bjorn drank the potion, feeling a surge of power despite the unbearable heat spreading through him. The potion's effect coursed through his body, leaving Bjorn in visible agony but steadily restoring strength. Erwin monitored him closely, aware they had limited time to recover before advancing further. Bjorn regained composure, questioning the time remaining as they prepared to move toward the next challenge. Erwin confirmed the countdown, emphasizing the urgency to reach the portal before the floor closed. Bjorn instructed Erwin to gather equipment from fallen adventurers, prioritizing efficiency to maximize their resources quickly. A misunderstanding left Erwin flustered, but she complied, knowing Bjorn's strategy was necessary for survival. Both worked in sync, gathering weapons and supplies to prepare for the challenges ahead. The tension heightened as time ticked away, forcing them to act swiftly to avoid peril. With determination, Bjorn and Erwin completed their task, readying themselves for the portal's arrival. The portal emerged, its glow offering a lifeline as Bjorn and Erwin sprinted toward safety. Racing against time, they leaped into the portal, the floor's collapse imminent behind them. Relief washed over Bjorn and Erwin as they realized they reached the first floor. The dangerous ordeal concluded, giving them a brief respite to recover and assess their next steps. Erwin's smile lightened the moment, their victory reaffirming their teamwork amidst the chaotic and brutal dungeon. Bjorn reflected on their narrow escape, realizing just how close they were to being trapped. Erwin asked about their next steps, reminding Bjorn of a promise he made earlier. Bjorn struggled to recall the specifics of the promise amidst the lingering tension from their escape. The ticking timer added pressure, forcing Bjorn to piece together his thoughts before it was too late. Exhausted but relieved, Bjorn and Erwin rested momentarily, knowing the challenge wasn't over yet. Bjorn remembered the meeting point, urgently shouting to Erwin as they prepared for their next transition. The labyrinth's first floor closed behind them, leaving Bjorn and Erwin no choice but to move forward. They were transported to Rafdonia, the bustling city where their next set of trials awaited. Bjorn took a deep breath, absorbing the sights and acknowledging the challenges yet to come. Reaching the city brought a mix of relief and anticipation as Bjorn planned their next move. Bjorn stood before the gates of Rafdonia, his journey leaving him battered yet determined. Bjorn stood amidst the bustling crowd, his towering frame commanding attention from every passerby nearby. The crowded market filled with adventurers, each carrying supplies and preparing for another dangerous journey ahead. A call echoed through the street, announcing Bjorn, son of Yandel, as a fearless warrior. Bjorn noticed Karek, the third son of Fanun, who exuded a commanding presence and confidence. Karek grabbed Bjorn's shoulder firmly, his booming laugh resonating among those gathered to witness the moment. A loud cheer erupted as Karek praised Bjorn, calling him a mighty warrior of Yandel. Adventurers gathered, chattering and laughing, their camaraderie evident as they prepared for the upcoming inspection. Karek smirked confidently, boasting his courage and readiness to prove himself in the warrior's challenge ahead. Bjorn followed Karek, his calm demeanor masking the intense focus building within him for the task. The inspector stood tall, announcing each adventurer's mana stones, adding tension to the competitive gathering. Karek revealed his massive collection of mana stones, drawing gasps of amazement from the surrounding adventurers. The inspector meticulously counted the stones, ensuring fairness, while Karek stood proud and triumphant. Bjorn handed over his pouches, confidence radiating as the inspector began tallying his impressive total. A stunned silence fell as Bjorn's mana stone count surpassed expectations, marking a new record for Yandel family. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating Bjorn's achievement, solidifying his reputation as an exceptional barbarian warrior. Karek admired Bjorn's new war hammer and boots, impressed by the craftsmanship and sheer utility for battle. Adventurers gasped as Bjorn's massive strength was showcased, earning him the respect of fellow warriors nearby. Bjorn lifted his war hammer high, shouting his dominance as the greatest warrior among all gathered here. Cheers erupted as Bjorn's comrades celebrated his achievements, creating a sense of pride among their faction. The city's towering gates loomed ahead, bustling with adventurers discussing upcoming quests and forming new alliances. Bjorn walked through the market streets, his eyes scanning the crowd for familiar faces among allies. Bjorn chuckled internally, contrasting the elegance of elves with the rugged barbarism of his own kin. The elves' mastery over elemental magic intrigued Bjorn, as he noticed their unique abilities among other adventurers. Erwin, the elven woman, appeared nearby, her radiant smile capturing Bjorn's attention amidst the chaotic surroundings. Erwin's confident gaze met Bjorn's, her curiosity piqued as their brief interaction left an impression. Bjorn planned his approach, considering her response carefully, knowing her skills could be vital for success. Erwin tilted her head slightly, her expression playful, as if gauging Bjorn's intentions during their exchange. Bjorn seized the moment, whispering his intentions, hoping to solidify an alliance with the capable elven mage. Erwin smiled mischievously, her agreement signaling a potential partnership, as Bjorn prepared for the trials ahead. Erwin quickly denied knowing Bjorn when her sister said it, Erwin's nervous expression drawing attention from those around them. Bjorn glanced sharply, attempting to downplay the situation as the group's curiosity grew increasingly persistent. A loud voice dismissed the idea of associating with elves, branding them as cowards and weaklings. The sister's expression darkened, her anger evident, while Bjorn realized the tension could escalate dangerously. Bjorn cursed under his breath, struggling to manage the situation without exposing their connection further. The chaotic crowd of adventurers and barbarians moved, their unrestrained behavior making everything feel unpredictable. Bjorn noticed the group gathering, signaling the start of their next journey back to the wilds. The adventurers regrouped, their laughter masking the dangers they'd soon face in the unforgiving wilderness. Bjorn considered finding time to speak with Erwin later, sensing the importance of their partnership. A small child's cry echoed, capturing Bjorn's attention as familial reunions played out among the crowd. A child ran into a barbarian's arms, joyful cries of reunion creating warmth amid the tense atmosphere. Bjorn observed heartfelt embraces between families, their relief contrasting the brutal reality many adventurers would soon face. One woman clutched another, desperate for news of her husband, as sorrow overtook her trembling voice. Grief spread as others realized loved ones wouldn't return, despair settling among those left behind. A sobbing family expressed guilt and regret, torn apart by the difficult decisions demanded by survival. Bjorn watched the crowd celebrating, a mixture of joy and sorrow filling the air around him. A shadow passed over his expression as memories of loss and victory clashed in his mind. Bjorn's hand tightened on his mug beer, the camaraderie around him unable to erase the burdens carried. Adventurers toasted with cries for ale, drowning their exhaustion in laughter, celebrating survival and temporary victories. Bjorn observed silently, aware the fleeting peace would soon dissolve under the weight of harsher trials. Bjorn decided against overindulgence, choosing to remain sharp while others relished their temporary escape in celebration. Gathering his belongings, Bjorn prepared to leave, much to the surprise of his celebrating comrades nearby. Murmurs spread as Bjorn's decision to depart resonated, his presence seen as a symbol of strength. Voices called out, wishing him safety, recognizing Bjorn as both a leader and a lone warrior. Bjorn stepped away from the festivities, his thoughts focused on the challenges awaiting him outside town. Bjorn paused at the edge of town, weighing the gravity of his next destination carefully. The streets were quieter now, the night's calm providing a rare moment of introspection for him. Memories of struggles and fleeting connections surfaced, contrasting with the looming uncertainty of the road ahead. Bjorn resolved to endure, knowing even the smallest chance of rest would demand relentless determination. The world outside beckoned once again, its cruel beauty a constant reminder of the harsh reality. Bjorn entered the room, observing the rugged decor that reminded him of the world's harshness. A small plaque marked 305 caught his attention, solidifying the reality of his current surroundings. Hot water splashed over his body as Bjorn sought temporary solace from the day's struggles. The soothing warmth eased his tension, allowing him a moment of peace and quiet reflection. Bjorn exhaled deeply, realizing the city might not be as unbearable as he first believed. Bjorn laid his body in bed, his exhaustion evident, as he let his thoughts wander aimlessly. Memories of his former life surfaced, flooding his mind with longing for a distant, familiar home. Lying down on the bed, Bjorn muttered to himself, quietly admitting his desire to return. Despite the challenges, Bjorn resolved to endure, knowing his path was still far from complete. The moonlit night cast shadows on the room, amplifying the solitude that clung to his soul. Bjorn stirred restlessly in the early hours, his thoughts turning to upcoming plans and unresolved tasks. Bjorn sat upright, piecing together his thoughts as the tavern's old name triggered faint recollections. The Black Whale Tavern came to mind, a place of gathering and information vital to his journey. He considered the possibilities, realizing even small changes like a new name could complicate his efforts. Determined to adapt, Bjorn reminded himself that persistence and strategy were his strongest assets moving forward. Bjorn stood before the lively inn, recalling it as a familiar spot from past experiences. He read the sign carefully, noting the subtle changes since his last visit to the area. Entering the bustling inn, he observed cheerful patrons, laughter echoing amidst the chatter and clinking mugs. Erwin greeted Bjorn warmly, guiding him toward a seat while the crowd celebrated another day's survival. Bjorn's eyes met a white-haired woman, her poised demeanor contrasting with the rowdy scene around them. Bjorn introduced himself, his towering presence meeting the piercing gaze of the white-haired woman before him. She revealed her name as Tertia, a connection to someone Bjorn recognized, sparking curiosity in him. Tertia's sudden demand for answers startled Bjorn, her intense demeanor revealing deeper motives behind her appearance. Her piercing glare burned with accusation, questioning Bjorn's actions and their implications in this late-night setting. Erwin is confronted about waiting in the tavern, as arguments begin with heavy tension rising. Tertia angrily accuses Bjorn of neglecting promises, creating an awkward silence among others. With the tension thick, Bjorn questions the accusations, unaware of the night's consequences brewing chaos. Tertia's piercing glare grows sharper, as Bjorn's confusion reflects his disoriented understanding of events. Erwin recounts the labyrinth's passage and how fatigue might have caused unintended misunderstandings between them. Regret crosses Bjorn's face as he realizes his rest cost valuable hours and trust. Bjorn, grappling with guilt, mutters a solemn apology, hoping to rebuild camaraderie within their party. Acknowledging the stress, Erwin recalls details of her relentless efforts, emphasizing teamwork's importance despite his absence. Both warriors realize the hardships ahead, each determined to mend their bond amidst increasing challenges. The tavern's bustling atmosphere slowly fades as preparations for the coming journey grow more serious. Erwin joins the scene, sparking suspicion as Tertia's intentions toward her remain unclear. Tertia dismisses her attempts to gain sympathy, hinting at distrust caused by their difficult circumstances. Bjorn, irritated by meddling, maintains his composure, focusing on immediate priorities instead of further disruptions. Suddenly, Tertia's expression shifted. She reflects on lingering doubts, unaware of growing threats nearing their camp. The quiet evening shatters as unforeseen dangers emerge, pushing both warriors into immediate battle preparations together. Tertia slams the table, presenting a hefty bag of stones as a bold repayment offer. She evaluates the offer with suspicion, questioning Bjorn's sudden generosity and hidden intentions. Bjorn's cautious glance reveals his irritation, but he hides it behind a calm, composed expression. Tertia, caught in the middle, awkwardly intervenes, trying to mediate the escalating tension between the two. Bjorn hesitates, weighing his next words carefully, afraid of making fuss in the tavern at night. While Tertia's unyielding stare demands immediate clarity from him, demand his gentle attitude towards them. Erwin reassures Bjorn of her genuine intentions, explaining how their goals align perfectly for the upcoming quest. The group discusses their next move, cautiously balancing mutual benefits while addressing potential risks ahead together. Erwin's light-hearted demeanor lifts the tense atmosphere, while Bjorn steels himself for the challenges awaiting them. With renewed focus, they prepare to venture deeper into the labyrinth, each ready for what lies ahead. Under the quiet night, the group reflects on Erwin's struggles during the labyrinth's previous trial. Bjorn silently acknowledges her resilience, feeling a mix of guilt and admiration for her determination. Erwin recalls her solo efforts, her story evoking a newfound respect within Bjorn's thoughtful, hardened demeanor. Bjorn resolves to guide Erwin more effectively, vowing to foster teamwork during their next perilous trial. The group, burdened with unspoken thoughts, rests uneasily, bracing themselves for the dangers waiting in tomorrow's journey. Bjorn hands over the pouch, emphasizing its value while making his intentions perfectly clear to Tertia. Tertia scrutinizes the situation, ensuring no detail of the transaction goes unnoticed by her sharp eyes. Tertia pauses, her calculating expression revealing she's not entirely satisfied with the current arrangement offered. Bjorn's explanation confirms their agreed terms, splitting the loot evenly to prevent misunderstandings or disputes arising. Bjorn's stern expression doesn't waver as he secures the terms, ensuring no room for negotiation. Erwin, blushing furiously, protests against her sister's overbearing attitude but hesitates to speak directly to Tertia. Bjorn reluctantly raises his hand, silently questioning why he's being dragged into this absurd situation. Swearing an oath on his honor as a warrior, Bjorn complies with visible frustration in his expression. Tertia finally relents, stepping back and granting Bjorn and Erwin some much-needed breathing space together. Erwin, still flustered, steals glances at Bjorn, struggling to mask her embarrassment from Tertia's demands. Bjorn shrugs off the awkwardness, focusing instead on their preparations for the next labyrinth trial. The tension between them dissipates slightly as Erwin cracks a nervous smile, attempting to lighten the mood. Bjorn nods, appreciating her effort, though his mind remains preoccupied with the dangers ahead in the labyrinth. As the group regroups, their shared resolve strengthens, readying themselves for the perilous journey awaiting them. Tertia was silent for a moment before finally voicing her true intentions to Bjorn. Tertia offers a rare moment of gratitude, acknowledging Bjorn's efforts in saving her sister, Erwin. Erwin, exhaling deeply, takes her words in stride, reflecting on the complexities of their uneasy alliance. Erwin anxiously questions whether her behavior toward Tertia might have been disrespectful or overly defensive earlier. Bjorn dismisses her worries, reminding her that Tertia's sharp demeanor often masks her genuine care and thoughts. Erwin shyly admits being flattered by Bjorn's earlier offer, her uncertainty visible in her demeanor. Bjorn reassures her, emphasizing teamwork and the shared burdens necessary to overcome the labyrinth's harsh trials. He clarifies their current inventory, ensuring both Erwin and Tertia understand the resources available for survival. Despite misgivings, Erwin feels encouraged by Bjorn's directness, her trust in his leadership growing steadily with each moment. They discuss compensation, Bjorn declining unnecessary rewards, while Erwin insists on honoring her promise for his assistance. Bjorn lightens the mood, suggesting they enjoy a meal before planning their next critical steps forward. Erwin hesitates, her appetite dulled by lingering thoughts, yet she agrees to join him regardless. Bjorn orders his food, unfazed by her reserved reaction, focusing instead on practicalities and the road ahead. The atmosphere shifts as they settle into quiet conversation, the tension between them beginning to ease slightly. Though unspoken, both realize the importance of their bond, strengthening resolve for the perilous challenges awaiting them. Erwin excitedly proposes celebrating their success with drinks, hoping to strengthen bonds after their shared trials. Bjorn considers her cheerful suggestion, his guarded demeanor softening slightly as he agrees to her proposal. The group relaxes in the tavern, reflecting on their labyrinth experiences while enjoying the lively atmosphere. Erwin beams with gratitude, her confidence growing as she expresses appreciation for Bjorn's unwavering support and guidance. Their camaraderie solidifies as they toast, united in determination for future challenges despite their contrasting personalities. Bjorn chuckles, teasing Erwin as he learns more about her in this moment of lighthearted honesty. The atmosphere lightens further as they exchange anecdotes, laughter echoing through the tavern's warm and bustling space. Their shared meal serves as a symbolic step toward trust, fostering a stronger partnership moving forward. Erwin, encouraged by his response, feels a newfound sense of belonging within their small but growing team. Bjorn's reserved nature cracks slightly, revealing a rare, genuine smile as he appreciates the simplicity of the moment. With mugs raised high, Bjorn and Erwin share a toast, celebrating survival and newfound camaraderie together. The tavern's cheerful ambiance surrounds them, marking a rare respite before their journey continues into harsher challenges. Erwin reflects on Bjorn's steady nature, realizing she has never felt this reassured by anyone before. Bjorn, deep in thought, sips quietly, considering how he can better guide Erwin in the labyrinth. Their evening concludes with shared determination, each silently preparing themselves for what lies beyond tomorrow's dawn. Erwin approaches with curiosity, her expression eager, sensing Bjorn's serious demeanor hides something important. Bjorn whispers cautiously, suggesting privacy as the matter seems too sensitive for public discussion. Erwin blushes, slightly flustered, interpreting his words in a way that sparks unexpected thoughts in her mind. She proposes continuing their conversation privately, her suggestion accompanied by a confident yet shy smile of agreement. The door creaked open as Erwin hesitated, unsure of what Bjorn expected from her. A sudden jolt of pain made Erwin tense as Bjorn's sheer strength overwhelmed her. Erwin grimaced, trying to adjust her position, feeling Bjorn's brute force was too much. The immense pressure on her shoulder made her gasp, fearing Bjorn might dislocate it entirely. Bjorn relented slightly, realizing Erwin's body couldn't handle the same intensity as his own. Relief washed over Erwin as she checked her shoulder, thankful nothing had been broken. Erwin glared at Bjorn, questioning whether this grueling session was genuinely necessary or just excessive. Bjorn calmly explained this was the only way to test their limits in this world. Though annoyed, Erwin admitted Bjorn's methods could prepare them for future dangers they couldn't yet imagine. The dungeon stats highlighted their abilities, showing how reality and numbers didn't always align perfectly. Bjorn's incredible physical strength and stamina reflected the barbarian's dominance in this harsh and unforgiving world. Each ability showcased its dramatic effects, but any mistakes made during combat came with dire consequences. Erwin admired Bjorn's resilience, though she doubted if she could ever embrace his barbaric perspective. The night sky mirrored Erwin's determination to grow stronger, despite the brutality she now faced. A mysterious item glowed faintly in front of Erwin's eye, its power filled with both promise and danger. Bjorn observed Erwin, puzzled by her distracted look, as though something unusual was on her mind. Erwin reluctantly mentioned cookies, confessing a strange craving that grew worse after leaving the labyrinth. Bjorn listened patiently, nodding as Erwin described devouring an entire bag in a single sitting. Erwin pondered if cravings were linked to the labyrinth's lingering effects or some unknown world mechanism. Bjorn quietly agreed, noting how this world system seemed intertwined with physical and mental adjustments. A candle was blown out, marking the end of their day's exhausting preparations and trials. Suddenly, Bjorn recalled a specific warning about maintaining certain boundaries, feeling slightly concerned about proximity. Bjorn decided to relax, rationalizing that the warning likely referred to something entirely different. Bjorn lay down, glancing toward Erwin as she rested nearby, already lost in deep sleep. Erwin slept soundly beside Bjorn, who silently vowed to continue protecting her no matter what. Bjorn admired the loot from their recent expedition, stacked high in impressive piles of goods. Erwin marveled at their haul, realizing the weight and effort it took to bring everything back. Bjorn explained that only essential items would be kept, suggesting selling the rest for resources. Erwin pleaded to keep a few specific items, sentimental treasures she cherished from their journey. A merchant offered 6 stones for the weapons, sparking negotiation to secure fair value for trade. Bjorn handed over the loot, and the merchant offered a hefty sum of stones. Coins flowed into Bjorn's bag, symbolizing the fruits of their grueling expedition in the labyrinth. The final tally left Bjorn awestruck, with 1.45 million stones from the sales alone. Bjorn reflected, excluding Erwin's share, realizing this was an incredible fortune for their first labyrinth venture. He acknowledged this as a promising start, proving their teamwork was fruitful despite their differences. Bjorn beamed with confidence, considering this success an important step toward future challenges awaiting them. Erwin was surprised when Bjorn mentioned parting ways temporarily, suggesting she get her adventurer's license. Bjorn decided they would head to the central square together for mutual errands and tasks. The crowded square puzzled Bjorn as he noticed the growing murmurs of an unusual event. Both turned their attention to the commotion, realizing something serious was unfolding before their eyes. The square was packed with onlookers as officials announced the execution of several captured individuals. A criminal knelt, restrained, as their muffled cries were drowned out by the murmuring crowd. The town official declared their crime was tax evasion, sentencing them to an immediate execution publicly. A tense silence fell before the guards prepared for the final judgment, gripping the gathered crowd. Bjorn noted the harshness of this world, where corruption and violence dictated the cruelest outcomes. The labyrinth was the sole source of resources, forcing everyone to rely on its challenges. Failure to pay exorbitant taxes meant swift executions, with no one spared from these harsh rules. Bjorn and Erwin witnessed a public beheading, the crowd remaining indifferent to the gruesome scene. The executioners moved quickly, making room for the next act, as chaos spread through the square. Blood dripped onto the wooden platform, a stark reminder of the price of survival here. Some people in the crowd ate the remains, believing consuming the blood granted divine blessings. Bjorn explained the bizarre superstition, noting its cultural roots despite Erwin's clear disgust at the sight. The system required Erwin to pay additional taxes due to her non-human status, further complicating matters. Non-human adventurers were charged 700,000 stones initially, with increased fees based on additional activities. Bjorn calculated the implications, realizing survival for Erwin meant navigating an unjust and unyielding system. Erwin contemplated the steep taxes and cultural practices, understanding how different her world had become. Bjorn silently considered his next move, determined to protect Erwin from this system's deadly traps. Bjorn resolved to avoid the fate of others, planning carefully to secure their survival and freedom. Maps illustrated the vast regions to explore, filled with dangers and opportunities awaiting their expedition. Inside the Grand Hall, Bjorn prepared for his next task, eyes set on the looming challenges. Bjorn entered the library, feeling stares from others as they questioned a barbarian's unusual presence. Einar, blonde and fast asleep, was sprawled across the desk surrounded by piles of books. Recognizing her as Einar, Bjorn wondered what had brought her to such a quiet place. Curiosity piqued, Bjorn nudged her awake, but Einar stayed oblivious, lost in her peaceful slumber. Her serene expression sharply contrasted with the dangers they had both faced in the labyrinth. Einar suddenly woke up with a shout, loudly addressing Bjorn and drawing unwanted attention to them. Bjorn asked her to lower her voice, but Einar continued speaking with excitement and vigor. Einar explained she had been inspired during the labyrinth to seek knowledge and improve herself. Bjorn reflected on her determination, noting how Einar struggled to grasp the complexity of her studies. Resolving to learn from others, Einar shared her next goal to gain practical knowledge elsewhere. Bjorn explained his realization. The labyrinth's dangers extended beyond monsters, demanding wit and preparation to survive. He described traps and environmental challenges, emphasizing they were as deadly as the labyrinth's fiercest creatures. Einar admitted her reading attempts had failed, the books proving far too complex for her. Determined, Einar decided to seek guidance from experts who could teach her what she needed. Bjorn acknowledged her resolve, recalling he still owed her payment for past help in the labyrinth. Einar offered her assistance, asking Bjorn to visit the Angry Rhino Inn if needed. Bjorn silently acknowledged her promise, noting her unwavering determination to support him despite difficult odds. Watching Einar leave, Bjorn reflected on her words, sensing he might need her help soon. Entering the bustling inn, Bjorn surveyed the unfamiliar atmosphere, pondering how to navigate this chaotic environment. Seated by the window, Bjorn contemplated his next steps, feeling the weight of looming challenges ahead. Bjorn observed the sleeping woman, concluding she must be a librarian due to her surroundings. As Bjorn cleared his throat, the woman flinched, startled awake from her unexpected nap. The librarian composed herself quickly, addressing Bjorn with a calm demeanor, ready to offer assistance. Bjorn enters the library, his gaze scanning shelves packed with ancient tomes and dusty records. A mysterious librarian emerges, casting a glowing aura that fills the room with eerie light. Her spell weaves through Bjorn, his instincts sharpening as he feels power coursing through his veins. Bjorn senses a subtle shift, his thoughts clearer, as if guided toward hidden knowledge. She vanishes abruptly, leaving Bjorn puzzled yet determined to explore the vast library for answers. Bjorn wanders among the shelves, his curiosity piqued by an ancient book glowing faintly on display. A surge of memories floods him as he picks the book, its pages whispering forgotten tales. The first book recounts ancient settlements surviving calamities through sacrifices and magical portals to new realms. Each page details the labyrinth's origins, resonating deeply with Bjorn's fragmented understanding of this world. He flips to another book, intrigued by alchemy basics, hinting at turning mana stones into resources. The alchemy text explains mysterious methods for transforming mana stones into vital items like water and bread. Bjorn notes the methods, his mind racing with possibilities for survival and navigating future challenges. Bjorn commits the knowledge to memory, knowing every detail could be crucial for his survival later. Another passage mentions monster cores, their enigmatic properties unlocking untapped potential through alchemical refinement techniques. Determined to master this arcane knowledge, he dives deeper into the library's hidden troves of power. Bjorn flips through a new book detailing conflicts between barbarians and empires in ancient times. The content highlights historical disputes, but offers no concrete answers to his pressing questions. Another book, titled Evil Spirits of the Abyss, describes interdimensional entities influencing the current world. The text hints at the chaos unleashed by these spirits, but lacks clarity on their arrival. Bjorn realizes these spirits complicate things for adventurers, especially regarding artifacts tied to their powers. The next book, Death of the Kings, recounts the founder's demise and his kingdom's downfall. Bjorn discovers discrepancies, realizing his current timeline is centuries beyond what he previously remembered. Records suggest this shift created significant gaps between past knowledge and his present understanding. Another title, Records of Vast Realms, connects to a knight's previous hints about the labyrinth. Bjorn grows increasingly curious, contemplating droughts that he's encountered, as the library offers both answers and mysteries. A book describes a labyrinth's layout, revealing patterns echoing Bjorn's journey within the twisted depths. The complex structure suggests strategic positioning, as though designed deliberately to challenge any adventurer exploring it. Night falls as Bjorn decides to pause, his thoughts swirling with what he's learned so far. Determined to uncover the truth, he plans to return and delve further into this puzzling world. Resting, he contemplates connections between his experiences and the mysterious events detailed in the books. Bjorn closes his eyes tightly, deciding tomorrow's task is to find a new adventuring companion. A loud slam echoes, pulling Bjorn's attention as he glances sharply toward the noise. The door bursts open, revealing Erwin, the elf woman, looking both frantic and exhilarated. She stumbles inside, her energy filling the room as Bjorn regards her sudden appearance in silence. A sharp gust of wind sweeps past, its magical energy unmistakable, catching Bjorn completely off guard. Erwin proudly showcases her newly summoned wind spirit, which swirls brightly around her with boundless energy. She explains how perseverance led to her successful contract with the rare elemental spirit last night. Bjorn watches closely, noting the spirit's compatibility with her magic and its remarkable elemental synergy. A sidebar highlights that spirit summoning has notoriously low success rates, making her feat especially impressive. Bjorn reflects on the wind spirit's potential, thinking of how it could aid in future battles. The wind spirit spins wildly, scattering Bjorn's carefully arranged notes and creating chaos within the small room. Erwin gasps in horror at the mess and frantically begins tidying, clearly distressed by her spirit's antics. Bjorn leans back, watching her panicked cleaning, slightly amused by her flustered determination to fix everything. Erwin swiftly restores order, her earlier claims of being resourceful and efficient proving entirely accurate. Bjorn silently acknowledges Erwin's abilities, realizing her potential as a reliable companion for the challenges ahead. Bjorn congratulated Erwin for successfully contracting her first spirit, showing genuine encouragement and pride. Erwin thanked him warmly, her excitement barely contained, as if sharing the news made it special. Bjorn reminded her to pace herself, advising strategic preparation before venturing to the labyrinth again. Despite his caution, Erwin explained that Bjorn was the first person she wanted to tell. Bjorn reflected on her attachment, realizing it exceeded a professional bond, despite his efforts to remain distant. Bjorn contemplated the complexities of their relationship, unsure whether to acknowledge Erwin's growing dependency on him. Erwin blushed slightly, acknowledging her vulnerability but silently agreeing to take Bjorn's advice seriously. As twilight painted the sky, Bjorn and Erwin parted ways with mutual understanding. Bjorn stared at the setting sun, feeling both responsibility and a hint of unexpected warmth. Reaching the bustling town square, Bjorn resumed his focus on upcoming challenges and responsibilities ahead. Bjorn's arrival stirred excitement, the tavern erupting into chatter about his latest exploits and achievements. The crowd's energy reminded Bjorn of the chaotic camaraderie that adventurers shared over drinks and tales. Bjorn sought a quieter corner, intending to discuss matters concerning Einar, daughter of Fenelin, for personal mission. Einar, armed and confident, appeared, her presence commanding the room's attention immediately. Bjorn greeted her, recognizing her strength and resolve as their partnership hinted at new possibilities ahead. Bjorn met Einar, Fenelin's second daughter, who approached him with a purposeful stride. Bjorn raised a brow as Einar stated her need for a sparring partner, her determination evident in her tone. Einar made her request clear. Bjorn considering her request, noting her confident yet straightforward demeanor. Einar explained her reasoning, her words revealing her relentless pursuit of improvement in combat. The tavern's lively background mirrored the tension between them as they prepared for a duel. The sparring match began with Bjorn launching forward, Einar countering with speed and precision. Bjorn admired Einar's skill, her movements fluid and deliberate, challenging his every attack. Einar's agility kept her one step ahead, Bjorn gritting his teeth as he adjusted. A fierce exchange of blows illuminated the courtyard, their duel drawing a captivated audience. Bjorn found himself bested, standing tall yet recognizing Einar's prowess as a formidable warrior. Einar offered Bjorn a moment to regroup, her strength and charisma leaving an impression. Bjorn admitted defeat but requested another match, determined to challenge her again. They resumed sparring, their swords clashing with renewed vigor, pushing each other to the limit. Spectators cheered as Einar and Bjorn exchanged blow after blow, neither backing down. The night wore on, their sparring transforming into mutual respect and an unspoken bond. Under the moonlit night decorating their sparring battle, exhaust lingering their body as well, Bjorn panted heavily after an intense session of combat training. Didn't expect that Einar was skilled. Einar leaned on her weapon, pointing out her exhaustion and asking if Bjorn wanted another round. Bjorn acknowledged Einar's strength, marveling at her ability to clear dangerous dungeons solo without hesitation. Einar's plans to enter the labyrinth alone showcased her determination despite the risks involved. Bjorn calculated his next move, realizing forming a party with Einar was the best option. Extending his hand, Bjorn proposed they team up, suggesting shared loot and expenses to split. Einar listened carefully, weighing the offer, her silent nod signaling agreement without unnecessary elaboration. Bjorn explained his willingness to cover the costs of essential supplies for their upcoming endeavors. Einar accepted, her stoic demeanor masking the faint trust building between the unlikely companions. Einar's straightforward acknowledgement of Bjorn's efforts cemented their alliance as they prepared for upcoming challenges. She pledged to test Bjorn's capabilities, subtly hinting at her high expectations of his strength. Bjorn stood firm, determined to prove his worth as they embarked on their shared journey. Together, they ventured toward the labyrinth, their partnership forged in trust and mutual respect. A veteran elder welcomed them, providing guidance and wisdom to sharpen their skills before entering. Bjorn stood firm, his gaze unwavering as he declared his purpose in seeking a spirit. His goal was clear, the immortality imprint, an unrivaled power exclusive to barbarians for endless possibilities. Zhou Tong stood still, eyes wide, as hesitation clouded his judgment against danger. A massive armored enemy lunged forward, its overwhelming strength crashing through the air like thunder. The attack struck hard, sending Zhou Tong stumbling backward, barely managing to stay upright. He tried regaining his stance, but the enemy advanced relentlessly, leaving no room for retreat. Towering above him, the armored opponent raised its weapon, preparing a devastating strike without mercy. Zhou Tong dodged, moving swiftly, avoiding the massive weapon as it shattered the ground. Lao Zhang called out to him, desperate and frustrated, demanding action against the unstoppable force. The armored figure swung again, its weapon blazing with energy, forcing him to act instinctively. Fear and pressure gripped Zhou Tong's body as Lao Zhang's voice echoed, urging him to fight. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Tong braced himself, ready to confront the overwhelming force ahead. He turned, determination flickering in his eyes, claiming they needed someone to lead them forward. Doubt gnawed at him as he admitted his weakness, questioning his own power and capability. The armored figure loomed closer, its presence suffocating, forcing him to push aside his hesitation. Rising slowly, Zhou Tong looked back at his allies, their trust sparking something deeper within him. Realizing they relied on him, Zhou Tong stepped forward, ready to take the challenge head-on. Zhou Tong's eyes narrowed, frustration building as insults pierced through his already shaken confidence. Outside, the night was silent as Zhou Tong sat alone, grappling with his thoughts. Then Caesar appeared before him, his sharp gaze assessing the masked figure without hesitation. Asked about Zhou Tong's skills, Zhou Tong mumbled his weak job, shame written on his face. Caesar offered his hand, commanding Zhou Tong to follow, an unexpected chance shining through the darkness. The ground shattered violently as another enemy appeared, releasing a powerful energy that shook everything nearby. Ye Qing braced himself as the overwhelming force of his opponent tore through the battlefield. A relentless attack struck hard, its speed and power unmatched, forcing him into a defensive stance. Caesar's sinister grin revealed his twisted excitement, fully enjoying the chaos he had unleashed. Desperately dodging, Ye Qing realized he needed a plan, or he wouldn't last much longer. Caesar taunted Ye Qing, charging him forward, his fiery attacks closing the gap with terrifying precision. Eyes wide with fear, Ye Qing scrambled backward, trying to dodge and find breathing room. He wondered about the toll of Caesar's devastating skills, searching for any weakness he could exploit. Determined, he whispered to himself, watching Ye Qing closely. Zhou Tong, though doubt still lingered deep in his heart. Realizing he couldn't run forever, Ye Qing turned sharply, ready to face the inevitable clash. Ye Qing moved cautiously, Zhou Tong watching him closely, tension building between their stances. With hesitant steps, Ye Qing faced forward, his determination barely masking his lingering doubts and internal struggles. Memories of failure haunted Ye Qing, a reminder of past disappointments and his own perceived incompetence. Ye Qing slammed into the ground hard, frustration bursting out as his voice carried his deepest doubts. However, Zhou Tong's eyes sharpened as he stood, claiming weakness wasn't something to be feared anymore. At that time, Ye Qing faced the monstrous creature, its immense form thrashing with brutal, unrelenting force. The creature's strikes missed narrowly, tearing into the ground as the masked figure darted around carefully. His chest tightened as he fought, a battle not only of strength but of willpower. Refusing to give in, Ye Qing kept pushing, challenging himself as his resolve became unbreakable. With one final focused strike, Ye Qing tore through, his courage shining against the overwhelming chaotic odds. Ye Qing stood frozen for a moment, stunned that his attack had actually succeeded. He realized that courage came from taking the first step, despite fear holding him back. Raising his weapon, he whispered to himself, remembering how far he had prepared for this. Even as a scavenger mocked by others, Ye Qing believed he could rise to something greater. Determined to survive, he clenched his sword tightly, knowing only strength would lead to victory. Zhou Tong clenched his sword, determination filling his voice as he vowed to grow stronger. His opponent mocked him, doubting how someone weak could even dream of defeating such powerful armor. Unfazed by the taunt, Zhou Tong raised his sword high, his resolve shining through. The sword struck hard, surprising his enemy as cracks appeared, showing the power of his will. Purple energy surged through Zhou Tong's blade, drawing everyone's attention as something unexpected began to awaken inside. Energy erupted violently, shocking his opponent as Zhou Tong's abilities unveiled with radiant, crackling force. He moved with newfound confidence, his precise strikes disrupting his opponent, leaving them wide-eyed and disoriented. The armored man paused, stunned by the sudden shift in power, trying to process the situation. Yiqing's unwavering gaze spoke volumes. He had found strength in unexpected places, support guiding him. His status changed, granting boosted defense and strength as his perseverance transformed into tangible, unmatched power. Yiqing roared in rage, activating a dark skill, blood-like energy surging violently through the air. The ground cracked beneath them as shadows twisted into monstrous forms, intensifying the overwhelming presence of danger. Red energy pooled into the armored figure's body, fueling an ominous transformation filled with terrifying nightmarish power. Yiqing screamed, fear visible on their face as the blood magic spiraled uncontrollably. Realizing the stakes, Yiqing braced himself, preparing for the deadliest fight he'd ever encountered. Realizing the stakes, news reports highlighted an incredible surge in strength within Jiang City College's student ranks. Headlines celebrated Jiang City College's sudden leap into the nation's top 3 rankings. Cheng Qianmo figure stood, radiating power, hinting at battles that propelled the recent achievements. The boardroom echoed with discussions about extraordinary progress driven by a single outstanding student. College leaders assembled, aiming to crown their star student Chung Qianmo with the Distinguished Academy Presidency title. With no objections, the decision was finalized to honor Chung Qianmo for his achievements. The chairman wondered aloud where Chung Qianmo disappeared after causing such a dramatic impact recently. Chung Qianmo ventured alone, arriving at the dangerous Lamos coast, known for its monstrous threats. In the distance, powerful monsters stirred as Chung Qianmo prepared for a thrilling confrontation. Surrounded by enemies, Chung Qianmo unleashed skills enhanced by his passive abilities, proving his unmatched dominance. Chung Qianmo's passive skill Gatling gun activated, firing an overwhelming burst of bullets with perfect accuracy. His wide sweep passively struck multiple enemies, sending waves of attackers crashing to the ground. With Ripple Slash, he generated energy blades, amplifying damage and achieving brief invincibility during combat. Weapon switching became seamless as Chung Qianmo's cooldown times were drastically reduced by another passive. Critical strikes dealt devastating blows as his passive abilities continued stacking for maximum efficiency. The blueprint's mysterious origin hinted at a hidden opportunity that could turn the tide of battles. Chung Qianmo inspected a newly acquired blueprint, analyzing its potential benefits for crafting advanced equipment. With determination, Chung Qianmo strategized his next steps, deciding to explore the bustling town market. In the marketplace, Chung Qianmo observed adventurers trading resources, sparking ideas for better integration of his plans. Intrigued by the merchant's display, Chung Qianmo weighed the feasibility of acquiring rare materials for his craft. The blacksmith argued about his prices while Chung Qianmo evaluated the worth of a unique purchase. Frustrated with limited funds, Chung Qianmo decided to postpone the deal and walked away. The blacksmith noticed something peculiar about Chung Qianmo's blueprint, calling him back with newfound curiosity. Chung Qianmo cautiously handed over the blueprint, aware of its immense value and possible risks involved. The blacksmith agreed to assist Chung Qianmo, but hinted at conditions for further forging assistance. The blacksmith's astonishment grew as he examined the intricate details, marveling at its unmatched craftsmanship. Chung Qianmo glanced at the blacksmith's workshop, noticing bookshelves containing valuable manuals and resources. Eagerly, Chung Qianmo retrieved a book, learning advanced forging techniques that aligned with his blueprint's design. The system acknowledged Chung Qianmo's successful acquisition of knowledge, enhancing his forging abilities and unlocking new features. Amazed by the blueprint's complexity, the blacksmith proclaimed it a masterpiece, beyond his decades of experience. Chung Qianmo caught the blacksmith's sudden interest as he requested exclusive rights to forge the blueprint. The blacksmith begged Chung Qianmo for permission, acknowledging the blueprint's revolutionary impact on crafting potential. With a calm demeanor, Chung Qianmo negotiated terms, ensuring fair compensation for any future use. The blacksmith handed Chung Qianmo crafted items, marveling at their effectiveness for enhancing his combat capabilities. A faint glow surrounded the equipped items, feeling power coursing through them. Chung Qianmo reviewed his equipped items, including wolf claw gloves and silver scale chestplate for durability. The fraternity hood granted agility, while Troll Slayer leggings enhanced strength, complementing his combat needs perfectly. With all items successfully equipped, Chung Qianmo's status window displayed a massive increase in combat power. Lightning surged as Chung Qianmo tested his abilities, admiring the balance between his new armor and weapons. A confident grin formed as Chung Qianmo realized his combat power had increased by 3,000. Chung Qianmo addressed the blacksmith, expressing satisfaction with the crafted items and their substantial effects. The blacksmith acknowledged Chung Qianmo's skills, impressed by his ability to wield such advanced equipment efficiently. Materials were gathered as Chung Qianmo prepared for the next stage of crafting unique weapons. Determined and prepared, Chung Qianmo trusted the process, knowing each forged step led toward greater strength. In the quiet forge, plans were laid for a weapon that would define future battles. Huang Tian, a senior student, entered the room, curious about Chung Qianmo's unusual activities. He overheard discussions regarding Chung Qianmo's ability to forge superior equipment with minimal resources. Huang Tian approached with skepticism, questioning the practicality of Chung Qianmo's methods and achievements. The conversation hinted at a brewing rivalry as Huang Tian observed Chung Qianmo's confident demeanor. Chung Qianmo's calm response left Huang Tian intrigued, prompting him to learn more about his techniques. Huang Tian doubted his eyes, watching Chung Qianmo demonstrate superior forging techniques effortlessly. His amazement grew as Chung Qianmo's methods began outperforming even seasoned professionals like Zhang Lao. The display solidified Chung Qianmo's reputation, leaving the room in awe of his refined skills. With a grin, Chung Qianmo acknowledged Huang Tian's reaction, fully aware of his growing influence. Huang Tian struggled to hide his surprise, sensing a shift in the hierarchy of craftsmen. Cheng Qianmo confidently explained his approach, blending traditional techniques with modern innovations for optimal results. Huang Tian reluctantly accepted Cheng Qianmo's methods, acknowledging their efficiency despite his initial doubts. The blacksmith celebrated Cheng Qianmo's success, realizing the importance of adapting to unconventional strategies. Cheng Qianmo handed over another blueprint, setting the stage for his next ambitious project. Determined and inspired, the team prepared to push the boundaries of crafting to unprecedented levels. The blacksmith humbly thanked Cheng Qianmo, acknowledging the rare opportunity to forge a groundbreaking weapon. With precise movements, the blacksmith began shaping the materials, driven by determination to meet expectations. Hours later, the weapon's initial form emerged, impressing Huang Tian with its exceptional craftsmanship. The blacksmith explained the process, emphasizing the importance of quality materials for forging such masterpieces. As the weapon neared completion, its brilliance captivated everyone, radiating an aura of unmatched power. Huang Tian grew cautious, realizing the level of skill Cheng Qianmo demonstrated was far beyond ordinary. The blacksmith's forge illuminated the night as he meticulously completed the final stages of crafting. A golden glow signaled the weapon's completion, showcasing its extraordinary potential and exceptional design. Cheng Qianmo inspected the weapon, nodding in approval as the blacksmith proudly presented his masterpiece. The finished weapon emanated raw strength, leaving everyone in awe of its incredible power and elegance. The flowing light thousand-bladed umbrella shimmered brilliantly, a versatile masterpiece promising unmatched power and adaptability. Einar prepared her blade, eyes scanning the battlefield as the Death Fiend began regenerating swiftly. Bjorn tightened his grip, his war cry cutting through the chaos as shadows surrounded them. Einar's sword slashed downward, flames erupting as she desperately severed the Death Fiend's regenerating limbs. Bjorn deflected a powerful strike, sparks scattering as his axe barely stopped the Fiend's brutal advance. He swung ferociously, crushing the Fiend's skull, only to see it begin regenerating moments later. Shadows loomed as Einar leapt back, watching in disbelief as the Death Fiend reformed completely. Bjorn struck with all his might, his axe carving into the creature's constantly regenerating mass. Together, they fought relentlessly, their combined strength barely keeping the regenerating Death Fiend from overwhelming them. Einar attacked from the side, her fiery strikes halting the Fiend's regeneration for brief moments. Exhausted but resolute, they prepared for the next wave as the Fiend reformed with terrifying speed. Bjorn charged the Death Fiend again, his axe glowing faintly as he aimed for its core. Einar struck its flank, her fiery blade searing the regenerating tissue and slowing its advance. Bjorn landed a crushing blow, shattering the Fiend momentarily, only for it to regenerate even stronger. Einar steadied herself, determination unwavering as the Fiend's regenerative abilities threatened to overwhelm their efforts. Together they resolved to find the Fiend's weakness, bracing for the seemingly endless battle ahead. The Death Fiend roared, its wounds spilling black blood as it began regenerating at alarming speed. Bjorn observed the Fiend closely, his confidence wavering as it absorbed the damage without faltering. Einar launched an attack, her blade slicing through, but the fiend's regeneration rendered it futile. Bjorn fell back, dodging its relentless strikes, trying to devise a strategy to outlast its healing. They regrouped, watching as the death fiend stood tall, completely unaffected by their combined assault. Bjorn wiped his brow, realizing the fiend's regeneration was overpowering their ability to inflict lasting harm. Einar, unshaken, adjusted her stance, determined to exploit any potential weakness in the fiend's defenses. The death fiend advanced again, its muscles rippling, every step radiating unstoppable power and intent. Bjorn braced himself, his thoughts racing as he tried to counter its rapidly regenerating wounds. Einar charged ahead, unwavering, unleashing another powerful strike to test the fiend's endurance again. Bjorn proposed a new approach, his sharp eyes catching a vulnerable spot in the fiend's chest. Einar nodded agree, swinging her weapon with all her might to strike the precise target. Their combined attack hit its mark, the fiend collapsing, but it twitched, showing signs of recovery. Einar remained focused, preparing another strike as the fiend struggled to rise from the ground. They watched cautiously, noting the fiend's regenerative ability was slowing, giving them a glimmer of hope. The death fiend writhed, its severed limbs twitching as it failed to regenerate fully. Bjorn observed its helpless state, his confidence growing as the fiend's regeneration seemed to falter. Einar landed beside him, adrenaline coursing through her as they regrouped, readying for another attack. The fiend's struggles ceased, its energy waning, leaving a moment of respite for the exhausted duo. Victory felt bittersweet. Their efforts had drained them, but the fiend's core still held promise. Einar retrieved a glistening red mana stone, marveling at its size and potential value. Bjorn examined it skeptically, considering the danger they had faced for the modest reward. They calculated their earnings from the fight, weighing the risk versus the payout with mixed emotions. The mana stone's glow inspired them, a small victory amidst the daunting trials they continually faced. Despite the challenges, Einar's excitement bubbled over, her enthusiasm unwavering as they discussed future plans. They resolved to keep pushing forward, determined to face new monsters despite their exhaustion. Bjorn's quiet resolve contrasted with Einar's enthusiasm, yet they shared an unspoken commitment to their goal. Together, they ventured onward, their camaraderie strengthening as they faced the unknown dangers awaiting them. The road ahead felt perilous, but their hard-fought survival instilled a renewed sense of purpose. Einar and Bjorn marched forward, ready to challenge whatever lay beyond the shadows of their path. Exhaustion settled in as Bjorn and Einar evaluated the diminishing returns of their relentless battles. They decided to halt for the day, their bodies strained from fighting regenerating fiends. Day 2 began with renewed focus, yet the death fiends emerged stronger and more aggressive. Bjorn and Einar's strategy shifted as they faced multiple fiends, adapting to their regenerating resilience. Their determination grew, realizing the battle demanded every ounce of strength to conquer these relentless foes. Nightfall brought danger as new fiends prowled the darkness, forcing Bjorn and Einar into retreat. Weary but wise, they understood the importance of survival over unnecessary risks in relentless conditions. They scouted a safe clearing, cautiously preparing to rest and recover for the challenges ahead. Their teamwork deepened as they shared ideas, forging plans to tackle future obstacles with greater efficiency. The night was quiet, but the looming threats of fiends ensured vigilance never wavered. An unfamiliar group of adventurers appeared, tension crackling in the air as suspicion brewed instantly. Bjorn observed them closely, his instincts warning of potential danger in this sudden encounter. Einar stood firm, her presence intimidating as the strangers hesitated before speaking. The confrontation dissolved when Bjorn's quiet command established dominance, sending the strangers retreating quickly. Einar and Bjorn remained vigilant, knowing the wilderness held dangers beyond regenerating fiends. Einar and Bjorn discussed their unease, suspecting foul play after encountering unsettling signs of violence. Their instincts screamed caution as they moved, aware the wilderness held threats beyond regenerating fiends. Einar remained alert, every step deliberate, her grip tightening on her blade. Bjorn noted the eerie stillness, sensing they were being watched, tension building with every moment. The shadows concealed danger, their path forward uncertain as they prepared for whatever lay ahead. Bjorn caught sight of a mysterious figure, the sight fueling his unease as he advanced. Einar joined him, their silent coordination evident as they closed in on the suspicious scene. Einar's eyes locked on a shadowed figure, her instincts screaming that this was no ordinary foe. Flames illuminated the ground, revealing not monsters but remnants of a calculated, deadly attack. 4 bodies lay motionless, evidence of a sinister presence that sent chills down their spines. The bodies told the story of betrayal, someone bloodied blade gleaming under the faint torchlight. The woman emerged, her aura exuding danger as she gazed upon them with unsettling confidence. Bjorn realized they faced not a monster but a plunderer, one who thrived on chaos. Einar tightened her stance, readying herself for the inevitable clash against this unpredictable new adversary. The confrontation loomed, their resolve tested as they prepared to face an enemy unlike any before. The ominous glow of the forest unveiled a group of dangerous hunters, their eyes scanning for easy prey. These scavengers thrived by looting equipment from fallen explorers, profiting in the lawless labyrinth's chaos. Plundering was an unforgivable crime, punishable by death, yet the labyrinth's silence hid many sins from the world outside. Bjorn's memory lingered on the six he once felled in survival, their fates buried within this unforgiving maze. A fiery-haired stranger emerged from the shadows, her presence unsettling yet commanding attention beneath the cold, flickering firelight. Bjorn's instincts sharpened. The woman's intense gaze burned into him, carrying an unspoken challenge he couldn't ignore. Her calm demeanor masked a hunter's precision. Bjorn's size mattered little before her sharp mind and seasoned ruthlessness. The woman's distinct red hair and fierce tattoo made her unmistakable, yet her reputation was as elusive as mist. Bjorn sensed the quiet strength beneath her calm surface, a predator who left no trails for her prey to follow. Tension crackled in the air as Einar's grip tightened on her axe, her instincts warning him of her cunning edge. Amid the ruins, 4 lifeless bodies lay cold, their high-quality equipment revealing the caliber of adventurers they once were. Bjorn assessed the scene. 3 bore no external wounds, likely poisoned, while 1 fell from a precise blade strike. Their deaths told a story of betrayal, a grim reminder of trust's fragile nature within these dangerous depths. The red-haired stranger knelt, examining her surroundings with calculated intent, her actions confirming the labyrinth's ruthless code. Bjorn watched as she finished looting, her movements swift and efficient, embodying the unrelenting will of a survivor. The red-haired woman's movements were swift, her blade cutting through the silence with a deadly focus. Bjorn recognized her experience, her technique far beyond the recklessness of ordinary plunderers he had encountered before. The group remained alert, knowing any misstep could invite chaos into the already tense situation. Bjorn clenched his weapon tighter, sensing the rising tension as the labyrinth's treachery manifested through unseen threats. With a silent signal, Bjorn's companion urged him to run, survival outweighing pride in the labyrinth's unforgiving depths. Bjorn and his companion sprinted through the labyrinth, their breaths heavy, the oppressive darkness making every step treacherous. The fiery-haired woman's gaze lingered, her confidence signaling she held no fear of those who fled her presence. The labyrinth amplified their hurried footsteps, its vast emptiness mocking their desperate attempt to escape its cruel embrace. Bjorn calculated their odds, knowing only cunning and endurance could outpace the labyrinth's relentless dangers. Reaching a familiar path, he guided his companion toward safety, their survival hinging on the faint hope of an exit. Bjorn's pace faltered as new figures emerged, their silhouettes indicating a group of armed explorers blocking their escape. The explorers' distrust was immediate, their guarded stance showing the labyrinth's paranoia that extended even among allies. Bjorn's companion tried to plead their case, emphasizing the shared threat they all faced in this deadly maze. Suspicion lingered as alliances within the labyrinth often ended in betrayal, trust being a rare commodity among survivors. The explorers hesitated, unsure whether to believe them, the labyrinth's cruel history weighing heavily on every decision made. The explorers cautiously agreed to Bjorn's suggestion, their unease evident as they decided to follow the stealthy lead of the group. The gnome's ability cloaked them in shadow, blending seamlessly with the labyrinth's treacherous terrain to avoid detection by predators. Bjorn felt the tension ease slightly, though he knew it was a fragile reprieve in the unforgiving depths of the maze. As they moved, the labyrinth seemed to shift, its eerie silence broken only by the faint echoes of distant danger. Trust was fragile, and Bjorn silently prepared for betrayal, knowing survival often came at the expense of loyalty in the labyrinth. The group stumbled upon remnants of a trap, its sinister design speaking to the cunning of plunderers who roamed these depths. A sudden ambush sent shockwaves through the group, the air thick with the chaos of combat against unseen adversaries. Bjorn's movements slowed as paralysis set in, the trap's effects robbing him of control while the battle raged around him. Helpless, he watched the enemy's confidence grow, their taunts a cruel reminder of the labyrinth's merciless nature. Despite his vulnerability, Bjorn's mind raced, searching for a way to exploit even the slightest weakness in his captor's plan. The plunderers captured Bjorn, their disdain evident as they mocked him, seeing little value in what they considered a barbarian. Bjorn's keen instincts, however, detected opportunities amidst their carelessness, each insult fueling his determination to survive and retaliate. The plunderers' leader issued a grim order, their eyes gleaming with greed as they prepared to finish the captives. Bjorn's senses heightened, his survival instincts urging him to find an opening, any chance to turn the tide in his favor. As the blade rose, the labyrinth itself seemed to stir, its unpredictable nature promising a shift in the battle's outcome. As Bjorn's fate seemed sealed, his mind raced with desperation, refusing to accept the grim end before him. The enemy's blade drew closer, and Bjorn calculated his move, relying on timing to create an unexpected opening. Bjorn thinking about something so he can avoid a lot of damage from the attack as the blade get closer to his neck. Bjorn tried to move his neck, as the blade is going closer to his neck. At least the damage only get 1 point damage. As the blade already stabbed his neck, not too deep, Bjorn tried to move his neck behind. He believed he can do this. Bjorn's sudden movement stunned his captors, their confidence faltering as he turned the tide of battle with sheer resolve. The labyrinth seemed to amplify his movements, the oppressive darkness now a cover for his calculated strikes. Shouts of panic erupted as Bjorn unleashed his strength, cutting through the disorganized plunderers with precision and determination. The leader barked orders, trying to regain control, but the momentum had shifted decisively in Bjorn's favor. As the remaining enemies looked at him, Bjorn's presence became a force to be reckoned with, defying the labyrinth's cruel expectations. Bjorn's companion, Einar, joined the fray, their combined efforts overwhelming the remnants of the plunderers with relentless efficiency. The labyrinth echoed with the clash of steel as the duo fought, their synergy a testament to their survival instincts. With one final strike, Bjorn gave the sword to Einar, leaving no room for a counterattack as silence descended upon the battlefield. As Bjorn's body can totally move, he will leave the rest to Einar, as she can finish the rest. The labyrinth's oppressive air lingered, but for now, Bjorn and Einar had carved out a moment of fragile triumph. Einar swung her blade with precision, the weight of the battle pressing heavily as blood stained the labyrinth floor. The enemy's desperate attempts to counter were futile, Einar's strikes relentless, each one driving fear into the hearts of foes. Amid the chaos, Einar seized an opportunity, striking decisively to end the confrontation with a commanding display of strength. The plunderers faltered, realizing their end was inevitable against such determination, their panic feeding Einar's momentum. Victory was theirs, but the toll of the fight left Einar and Bjorn bruised, exhausted, and wary of lurking threats. Someone staggered, his strength waning as his injuries caught up, blood loss clouding his vision despite his unwavering resolve. Einar rushed to his side, determination blazing as he fought to stabilize Bjorn with makeshift aid amidst their surroundings. The labyrinth seemed to mock their struggle, its eerie silence amplifying the urgency of their dire situation. Bjorn's life hung by a thread, but Einar's relentless efforts kept him clinging to consciousness despite the odds. As the tension lifted slightly, Bjorn tried telling Einar about something, knowing the labyrinth allowed no room for rest or hesitation. Einar gave the potion to Bjorn with care, his expression a mix of relief and frustration as the danger momentarily subsided. Bjorn managed a weak smile, the scars a testament to his resilience, a badge of survival in the unforgiving labyrinth. The duo gathered their strength, their bond fortified by the battle as they prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. A faint glow in the distance hinted at new dangers or opportunities, the labyrinth's mysteries, pulling them forward once again. With resolve renewed, Bjorn and Einar pressed on, their shared determination a beacon of hope against the labyrinth's relentless trials. A sudden dart pierced the air, striking with precision as the group froze, realizing the labyrinth's dangers weren't yet over. The dart's poison worked quickly, forcing the group into chaos as they scrambled to react to this unseen deadly threat. From the shadows, the red-haired woman emerged, her presence commanding as she observed the unfolding chaos with sharp eyes. Bjorn's instincts screamed as he realized she had been watching, her silence an unnerving reminder of the labyrinth's unpredictability. Einar's gaze locked onto Bjorn, their shared determination flaring as they prepared for the next inevitable clash with the unknown. Bjorn and Einar stopped in their tracks, realizing escape was no longer an option with her closing the distance. The red-haired woman's calm, unwavering steps exuded confidence, her gaze piercing as if she anticipated their every move. Bjorn raised his axe, determination blazing, as Einar charged beside him. Together, they prepared to face her head-on. A searing arc of light carved through the air as Einar braced herself against the forceful strike's impact. The red-haired woman instinct screamed as Einar's blade barely missed her, the ground beneath her feet trembling with energy. Flames roared to life, encircling the battlefield, their heat forcing Bjorn to retreat as his opponent unleashed overwhelming power. Realizing her strength, Bjorn assessed her relentless movements, questioning how many hidden abilities she wielded to dominate the fight. If Bjorn couldn't overpower her soon, he knew he would be forced into a desperate gamble to survive. Her strike came faster than expected, forcing Bjorn to deflect while his muscles screamed in defiance of the impossible force. Channeling his remaining energy, Einar surged forward, aiming to create a small opening amidst the chaos of her relentless attacks. Despite his efforts, Bjorn found a weakness in his defense, piercing through his armor with a move too swift to follow. Pain erupted in Bjorn's chest as his strength drained rapidly. Realizing the precision of her strike had disabled his vitality, his mind reeled, wondering how she shattered his defenses so cleanly. The dagger's precision had left him utterly vulnerable. Bjorn's mind raced, piecing together the truth. She wasn't human. The aura surrounding her confirmed her supernatural prowess. Her moves flowed seamlessly, striking with the precision and strength of a predator. Bjorn felt his survival odds slipping further. Desperate, Einar unleashed a reckless counterattack, but her calculated strike threw her off balance, blood marking the ground beneath her. As the blow connected, Einar cursed under her breath, knowing she had underestimated her tactical brilliance and lethal determination. The battlefield grew silent as Einar hit the ground, her mind clouded with frustration, yet she refused to give up. Bjorn knelt before her, the glow of his blade revealing his unwavering resolve to spare his life for now. Her piercing gaze locked onto Bjorn, her presence both a warning and a strange declaration of conditional mercy. Conflicted, Bjorn looked at her, weighing her words and the implications of his survival against his pride as a warrior. The battlefield grew eerily quiet, broken only by the sound of her pointed dagger in front of his face, leaving Bjorn gather his thoughts. A single phrase lingered in his mind, sparking uncertainty. Why had she, so merciless before, decided to let him live? Still shaken, Bjorn watched her movements, trying to piece together her true intentions behind her cryptic words and actions. The flames cast shadows on her figure as she spoke of debts, alliances, and mysterious promises that bound her decisions. Einar's instincts flared with distrust. Her strength and confidence made it clear she was no ordinary warrior bound by honor. Despite her doubts, Einar's exhaustion left him vulnerable, her body still recovering from her earlier calculated strike that nearly shattered him. An uneasy silence settled between them, the unspoken tension heavier than any blow exchanged on the battlefield moments ago. Bjorn stared at her, her cold declaration punctuated by an unshaken oath that hinted at unyielding purpose beyond their encounter. Her promise, though sharp and unyielding, was laced with something deeper, a warning perhaps, or an offer of reluctant trust. Kneeling, Bjorn swore on his own honor, sealing their exchange with a solemn gesture as flames flickered ominously around them. She stepped closer, her eyes hard, as if weighing his words before extending her hand in a gesture both final and binding. Bjorn's armor glinted under the firelight as her touch burned against it, a strange seal of their uneasy understanding. The barbarian woman fell on the ground, her expression unreadable, as the tension between them grew heavier amidst the quiet battlefield. Her refusal echoed with conviction, leaving Bjorn momentarily stunned, questioning her motives and whether she had another plan in mind. Stepping away, the woman raised her dagger, a deliberate choice that left the group vulnerable yet with a lingering sense of purpose. Bjorn's mind raced, feeling the weight of the oath he'd sworn and the uncertainty of what her actions would lead to. He clenched his fists, determined to survive, even as the whispers of her strength and resolve burned in his memory. The moonlight cast long shadows as Einar's voice broke the silence, his confusion and resolve clashing in equal measure. Einar hesitated, her pride as a warrior warring against the impossible odds they faced if they failed to work together. Bjorn's booming voice shattered the stillness, urging Einar to reconsider as his fiery determination left no room for argument. Einar exhaled slowly, nodding reluctantly, his voice heavy with resignation as he swore to honor their fragile alliance moving forward. The night grew colder, yet within the campfire's glow, a fragile understanding began to form between the battered warriors. Bjorn wanted to ask something, a veiled challenge, a reminder that the path ahead would test their resolve beyond anything before. Bjorn's brow furrowed as he asked what floor, a place known only in whispered legends. Want to know her answer. The woman stood in silence, the enormity of her task dawning on them as the weight of survival pressed closer. The red-haired woman stepped forward and told him the 8th floor, Bjorn thinking that she is an 8th-floor explorer. She disappeared into the shadows, leaving the group to ponder his warning. Next time, mercy wouldn't be an option. The crystalline cave glimmered with an eerie blue light, its beauty hiding the dangers awaiting Einar and his companions. A sudden fall sent shockwaves through the air as the group stumbled, landing amidst jagged crystals in the cave's chilling silence. Bjorn winced, his body aching from the impact, while guilt gnawed at him for showing weakness in front of his allies. The memory of their past struggles resurfaced, a reminder of how far they'd come and the pain endured to survive. Bjorn's determined gaze hardened. The warrior that survives is the strongest. They now have a chance of winning next time. Einar's breath steadied as he recalled Bjorn's words, the weight of their promise strengthening his resolve to endure shame and pain. Einar's voice echoed faintly, a reassurance that vengeance wasn't far off, though Bjorn's heart remained burdened with doubt. The cave's cold air intensified, matching the icy resolve that settled between them as they vowed to fight another day. Rest eluded Bjorn as he reflected on his failures, haunted by thoughts of his companion's unspoken expectations weighing heavily on him. Despite his inner turmoil, Bjorn clenched his fists, determined to grow stronger and prove his worth to the group. Memories flooded Bjorn's mind, moments of humiliation, survival, and unexpected kindness that shaped his resolve to never show weakness again. The image of the swordsman offering a potion resurfaced, a stark contrast to the pride Bjorn now carried within himself. He recalled drinking the potion, the shame piercing deeper than any wound, fueling his determination to never feel that helpless again. Bjorn gritted his teeth, promising himself that next time he'd be the one offering strength instead of relying on others. As the night deepened, his resolve solidified. This cavern marked the turning point of his journey to reclaim his honor. Bjorn stood in the spotlight, reflecting on his survival, knowing each decision had been calculated to endure the harsh realities. Focusing only on the present, Bjorn suppressed doubts, though uncertainty gnawed at him about the true cost of survival. Memories of betrayal and harsh lessons reminded Bjorn why self-preservation demanded a constant state of vigilance and calculated actions. Forced to prioritize survival, Bjorn's choices left no room for regrets, though his resolve to adapt grew increasingly unshakable. With a determined glare, he resolved to change his approach, forging a plan to navigate the challenges ahead with confidence. Bjorn then calling Einar's name that was sleeping on the ground, make her wake up because of him calling her name. Bjorn's voice broke the silence, offering a chance at newfound strength, though the path promised nothing but relentless danger. Einar, unwavering, accepted the challenge, knowing survival depended on embracing chaos, regardless of the risks that threatened to consume them. Their pact formed, the group agreed to attack first, their shared goal of overcoming trials binding them against the unknown. Bjorn's declaration echoed through the crystalline chamber, marking the beginning of a new strategy to face the challenges awaiting them. The cavern erupted with chaos as the group fought wave after wave of creatures, each kill strengthening their resolve to continue. Bjorn's eyes scanned the room, noting the monster types and the dangerous implications of their unusual presence in one place. They advanced carefully, the path illuminated by their torch, leading to an imposing structure that pulsed with an ominous glow. Bjorn studied the monument, its engravings hinting at secrets long forgotten, sparking curiosity and a sense of foreboding about their discovery. Bjorn's expression hardened, his grip tightening as they prepared to unlock whatever truths or dangers awaited within the ancient artifact's depths. Bjorn's torch illuminated the path as he contemplated the hidden mechanics of the labyrinth, sensing familiar elements he could exploit. Einar listened closely as Bjorn explained their strategy, preparing himself for the unknown dangers awaiting within the rupture ahead. The concept of the rupture as an isolated labyrinth intrigued Einar, who braced for the challenges hidden within its depths. Bjorn visualized the intricate layout of the instanced dungeon, recalling the necessary precision to overcome its dangerous and puzzling nature. The glowing magic crystals before them hinted at the dungeon's true challenge, each representing a foe whose strength they would face. The rupture surged open, its ominous glow calling for challengers. Einar and Bjorn stepped forward, determination ignited as shadows beckoned his resolve. A glowing rupture appeared, shattering the tranquil skies, its fiery hues signaling the beginning of something catastrophic. The barbarians braced themselves as time accelerated unnaturally, the air thick with magic and foreboding energy. They entered the labyrinth, knowing only that survival required completing the perilous trials awaiting them inside. The path led to the blood-tinted castle, a foreboding structure radiating darkness, promising danger at every corner. Bjorn adjusted his armor, his mind racing with strategies, while the red glow from the horizon loomed ominously. Bjorn stepped cautiously into the crimson-lit corridor, marveling at the surreal yet menacing environment around him. The initial trials seemed manageable, designed more to unsettle than to harm, but their purpose became evident with each step. Suddenly the floor quaked, and shadows swirled ahead, announcing the arrival of another contender for survival. Their arrival brought an eerie silence, broken only by the chilling cry of a distant foe preparing its ambush. Erwin's instincts kicked in, her grip tightening on her dagger as she scanned for the unseen threat. Deep within the labyrinth, the tension between the adventurers grew as they strategized for the challenges that lay ahead. Erwin's companion reminded her of the importance of versatility, urging her to master skills beyond the bow and dagger. The wisdom shared was clear. Team dynamics mattered, but individual preparation held the key to enduring unforeseen betrayals. Her sister Daria tried to remind her that a teammate is just a teammate, so she doesn't put such a high value on them. Each decision now held the weight of life and death, but Erwin's resolve burned brighter than ever before. Erwin grabbed her sister's hand. They go to the second floor now. She bets Bjorn is earning a whole lot of money. Her sister explained that experienced explorers often took these risks, the cyclical nature of ruptures offering fleeting opportunities for treasure. Erwin realized that this challenge was the gateway to her growth, a test that could not be avoided. They approached the glowing rupture cautiously, the magic swirling ominously, promising both unimaginable rewards and deadly consequences. With a deep breath, Daria thinks that Barbarian's a beginner too, after all. He is probably going up the floors. Inside, the rupture pulsed with chaotic energy, each step feeling heavier as the atmosphere pressed down on them. A sudden sound echoed through the chamber, announcing the arrival of something ancient and terrible lurking within the shadows. Erwin gritted his teeth as he drew his weapon, every instinct screaming at him to stay sharp and alert. The figure emerged, shrouded in smoke and red light, its malevolence palpable as it laughed with sinister intent. Their resolve hardened, the team prepared for a fight unlike any they'd encountered before, knowing failure meant certain death. They run into the rupture, each blow echoing through the cavern, as Erwin's determination fueled every strike against the overwhelming foe. Erwin's hand touched the rupture, really fast so she can get inside the rupture as soon as possible. Magic clashed. They get inside the rupture, the environment crumbling under the intense energy, every second pushing their limits to survive. But sadly, when they both come inside the rupture, they didn't get anything because they were too late. Meanwhile, Bjorn and Einar pressed onward, the journey far from over but hope burning brighter than ever, feeling curious with their first party member. The group encountered a dwarf warrior, his hearty laugh cutting through the tension as he welcomed them to the challenge. Bjorn noticed the dwarf's confidence, a mix of experience and eagerness that hinted at valuable knowledge about the labyrinth. A mage joined the group, her aura exuding authority and precision, signaling an invaluable ally for the upcoming battles. The team dynamics shifted, each member assessing their roles, their strengths pooling together for survival in the blood-tinted castle. Bjorn felt hope rise as he realized the combined skills of the party could turn the tides in their favor. They stood at the edge of the rupture, the magical energy threatening to overwhelm, but the group's determination burned stronger. The mage's insights on the castle's structure provided a strategic advantage, but danger still lurked in every shadowy corner. As the group advanced, Bjorn thinks that the party composition is not bad, especially when they have Mage 2 on their party. Bjorn observed the balance of personalities. This is amazing, the mage's intellect. And Bjorn's raw strength kept them moving steadily forward. Bjorn explained that mages are an important resource to the city, so only those whose skills have been verified can enter. Raven smiled when she listened to Bjorn's explanation about her. He's quite knowledgeable for a barbarian. The mage introduced herself as Raven, her composed demeanor masking the sharpness of her observations on the labyrinth's magical essence. Tarjans bowed to them all, as Raven introduced him as a professional carrier, lightening the mood despite the looming danger ahead. And then Hikarad Murad introduced himself. He has been and explored for 3 years, he smiled to them. The team's bond solidified with each step, their shared goals transforming them from mere survivors into a cohesive, formidable unit. Bjorn stood in the dimly lit chamber, scanning the surroundings as flickering torches cast dancing shadows across the walls. Bjorn then looked at them and asked them how did they get here. They don't have any reason to be on the first floor. Raven smiled to him and told him she did hear that a rupture was going to open up this time around. The group shared whispers, exchanging brief nods of agreement before stepping forward, their leader appearing to take a bold initiative. With a silent understanding forming, Bjorn's demeanor shifted, hinting at collaboration as he gestured towards the deeper corridors of the labyrinth. Tension rose as a heated debate broke out among the group, with Bjorn staying composed, letting the moment play itself out. Einar passionately vouched for Bjorn's skills, recounting tales of his strength and resilience that had inspired countless others. Raven and Hikarad listened to what Einar said to them, but Raven told her that they already decided. Einar told them that Bjorn is not unique. He is great, she screamed and clenched her fist, unwavering with her decision. Bjorn's name echoed through the chamber, his reputation cementing itself further as the group prepared for the challenges ahead. As the group marched forward, the atmosphere lightened, with subtle exchanges that hinted at camaraderie slowly building among the members. Raven's steadfast presence brought a strange sense of reassurance, even as danger loomed closer with each step into the unknown. Bjorn kept his focus sharp, quietly observing as his companions adjusted to the dynamics of working together in this perilous environment. A humorous remark broke the tension, earning quiet chuckles. the first sign of trust forming within the newly allied group. With renewed determination, the group pressed forward, their steps synchronized as they ventured into the dark, ready to face anything. Tension rose as the group's negotiations grew heated, each member weighing their priorities against the risks of venturing further together. A sharp observation from the mage revealed hidden dangers, making her an invaluable asset despite the group's mixed opinions about her. Raven told Hikura that the blood-tinted castle's monsters are all 7th rank, so just Tarjin and her would suffice. The group hesitated but ultimately decided to trust the mage's lead, preparing for the looming challenges ahead with renewed determination. As they moved forward, the mage clarified her terms, sparking another debate about trust and the distribution of spoils among them. A fiery exchange over loot allocation erupted, highlighting the group's underlying tensions as greed clashed with practicality in the dungeon's depths. Hikura, feeling annoyed and angry, he thinks that Raven underestimated him as a dwarf. He tried to confront Raven. Bjorn, observing silently, recognized this as a typical dungeon conflict, where money and power often outweighed camaraderie and shared goals. The debate escalated before cooler heads intervened, redirecting focus to the greater threats awaiting them deeper within the dungeon. Raven told them that she is going to give them all the magic crystals that come from the rupture. Frustrations boiled over as the mage proposed a lopsided division of loot, drawing scorn and skepticism from the group's warrior. Hikura, staying composed, evaluated the mage's motives, suspecting her decisions were fueled by personal goals rather than the group's welfare. A compromise was reached, though grudgingly, as tensions simmered, and the group adjusted their priorities to maintain fragile cooperation. The mage, despite her flaws, revealed an invaluable plan for the final stages. They excluded Bjorn and Einar from their conversation. Bjorn walked toward them. He thinks that he can't go back without taking anything for himself. He should decide too. Bjorn firmly stated his terms, focusing on essential items rather than excess, a decision rooted in pragmatism and survival instinct. The group exchanged tense glances, questioning Bjorn's choices, while the mage tried to reassert her stance on the rupture stone. A negotiation unfolded, with Bjorn reluctantly compromising to maintain cohesion, carefully balancing fairness with his own priorities for the expedition. The mage's sharp expression softened as a tentative agreement was reached, signaling a fragile truce in their clashing dynamics. With tensions momentarily eased, the group resumed their focus, knowing that cooperation was their only chance of surviving the challenges ahead. Bjorn surveyed the group, recognizing that despite their differing goals, they shared a single thread of resolve driving them forward. With their agreement sealed, the group moved on cautiously, each step carrying them closer to the dungeon's rumored treasures and dangers. The battle-tested warriors readied themselves, while Bjorn reflected on his journey, vowing to grow stronger to navigate this perilous world. The mage and the dwarf, walking a step behind, contemplated the intricate balance between research, survival, and the unexpected bonds forming within the group. Bjorn's fiery determination blazed as he silently promised to climb higher, no matter the obstacles standing in his way. Crimson Castle stood daunting, split into sections. Drawbridge at the entrance is the first thing they should go. The first barrier. Battle of the outer wall concealed relentless foes. Bjorn's gaze scanned for gaps, planning every move with precision and caution. The underground prison and the inner wall shadows promised secrets and dangers alike. Bjorn's determination deepened, each step testing his resilience further. A demonic effigy loomed, exuding dark energy. The sinister room felt alive, a silent challenge issued by its presence. Bjorn and the others already on the place. It is the gargoyle statue, Raven explained about that place. Gargoyle statues decorated the halls, their lifeless forms masking latent danger. Bjorn gripped his weapon tightly, expecting a trap. True to form, the gargoyles stirred, their jagged movements breaking the stillness. A test of endurance began abruptly. With heavy swings, gargoyle statue aimed for weak spots, its focus unwavering. Each strike aimed to dismantle their stone resistance. The petrification attack forced Bjorn to retreat momentarily. He adapted swiftly, relying on speed to counter the relentless assault. A companion faltered, their footing betraying them. Raven lunged, ensuring no ally fell behind, their teamwork a vital lifeline. Raven adjusted her hat. On this moment, it is a completely different story when there is a mage on their party. A radiant energy filled the air as Raven conjured curse removal magic, Artana VR. Her calm amidst chaos inspired confidence in the group. The maze's shifting walls forced quick decisions. Bjorn mapped the paths mentally, knowing time worked against them in every moment. An ambush loomed ahead, hinted by faint growls. Bjorn signaled the team, adjusting their formation to prepare for the clash. The group's coordinated strike halted an overwhelming advance. Their teamwork and trust illuminated the dark battlefield with fleeting hope. A fierce roar echoed as Hikarad charged, his axe cleaving through the air with raw power, shattering the gargoyle's stone form. The gargoyle resisted, its claws slicing the ground. Hikarad pressed forward, each strike fueled by his unyielding determination to win. A critical blow struck true, cracks spreading across the gargoyle's body. Hikarad stood tall, his resolve solid as the breaking stone. The battlefield cleared momentarily, but the tension lingered. Every step forward was a step deeper into unknown dangers and challenges. As the last shard of stone fell, the team exchanged silent nods, bracing themselves for whatever awaited beyond the doorway. The group advanced cautiously. Hikarad slammed his hammer to the gargoyle. The glow of Raven's magic brought fleeting warmth to the dim crimson hall. Hikarad wiped his sweat, he is laughing, and told them that they are quite good, feeling proud with their successful mission. Bjorn looked at Hikarad. Dwarves are as skilled as he thought, the way he just simply destroys is like a real man. Suspense grew as the Heartstone began to move on its own. The team steeled themselves, preparing for the next trial. Strange energies swirled as the artifact activated, revealing intricate mechanisms. Einar's instincts screamed that this was only the beginning of their trials. The Hearthstone get inside Tarjan's bag. Raven explained that she will hold the Hearthstones for now and give them to them occasionally. A distant rumble signaled danger. Bjorn gripped his axe, his sharp eyes scanning the dark, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. The group's advance triggered a sudden explosion. Dust and debris clouded the air, forcing them into a defensive formation. As the smoke cleared, the path ahead revealed even darker corridors. Raven cast a light spell illuminating the oppressive void. Guided by Raven's magic, the group pressed on. Bjorn's mind raced, piecing together the purpose of their journey and the trials ahead. A faint glow illuminated the chamber, revealing hulking stone figures awakening. The air grew heavy as danger slowly revealed itself. The group froze as the dead men stirred. Each movement echoed through the cavern, signaling an unavoidable, brutal confrontation. Raven told them that their attacks are as pathetic as biting, so she will save her spell power. The dead men retaliated, their crushing fists smashing the ground. They are running to them. They are going to attack them. The team rallied, each member playing their role perfectly. Bjorn led the assault, their synchronized efforts slowly turning the tide. Bjorn's axe cleaved through the final golem, splitting it apart with one decisive strike. Dust settled as silence returned. Hikarad's attack enveloped the group, crashing the deadmen. The battle had taken its toll, but their resolve grew stronger. A faint hum from the chamber's center drew their attention. A glowing artifact shimmered, pulsing with mysterious and potent energy. Bjorn cautiously approached, feeling the artifact's power ripple through the air. It promised answers but carried an air of foreboding. Bjorn looked at the thing, feeling surprised with what he found. It looks like something important and useful for later. Bjorn suddenly knew that it is the Deadman Commander's horn trumpet. He found it on the ground after Kill the Deadmen. Einar inspected the trumpet while Hikarad looked at it too. Together, they pieced together its purpose in this dangerous labyrinth. Now they are in front of the gate. This time it is a steel gate. Hikarad's hammer would not leave a dent. Raven then unleashed her magic spell, Akin Dare 2, in purpose to open the door in front of them. As the door opened, a warm light flooded the chamber, but it was deceptive. The real challenge lay ahead. The glow of the new path caught Bjorn's attention. He tightened his grip, knowing danger would greet them at every turn. Raven gracefully descended into the mist-filled corridor, her confidence unshaken. Her magic shimmered faintly, lighting the way for the group. The group stepped into a vast hall, the silence eerie. Raven's smile carried reassurance as she prepared her next spell. Bjorn scanned the area, noting the signs of traps hidden within the crumbling structure. The castle felt like a living labyrinth. Ahead, the drawbridge came into view. Its precarious state suggested another challenge, but Bjorn's resolve hardened with every step forward. The team paused as Raven asked Einar to blow the horn trumpet. Its mysterious glow hinted at its role in the upcoming challenge. Einar blew the horn, its echo reverberating through the castle walls. Ancient mechanisms groaned as the drawbridge began to shift. The ground trembled as the bridge moved. The group braced themselves, sensing the weight of the castle's defense mechanisms activating. Without warning, the bridge began to collapse. Einar screamed, asked about it, urging the team to run toward the other side quickly. As the drawbridge fell into the abyss, the team leaped to safety. Behind them, the sound of rushing water filled the air. The group peered down, noticing the rising pool of crimson liquid. Einar's instincts told her this was no ordinary obstacle. Einar pointed out movement in the red waters. Shadows shifted, revealing twisted forms ready to emerge and confront them. The water's surface broke as grotesque creatures lunged upward. Einar prepared her weapon while Raven readied defensive magic to shield the group. Raven explained to Einar that was deadmen, so she doesn't need to be nervous. Meanwhile, Ainge tried her best to, doesn't show her nervous. The battle raged on, and the team realized the key to progress was endurance. Every move counted in this relentless fight. The hulking beasts charged toward the group, shaking the ground. Bjorn roared, rallying his companions as they prepared for battle. Raven looked at the dead men. She smiled. She expected this and have already finished preparing for magic. Raven told them all to come towards her. The difficulty decreases dramatically with just one mage that can use AoE magic. Raven channeled her magic, unleashing a brilliant wave of light. The creatures hesitated, blinded by the dazzling display of power. The group moved forward cautiously, their pace steady. Bjorn's instincts warned him of the danger still lying ahead in the shadows. The aftermath of the battle left a trail of rubble and fallen foes. Bjorn tightened his grip, staying alert for more. Raven's magic lingered, a faint glow that eased the group's exhaustion. Her calm energy balanced the tension in the air. Bjorn adjusted his strategy, realizing Raven's magic were tougher than expected. He pondered their next move, considering every possible outcome. The drawbridge ahead seemed to glimmer faintly, as though waiting for the right moment. Raven nodded, ready for the challenge. Distant growls echoed, signaling the approach of another enemy. Bjorn's sharp eyes tracked the movement, bracing the team for another encounter. The group stood before the ominous gates, their surroundings littered with defeated foes. Raven led them toward the looming castle entrance. The first chapter of the castle's trials concluded. Each victory built confidence, yet the journey ahead promised greater challenges. Bjorn's gaze sharpened as they entered. His confidence surged, determined to handle any threat awaiting deeper within the castle's depths. The ancient fortress loomed, its gates radiating eerie power. Bjorn approached cautiously, sensing danger from the shadows beyond. With a flick of her staff, Raven unleashed a blazing spell, green flames consuming the barriers in a radiant glow. As magic surged, the ground shook. Bjorn led the charge, his axe gleaming, ready to confront the enemies ahead. Enemies emerged from the shadows, their grotesque forms distorted. Yet Raven's firestorm cleared the way for their advance. Bjorn's confidence grew. The path was brutal, but the overwhelming power of Raven's spell gave them a fleeting advantage. A monstrous figure emerged, its armor clinking as it roared. Bjorn braced himself, gripping his axe with unwavering determination. The colossal beast charged, but Bjorn and his ally coordinated seamlessly, dodging its blows and preparing for a counterattack. Bjorn and Einar unleashed a synchronized strike. Their combined strength aimed to topple the towering foe in one decisive moment. The creature faltered under the assault, but its rage intensified, sending shockwaves as it tried to regain the upper hand. Despite the chaos, Bjorn stood firm. The enemy's collapse brought a momentary victory, but the battlefield demanded relentless perseverance. Raven's hands glowed as she summoned another spell. The air crackled with purple energy, pulsating with ominous intensity. The skeletal horde surged forward, their hollow eyes locked on Bjorn. He met them with ferocity, unyielding in his strikes. Raven unleashed a spell of destruction, purple energy ripping through the battlefield, reducing the skeletons to mere fragments. A metallic foe clashed with Bjorn, its relentless strikes testing his endurance. Raven's support magic bolstered his strength at critical moments. Victory left the battlefield in eerie silence. Bjorn and Raven prepared for what lay ahead, their resolve shining brightly. Bjorn assessed the battlefield, his instincts sharp. Raven radiated confidence, her magic a beacon of hope for their mission. With a smirk, Raven channeled radiant energy, her spell forming a protective barrier as Bjorn prepared to charge forward. The teams synchronized their efforts. Raven's power and Bjorn's strength created a rhythm that overwhelmed their enemies. The fortress resonated with echoes of battle. They moved deeper into the stronghold, their resolve unwavering against unseen dangers. Bjorn's mind focused on the path ahead. Each step closer to victory revealed new challenges, but they pressed on. Bjorn's expression shifted. Something felt off about the quiet hallways. Bjorn sensed it too, gripping his axe tightly. Shadows played tricks on their vision. Raven's magic illuminated the dim surroundings, revealing faint outlines of what lay ahead. Bjorn's instincts kicked in. He motioned for caution, his experience warning him of traps or ambushes concealed within the silence. The deeper they ventured, the heavier the atmosphere grew. Each step forward felt like walking into the maw of danger. Bjorn and Raven's coordination became vital. The silent corridors demanded their wits and skills, challenging them beyond brute strength. The inner castle loomed, its eerie silence unsettling. Bjorn tightened his grip, knowing the toughest battles were yet to come. Raven's spells lit the path ahead, but the absence of enemies felt unnerving, as though the calm preceded chaos. A sudden tremor shook the ground. Bjorn steadied Raven, his instincts warning of an impending danger within the castle walls. Flames erupted as they get in deeper, The team braced themselves, ready to face whatever challenge awaited in the darkness. They have entered the underground prison's first floor, but Bjorn knew this was only the beginning of a larger confrontation. The group gathered to discuss monsters encountered in the area. Raven's knowledge provided insight into the dangers they might face. Hikarod explained the unique traits of certain foes, emphasizing preparation. Hikarod smiled, his focus sharpening with each detail shared. Raven chuckled at the challenge, eager to face what lay ahead. Raven's warnings, however, carried a note of caution. The group delved deeper into the castle, its eerie atmosphere pressing down on them. Bjorn remained alert, scanning for threats. Einar pointed the skull rat beside her and asked Bjorn, "Are these monsters too?" Bjorn wanted to answer her question, but Raven brushed him off. Raven described the peculiar skull rats and their minimal threat, but Einar remained skeptical, scanning the darkness for movement. A loud screech pierced the silence, and the group froze. Bjorn positioned himself defensively, prepared for the unexpected. Banshees emerged, their chilling cries echoing. Raven's magic flared as Bjorn and Tyr braced for a fierce battle. The Banshees' relentless attacks tested their resilience. Einar feeling surprised because of it, hugging Bjorn a brief window to counterattack. As the Banshees fly away, silence returned. The group caught their breath, knowing the journey ahead would be no easier. Raven warned of Banshee's potential terrors, though she downplayed the danger. Bjorn stayed vigilant, sensing there was more to fear. Einar glanced at Raven, questioning her casual demeanor. Her light-hearted remarks clashed with the growing tension in the dim halls. Raven prepared her spells, a determined glint in her eyes. Bjorn felt reassured, her confidence steadying his own resolve. Together they advanced, encountering remnants of the Banshee's influence. The ominous air hinted at more formidable enemies deeper within. Bjorn and Raven exchanged knowing looks. With renewed determination, they pressed forward, ready for the next chapter of their battle. Banshee leaped into action, flames surrounding it as it unleashed another spell to hold back their retaliation. The Banshee shrieked, its presence amplified by an ominous force. Bjorn's relentless strikes cut through, creating a fleeting opening. More Banshees emerged from the shadows, their terrifying cries growing louder. Bjorn and Raven braced for an intense fight. Raven's ultimate spell lit the battlefield, consuming the Banshees in a torrent of flames as Bjorn shielded the group. Exhausted but triumphant, the group took a brief respite. Raven's magic held them together, while Bjorn scouted ahead cautiously. Raven signaled the team to proceed. The underground prison loomed ominously, its eerie silence masking untold dangers within its depths. Bjorn observed Raven's unwavering composure. Her abilities kept surprising him, each step revealing her critical role in their survival. The second floor brought fresh challenges. Chimera wolves and ghoul lords awaited, testing their strategy and resilience to the limits. The group pushed forward despite the oppressive environment. Raven's magic illuminated their path while Bjorn's instincts led them through the perilous maze. Reaching the inner chambers, they braced for an even greater challenge. Victory seemed distant, but their determination remained steadfast. The group paused, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Hikarod gripped his hammer tightly, signaling readiness for the unknown. Raven remained unfazed by the eerie surroundings. Her prior experiences strengthened her resolve, even in the face of overwhelming tension. They discovered a hidden passage, its secrets buried within the fortress walls. Bjorn led cautiously, ensuring the team's safety. A concealed door revealed a guard room. Bjorn prepared for combat, expecting enemies lurking in the darkness beyond. The group lit their torches, their resolve unshaken. They ventured deeper, knowing that danger and discovery awaited at every turn. The team cautiously advanced into the dim chamber, their torches casting eerie shadows over the desolate, corpse-littered battlefield ahead. A sickening stench filled the air as they discovered an endless pile of corpses, a grim reminder of past battles. Bjorn stood firm, unfazed by the gruesome sight. His barbarian resilience proved invaluable in facing such overwhelming conditions. Raven held her composure, while others struggled against the horrifying environment. They all knew turning back wasn't an option anymore. As the group regrouped, Bjorn signaled for silence. Their next move required precision, as danger lingered within the oppressive stillness. Raven adjusted her stance, battling nausea. The horrors of the battlefield were something even her trained mind struggled to endure. Bjorn kept his focus, scanning for signs of movement. He reassured the team, urging them to stay vigilant. The group pressed forward, stepping over fallen remnants. The air grew heavier, amplifying the unease that settled in their hearts. They followed Bjorn's lead, their steps echoing in the silent expanse. The unnerving stillness foreshadowed a looming, unseen threat. Suddenly, faint whispers broke the silence. The group halted, their torches barely illuminating the dark as dread crept closer. A voice emerged from the darkness, startling the team. Raven gripped her staff tightly, her eyes scanning for its source. The whispers grew louder, almost pleading. Bjorn tensed, recognizing the foreboding sign of something sinister within the shadows. The corpse pile shifted unnaturally, revealing the grotesque form of a corpse golem. Its anguished cries echoed through the cavern. Bjorn prepared for battle as the monstrous figure rose. Raven began channeling her magic, ready to unleash her strongest spells. With no time to waste, the group braced themselves, knowing this fight would determine whether they could move forward. Bjorn rallied the group, urging them to focus. The oppressive atmosphere tested their resolve, but their survival depended on teamwork. Hikarud froze under pressure, the weight of the eerie surroundings overwhelming him. Bjorn quickly moved to assess the growing danger. The corpse golem's grotesque form became more menacing as it advanced. Its sinister presence amplified the group's tension and urgency. Bjorn identified the golem's strategy. Its cunning disguise as lifeless corpses revealed the level of deception they now faced. Grim determination spread across Bjorn's face. With no aid expected, the group had no choice but to fight relentlessly forward. Bjorn faced the massive corpse golem, its eerie whispers echoing. With unwavering resolve, he charged forward, axe ready to strike. Bjorn stared at the dungeon's entrance, recalling how its name alone sparked a mix of fear and fascination among adventurers. The infamous artwork was legendary, often serving as the emblem for countless dangerous quests shared across communities and stories. Dungeon illustrations, known for their intricate details, became a meme, symbolizing impossible odds faced by unprepared challengers worldwide. Comments flooded the forums, mocking unready explorers who misjudged the dangers, turning the dungeon's allure into a grim lesson. Standing before its towering gates, Bjorn felt the cold reality. This was no longer just a depiction, but real danger. The mage, once celebrated for her spells, seemed oddly cautious, her demeanor hiding past triumphs and concealed doubts. Bjorn noticed how the dwarf exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the risks ahead while their gear gleamed under the dim light. Among them, Tarjin, the quiet carrier, carried an aura of unexpected strength, his composed stance defying his supposed role. Bjorn gripped his weapon. He'd think that they treated him and Einar like trash because they were beginners, but the only ones in their right minds here. With courage surging, Bjorn and Einar tightened their grips, ready to prove barbarians could endure and overcome against all odds. Einar yelled, breaking the tense silence as a green fog emerged, threatening to engulf the group in a deadly haze. Bjorn lunged forward, the weight of his armor and axe feeling lighter as the adrenaline coursed through his veins. The swarm of monsters poured in, their crimson eyes glinting with malice, forcing Bjorn to make a decisive move. Einar's war cry echoed as she cleaved through the monstrous mass, her blade meeting flesh with unmatched precision and fury. With a thunderous blow, the green liquid get inside Hikarud's eyes. It makes Hikarud feeling pain because of it. Blinded by the green liquid, Hikarud stumbled back, clutching his face as Bjorn shielded Einar from the chaotic assault. Bjorn looked at Raven, that's still coughing because of the smell from that place. She is still barfing it up. Flames erupted as Bjorn told Einar to take the dwarf to the back and protect the mage. He will aggro them for now. Einar pushed forward despite her condition, determined to protect the others, while Bjorn kept the golem distracted with precise strikes. The corpse golem's movement slowed, revealing its predictable patterns, as the group readied to counterattack with newfound clarity and resolve. Bjorn charged head-on, absorbing the brunt of the golem's attacks, buying time for Einar to regroup and Gabriel to reposition. The golem's claws scraped the ground, pulling closer enemies into its gaping maw, a grim fate for those caught unaware. Bjorn's war cry resonated, his strikes cleaving through the writhing mass of corpses, as Gabriel bolstered their defense with quick footwork. Bjorn roared, holding his ground despite the overwhelming odds, as the group capitalized on the golem's momentary vulnerabilities to press forward. If they get too close, the corpse golem will focus on the mage instead of him. That would be the worst-case scenario. The golem roared, feeling annoyed by the relentless assault, as Bjorn keep his distance until the mage gets it together. Bjorn lured remaining enemies away, creating an opening for the mage to channel one final incantation against the towering foe. Exhaustion weighed on Bjorn, but the sight of the mage's determination ignited hope, urging him to stand strong once more. Flames erupted around them, the mage's spell reaching its crescendo, incinerating the horde and leaving only ashes in its wake. As the dust settled, Bjorn glanced at his companions, their battered forms a testament to their unyielding will to survive. Flames erupted, consuming the battlefield, as the corpse golem's skeletal form emerged stronger, radiating an ominous energy that shook the ground. Einar steadied her stance. Same with Bjorn, who is beside her. Is this the power of mage? Bjorn's thought. The first pattern of the corpse golem, which normally taken a long time with many torches, was finished off with just one spell. The second phase of corpse golem suddenly appeared. The hand suddenly appeared from the fire. Try to reach Bjorn and the others. With the core destroyed, the monstrous entity crumbled, its eerie light fading as victory left the group breathless but triumphant. The dust settled, revealing the skeleton golem glowing faintly amid the fire, an anomaly that hinted at both treasure and danger. Einar approached cautiously, swinging her blade to the skeleton golem that lay within, their brilliance unmatched by anything they'd seen before. Einar and Bjorn run toward the skeleton golem, with its outer shell gone. It's doable for two barbarians. They run to skeleton golem. Bjorn spotted a shimmering core fragment, radiating a power that promised to change their fates forever. Bjorn hesitated, sensing that the skeleton golem might have something they weren't prepared to face yet. Its mystery was intoxicating. The corpse golem's essence shimmered ominously as Bjorn reached out, its pull intensifying, drawing the group closer to a pivotal decision. Einar's instincts warned of danger, but Bjorn's confidence reassured the team as they prepared to explore the rupture's depths. A sudden glow enveloped the room, revealing not just treasures but a gateway to a realm teeming with ancient secrets. The rupture's vortex beckoned, whispering promises of untold power, yet its haunting energy hinted at trials beyond anything they had faced. Considering the possibility, it's almost weird that it took this long for them to come across an essence. Looking at the essence, Bjorn reflected on their journey, his thoughts lingering on the rupture's mystery and its lingering power. Bjorn recounted their actions, noting the essence they had claimed and the potential it held for their survival. Bjorn revealed the risks, explaining how the essence granted power but came at a cost, one they couldn't ignore lightly. He didn't expect to earn the essence of a rank 7 elite monster corpse golem that only appears once in the blood-tinted castle. With the essence in hand, the stats it would raise is perfect for a tanker, knowing the challenges ahead would demand even greater strength. Bjorn analyzed the essence, its stats offering promising upgrades, yet its drawbacks, like poison resistance, presented unexpected challenges in its use. Bjorn's observation about poison tolerance highlighted the essence's complexity, useful in some scenarios, yet risky due to potential side effects. Despite the challenges, Bjorn saw potential in mastering the skill, understanding it could turn the tide in their next battle. Because of acidic bodily fluid, if a character is damaged, the acidic blood gets on the equipment and greatly reduces its durability. The team agreed to prepare carefully, knowing survival hinged on balancing power and resourcefulness in an unforgiving world. Around the fire, Hikaru admitted his relief, grateful for Bjorn and Einar's leadership during the chaotic battle with the corpse golem. Einar, looking at him, reminded Hikaru of his resilience, encouraging him to keep improving alongside the rest of the group. Bjorn stared into the fire, contemplating their journey and the reality of their situation, which demanded constant growth and adaptation to face future threats. The group's camaraderie strengthened as they shared insights and reflected on their victories, preparing for whatever challenges lay ahead. It reminds Bjorn that this is reality. Until he listened, Raven is saying sorry, he asked as she finally back to normal. Bjorn addressed the group, ready to discuss their next steps and rewards, confident in their ability to divide the spoils fairly. Raven quietly assessed the situation, knowing the group's strength had carried them, but also that fairness needed to be prioritized. Bjorn pointed out the significance of their victory over the corpse golem, reminding everyone how crucial teamwork had been in success. Raven reluctantly agreed, acknowledging his life had been saved thanks to Bjorn and Einar's decisive actions during the chaotic battle. Bjorn readied himself as he wanted to tell them, recognizing the importance of solidarity as they prepared to tackle future challenges together. Bjorn proposed taking the rupture stone as their reward, reasoning that its value surpassed any individual gain they could have claimed. Raven hesitated briefly, but supported the idea, her experience guiding her judgment as Hikaru added his reluctant agreement to the decision. The team deliberated over the essence, realizing its rarity and potential, as Bjorn considered how it might benefit their survival. Hikaru told them that he is for it. He would have died if it were not for this barbarian lady, Einar. Raven adjusted her head, feeling hesitated when she said that she against it, about the idea that Bjorn shared to them. Raven told him that if they do come across a rupture stone, she can give him a fair chance. Bjorn acknowledged the rarity of the essence, vowing to analyze its potential carefully, while keeping the group's safety as the priority. Raven emphasized the need for caution, warning about the essence's rarity, though she admitted its potential was too great to ignore. Raven's curiosity grew, imagining how the essence might change their trajectory, offering new opportunities in an otherwise perilous and uncertain world. Bjorn knew that Raven would react like that. Now he will go into the real negotiation to her. Bjorn proposed a deal to Raven, offering her the corpse golem's essence, while setting clear terms for future treasures they encountered. He emphasized his claim on a guardian's essence if found, ensuring fairness while acknowledging the importance of strategic resource allocation. Raven considered the offer, her eyes meeting Bjorn's with curiosity as she weighed the potential benefits against the proposed compromise. Raven and Bjorn stood in that place, their torches lighting the path as they planned their next move. Raven hesitated, weighing Bjorn's confident words. Even though it is not guaranteed that the Guardian's essence will come out, yet it sparked undeniable curiosity. Raven's fiery determination made Bjorn relent. She raised her staff, her enthusiasm burning brighter than the flames around them. The group gathered materials, their focus unbroken. Raven marveled at the strange vial, already planning experiments in her mind. Raven's words echoed. Raven secured the essence, her eyes gleaming. The team prepared for their trek back. The essence shimmered in Raven's hands, its value immeasurable. She muttered ideas of creating something far beyond its origin. Raven presented the essence to the group. Bjorn nodded approvingly, trusting her expertise to uncover its secrets for their advantage. To put a 7th rank essence in her only test tube seems like she considers Corpse Golem's essence quite valuable. They looked at Raven, who threw the essence on her tube. She said to them that it worked, it is success. "Let's move," Raven called. Hikarod led the group, determination shining in her eyes as they journeyed into the unknown. The group cautiously entered the ancient ruins, statues looming overhead. Raven inspected the carvings, piecing together clues from their surroundings. Hikarod think that doesn't seem like a gargoyle statue. Raven told him that she doesn't feel any mana, she think it's just a statue. Raven identified the Lord's room, her voice steady. Bjorn cleared rubble, revealing a path leading further into the labyrinth. Raven held the statue. A faint hum grew louder. Shadows moved, and everyone's guard rose instinctively, weapons ready for battle. The room pulsed with energy. A portal opened as Raven deciphered its mechanics. The team braced for whatever came next. Raven studied the ancient book, her curiosity piqued by the cryptic symbols glowing faintly under her touch. Bjorn kept his distance as Raven deciphered the book. The surrounding ruins seemed to respond to her discoveries. The glowing orb within the ruins pulsed with energy. Raven theorized its purpose, piecing clues together from the inscriptions. Raven retrieved the artifact, her mind racing with possibilities. Bjorn's wariness grew as shadows flickered across the stone walls. Bjorn then thinking about the thing before. Why doesn't she know the thing hidden in the fountain? He feeling curious. The mechanism burst to life, releasing waves of searing light. Raven and Bjorn shielded their eyes as a portal formed. From the portal, a figure emerged, clad in ancient armor. Its presence exuded malice, and weapons were drawn immediately. Bjorn charged forward, his sword clashing against the armored figure. Sparks flew as the battle intensified within the confined space. Raven said to them that they couldn't get enough with the Corpse Golem's essence, and they meet a craving-type monster, Bone Knight. Bjorn looked at the second mini-boss, Bone Knight. This is not like him. How is he getting so lucky? The group pressed onward, encountering a chamber lined with skeletal warriors. Raven noted the distinct patterns carved into their armor. Hatred type is hardest to deal with, as it has a tiny chance to use an ability called Soul Slash. The skeletal warriors seemed to grow stronger, absorbing energy from the chamber itself. Raven worked furiously to disrupt their power source. Bjorn's relentless strikes weakened the enemy, giving Raven enough time to unravel the mechanism's workings and halt its ominous glow. The chamber fell silent once more. Raven and Bjorn exchanged glances, aware that greater dangers lay ahead in the labyrinth. The group marveled at the essence glowing with power. Bjorn wondered if this would shift the balance of their journey. Einar studied the new artifact, his curiosity tinged with doubt. Raven nodded confidently, already imagining its potential in their quest. Bjorn's luck seemed endless. He grinned, holding the essence tightly, determined to turn it into something truly remarkable. Raven handed the artifact to Einar with a wink. She trusted him to unlock its secrets without hesitation. From a strategist's perspective, the artifact's value grew tenfold. The group prepared to move forward, their spirits high with excitement. A crimson blade sliced through the air, its edge dripping with malice. Bjorn gripped his weapon, unyielding in the face of danger. Bjorn remembered his memories with Einar. Above all, he felt it as they entered the labyrinth that he can trust Einar. Einar feeling happy because that she will make sure to repay this favor. She will always support him without leaving him. Einar using her essence, but there is one thing Bjorn forgot to tell Einar about the essence effect. With victory in sight, the group pressed forward. Einar smiled, knowing they had barely scratched the surface of the ruins. Einar felt a strange energy course through him. The essence unexpectedly triggered an unforeseen transformation, leaving the group in shock. Bjorn, now twice his size, adjusted awkwardly. The magic side effects had amplified his strength, though not without some drawbacks. Raven analyzed the changes, determined to reverse them. Einar tried to stay calm, though Bjorn's massive presence filled the room. The group debated their next steps, each taking turns adapting to the unexpected development. Raven's confidence remained unshaken. Bjorn told her that she is the one that became big. Einar didn't believe with what he said. Raven explained the essence's effects, noting how it strengthened the team while revealing unexpected changes in Einar's abilities. The artifact displayed its properties. Raven smiled as Einar's confusion turned into determination to master the newfound power. Einar grappled with her new image, concerned about perceptions as a warrior. Raven reassured her, focusing on the team's mission. Einar crying because if she is like that, nobody will see her as a warrior. People already underestimate her because she is a woman. With newfound resolve, Einar adjusted to the essence's changes, ready to face the next challenge alongside Raven, Bjorn, Hikurad. The chamber echoed with tension. Einar stepped forward, her sword drawn, ready to confront the trial set before the group. Bjorn and Raven held back, allowing Einar to test the artifact's potential. The room shifted, revealing waves of enemies. Einar's strikes grew sharper and more precise, a testament to her adaptation. Raven watched closely, analyzing every movement. Bjorn think that those sociopaths that say everything they want no matter if someone's in despair. Bjorn reassured Einar. They look at the monster in front of them, her determination unshaken. Raven nodded approvingly, recognizing the potential they had unlocked through the artifact. The team pressed forward. Bjorn looked at Einar that looking sad. Bjorn told her to try kill the monster. Einar faced another challenge, a massive figure guarding the entrance to the treasure. Bjorn prepared for an intense fight. The battle raged as Einar held her ground. Raven's support spells kept the group synchronized in their efforts. With a final coordinated attack, the Guardian fell. The treasure chamber loomed ahead, glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. Raven and Hikurad stepped forward, didn't believe with what they saw. A death pin with one hit. Einar becomes stronger. Einar felt the newfound strength within her, her resolve unshaken. Raven encouraged her to embrace this transformation for the journey. Bjorn admired Einar's determination, knowing the trials ahead would demand their unity and strength. The team stood prepared to advance. Einar's confidence grew as she reflected on her role. The group pressed forward, each step drawing them closer to their goal. Before them stood an ancient, intricately designed door. Raven analyzed the markings, deciphering the mechanisms to unlock the room ahead. The team braced themselves. With the door creaking open, the atmosphere shifted, revealing the looming presence of their next challenge. Raven reviewed their progress, marveling at their unexpected success. The artifact had proven more effective than anticipated in their quest. Bjorn analyzed their good fortune, though a lingering sense of unease clouded his thoughts. The ruins hid dangers yet to come. Einar reflected on the challenges faced, her determination solidifying further. She prepared herself for whatever lay beyond the next threshold. A dark vision crossed Bjorn's mind, imagining the worst-case scenario. Despite his doubts, he trusted Raven's leadership to guide them through. The group pressed forward cautiously. Each step carried a mix of hope and dread as the chamber ahead revealed its secrets. The eerie glow of the chamber pulsed as Hikurad wanted to open the door. A deep rumble echoed through the ancient hallways. The door behind them slammed shut, trapping the group. Bjorn yelled, realizing their path to retreat had vanished completely. The chamber's energy surged. Raven's quick thinking kept the team calm as she worked to decipher the artifact's sudden response. Shadows twisted into menacing forms. Bjorn prepared his weapon, and Einar readied herself for the fight rapidly approaching. The chamber exploded with action, leaving no time for hesitation. The team fought as one, determined to survive the chaos. Raven paused, her heart racing as the ominous glow of the chamber intensified, signaling the arrival of an unexpected presence. Her eyes widened in disbelief, the figure before her far more menacing than any she had encountered before. The Death Knight advanced, its crimson aura pulsating. Raven's instincts screamed that this wasn't an ordinary foe but something far worse. A sinister laugh echoed through the chamber, chilling Raven. The Death Knight's features twisted, revealing fangs and an unholy hunger. It's a vampire, Raven realized, her grip tightening on her staff. The stakes had just become far more dangerous. The figure exuded a dark, sinister aura. Raven realized this wasn't an ordinary vampire but a powerful, intelligent higher variant. Seated elegantly, the vampire Duke Cambermeyer commanded authority. His piercing gaze and ominous presence sent chills through the chamber. Bjorn reviewed the classifications of monsters, knowing understanding their nature was essential for survival in this chaotic world. He analyzed mutant species, like goblin warriors, small yet organized, posing a threat even to the most skilled adventurers. Higher species, untamed and brutal, dominated the lower ranks of the floor, constantly testing everyone's limits. Rare species and mimics lurked in hidden realms, mysterious and lethal, often leaving unprepared adventurers with no chance of survival. Superior mutant species, unique and intelligent, ruled the chaos, commanding respect and fear from all who encountered them. A sudden roar shook the ground as Bjorn encountered a vampire duke, one of the superior mutant species. The vampire's oppressive aura forced the group into a frantic retreat, but Bjorn remained calm, carefully formulating a strategy. His companions hesitated as fear gripped them, but Bjorn's resolve guided the team through the dense, treacherous forest. Every step demanded vigilance, memories of similar threats playing in his mind as he spotted a potential escape route. Bjorn only knew of its existence after watching a recording of another player, so he already knew about Vampire Duke. Raven then asked how did Bjorn know. He told her to close the door. Before she opened it, she's feeling curious. He recalled past trials, piecing together clues and patterns from his relentless preparations for moments like these. The door revealed a hidden chamber, containing a mechanism unlike anything they'd ever seen, challenging their understanding. Bjorn replayed memories of previous encounters, identifying subtle differences that hinted at the chamber's true purpose. He tried the same conditions hundreds of times. Bjorn knew his sharp observation and quick thinking were their only hopes of survival. If he was not excited about the series of good lucks, would he have found it before he opened the door? Hikurad asked if they don't catch him, they can't get out of there, wouldn't it be better to fight? As tensions grew, the group encountered a spectral entity, its appearance more menacing than anything they had ever faced. The dark creature unleashed a powerful wave of energy, forcing Bjorn and his companions to retreat toward the central chamber. In the chaos, Raven released a glowing amulet. Its faint energy felt like the key to their survival. As the amulet pulsed, the spectral entity disappeared, leaving behind an ominous silence that unnerved the entire group. A sudden realization struck Bjorn: the entity had vanished. The vampire disappeared in front of them, making them feeling curious. The party quickly formed defensive positions, aware that every second counted against the overwhelming presence now surrounding them. Bjorn analyzed their surroundings, piecing together clues from past encounters that might give them an edge against this relentless foe. Time slowed as the dark spirit reappeared, its gaze fixed on the amulet in Bjorn's trembling hands. Bjorn thinking about the Vampire Duke. Right now he must have awakened from the room, until someone informed that Raven has been attacked. Despite their efforts, the creature's relentless attacks strained the barrier, forcing Bjorn to think quickly as his strength began to wane. Bjorn looked at Raven. Did she receive any internal injuries? As long as he know, the essence of the vampire doesn't have these effect. In the aftermath, Bjorn realizing that is the essence of another monster. The ruins still held more secrets and dangers. Bjorn remembered from the recording, they were wiped out. He couldn't confirm if the Duke had any additional essences. The group regrouped, hastily discussing their next move as the ancient ruins seemed ready to collapse under unseen forces. Bjorn's experience guided them through the chaos, his knowledge of forgotten traps proving invaluable in navigating the crumbling pathways. A sudden realization struck Bjorn, and he led the team toward a faint glimmer of light marking a possible exit. The ruins shook violently, each step a gamble as debris fell, and unseen dangers pursued them with relentless determination. The exit came into view, bathed in warm light, but an eerie silence suggested their ordeal was far from over. The ruins gave way to a fiery horizon, casting long shadows as the group hurried toward the unfamiliar open expanse. A dark presence surged forward, catching the group off guard as the relentless foe revealed its overwhelming power. Bjorn shielded the team, pushing them toward safety while bracing himself for the inevitable confrontation against their persistent pursuer. With the last of their strength, the group dove into the sunlight, the oppressive presence retreating momentarily in its wake. Exhaustion set in, but Bjorn knew their journey was just beginning as they gazed at the untamed landscape ahead. The group caught their breath, surrounded by unfamiliar terrain, where every corner seemed to hide a new and unknown threat. Bjorn's sharp instincts identified subtle signs of life in the distance, signaling both danger and a potential opportunity for survival. The sunlight offered temporary relief, yet shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally, hinting that the enemy's retreat was merely a pause. A decision was made to press forward, each step filled with tension as their senses stayed alert for lurking dangers. As the group forged ahead, they resolved to uncover the truth of the ruins and their role in this hostile world. The group paused to assess their injuries, their spirits lifted by the growing sunrise that illuminated the path ahead. Bjorn reminded them of their mission, urging caution as the ruins behind them were still teeming with unseen threats. A moment of camaraderie arose as the team exchanged stories, their bond strengthened by their shared perilous journey. Bjorn, ever watchful, kept his focus on their surroundings, knowing danger could strike at any moment. The warm sunrise filled them with hope, but Bjorn's instincts warned him of challenges still lurking in the shadows. The group prepared to move again, balancing haste and caution, each step a reminder of the threats they faced. Tarjan carried the injured wizard, his determination unwavering despite the weight of responsibility on his broad shoulders. Discussions about strategy and destination intensified as they planned their next moves, knowing hesitation could spell disaster. As tensions flared, Bjorn's leadership held the team together, pushing them forward toward their shared goal. With resolve, they pressed onward, the promise of safety fueling their determination to survive the ordeal. Reaching a fortified location, the group paused to recuperate, their eyes scanning the horizon for signs of approaching danger. Bjorn explored the area, searching for useful supplies and strategizing how to fortify their temporary refuge. His sharp instincts led him to a hidden item, glowing faintly, a relic of significant importance to their survival. Bjorn carefully retrieved the artifact, sensing its power and potential to change the tide of their future encounters. The group rallied around the discovery, their hope renewed as they prepared for the challenges yet to come. The wizard slowly regained consciousness, her weakened state evident as Bjorn reassured her they had managed to escape for now. Bjorn observed the wizard carefully, noting the lingering effects of her injuries and wondering about the risks they still faced. Discussions about was she affected by surfaced as they pondered its origins and how it might impact their journey. Bjorn calculated Raven words when she said it's pain-sharing, realizing time was critical in addressing the wizard's condition before nightfall brought new dangers. Bjorn asked her, how long would it take to heal? Raven told him that is around 20 minutes. Bjorn questioned the wizard about additional spells, seeking any advantage that could ensure their survival in the uncertain hours ahead. A tense exchange highlighted the differences between their perspectives, though their shared goal kept them moving forward together. The wizard reluctantly revealed a spell, Solar Sphere, capable of providing protection, though it would drain her remaining strength. Bjorn prepared for the worst, understanding the stakes as the wizard gathered her energy to cast the critical spell. Their strategy now hinged on timing, with Bjorn committing to hold their ground until the spell's full effects materialized. The group repositioned, each member bracing for the impending confrontation as the wizard began channeling her powerful magic. The spell formed, its fiery brilliance radiating across the darkened ruins, a beacon of hope against the surrounding shadows. Bjorn focused on defense, ensuring the group remained protected as the wizard concentrated all her efforts into sustaining the spell. The growing light pushed back the encroaching darkness, offering temporary relief while revealing the sheer scale of their adversaries. Despite exhaustion, the group pressed forward, united by their determination to overcome the trials that lay ahead in the unknown. Bjorn hesitated briefly, observing the movements of his companions, as the wizard appeared to be recovering faster than anticipated. The group discovered an enchanted ledger, emitting faint energy. Its presence suggested a connection to the mysterious ruins surrounding them. Bjorn identified runes on the ledger that hinted at its potential to reveal secrets of their foes, igniting hope among them. As the ruins darkened, a sinister presence emerged, its energy thick and oppressive, signaling the arrival of an approaching enemy. From the shadows, a powerful figure appeared, radiating malice and determination, its gaze locking onto Bjorn and the group. A sinister figure emerged from the darkness, its menacing grin and twisted aura striking fear into the hearts of the group. Bjorn steadied his weapon as the group rallied, determined to hold the line until the wizard's spell was complete. The Duke Vampire charged through the battlefield, his power swinging with ferocity, cutting through waves of enemies as chaos erupted around him. A sinister figure emerged from the shadows above, radiating a powerful aura, sending chills down the spines of everyone nearby. The figure let out an unearthly roar, summoning dark energy that shattered the ground, throwing Einar into a desperate defensive stance. As enemies swarmed from every direction, Bjorn's instincts kicked in. He braced himself, eyes scanning for an opening to strike. The shadow descended with overwhelming force, and Bjorn knew this battle would push him to the limits of his strength. Bjorn's muscles tensed as he deflected the first strike, sparks flying as his weapon clashed with the dark figure's blade. He seized the opportunity, countering with a devastating blow, the impact sending ripples of force through the enemy ranks. A sudden shout distracted him momentarily, revealing his ally, the stout and determined dwarf Hikurad, charging forward with blazing determination. Hikurad leaped into the fray, his hammer crashing into the enemy with precision, shielding Einar from a deadly follow-up attack. Despite the relentless assault, Hikurad's sturdy defense gave Einar a moment to regroup, readying himself for a coordinated counterattack. Together, Bjorn and Hikurad advanced, their combined strength forming an impenetrable front as they faced the overwhelming darkness head-on. Bjorn struck with precision, his powerful blows creating openings for Hikarad to exploit, their synergy shining amidst the chaotic battlefield. As enemies pressed harder, a piercing screech echoed, and Bjorn turned to see reinforcement, Einar, the swift and agile swordswoman. Einar darted through the enemy lines, her blade slicing effortlessly, creating a path to the heart of the dark force. With their combined might, the trio faced the looming shadow, ready to end the chaos and bring light to the battlefield. Bjorn swung his axe fiercely, but the Duke Vampire deflected it with ease, his strength overwhelming and unrelenting. A crushing counterattack struck Bjorn's hand, sending shockwaves through his body, making him realize the enemy's terrifying power. Blood-red wings unfurled behind the dark figure, propelling him into the air as he looked down on Bjorn. Bjorn clenched his injured hand, his thoughts racing as the enemy descended, his resolve to fight back unwavering. The clash continued, but Bjorn noticed his attacks had no impact, forcing him to rethink his strategy amidst the chaos. The dark energy surged, corroding everything in its path as Bjorn and his allies pushed to hold their ground. Hikarad's hammer glowed as he yelled, stepping forward to shield everyone from the devastating force aimed directly at them. The battlefield transformed as dark clouds gathered above, and a chilling aura spread, leaving the warriors struggling against its effects. Hikarad felt his body slow under the dark influence, but his determination pushed him to keep his focus on survival. Their enemy loomed closer, unleashing powerful attacks, forcing the group to coordinate their moves to resist the overwhelming onslaught. Blood splattered across the battlefield, and Bjorn quickly realized the dark magic infused in it posed a new, sinister danger. Einar asked what happened, but the tainted blood had already affected some of their comrades, intensifying the peril they faced. Bjorn spotted the vampire's core ability, Sacrificial Seal, making him realize the fight's stakes had escalated beyond physical strength. The vampire's growing power made the ground tremble, forcing Bjorn to think fast and plan a countermeasure against the looming threat. Time was running out as Bjorn and his allies prepared for a desperate attempt to break the Sacrificial Seal's effects. The vampire revealed his ultimate skill, a terrifying ability to siphon life energy from his enemies to enhance his own power. A black mist swirled around him, growing denser with each passing second, his sinister laughter echoing through the battlefield. Bjorn tightened his grip, preparing for the worst, as the overwhelming energy created an oppressive atmosphere that pressed against his chest. The vampire lunged forward faster than before, his strikes calculated and precise, forcing Einar to push his reflexes to their limit. Despite the odds, Bjorn's determination burned fiercely as he vowed to end this fight and protect those who stood behind him. Blood magic surged through the vampire's veins, transforming his physical appearance and granting him an aura of near invincibility on the battlefield. Bjorn dodged